This conference will now be recorded.
So in the last class, we have seen about while loop and do while loop. Today, let us go with the remaining part of basics where we discuss for loop today. So let us go with for loop. The syntax of for loop is we use a keyword. We use the keyword for. We go with the initialization, then semicolon, condition, semicolon, expression. Then open and close curly braces. In between this, we go with the statements like statement 1, statement 2, like that statement n. And same syntax rule. If no curly braces, then it considers only one statement. If no curly brace, then it considers what? Only one statement. Like example. For example, if you want to print the numbers from 1 to 10, then we use the keyword for. We go with the initialization. I equal to 1. This is called as initialization. And since we want to print up to 10, the condition is I less than or equal to 10. Then expression I plus plus. Now print the value of I. Print the value of I here. Now, so how the flow goes here is, first it will go to initialization, that is I equal to 1. After initialization, the control will go to the condition, that is 1 less than or equal to 10 true. Then comes to the statement, so which is going to print 1 here, SOPI means 1. After statements, control will go to expression, I plus plus, I will become not 2. After expression, the control will go and check the condition again. So now the value of I is what here? 2. 2 less than or equal to 10 is, then again it's going to print 2 here. So how the flow is initialization, then condition, then statements, then expression. After expression, again condition, statements only. Initialization is executed only for the first attempt. After that, it won't go to initialization. Okay. So next again, it's going to print 2, I plus plus 3. 3 less than or equal to 10 is, then it's going to print 3. Like that 9. 9 plus plus 10. 10 less than or equal to 10 is, then it's going to print 10. After 10, I plus plus 11. 11 less than or equal to 10, false comes out of loop. So when I value becomes more than 10, that is 11, it's going to come out of loop. And when to think of for loop? Sequences. When you are having sequences, go with for loop. Let me take some more examples here. If you take a for loop like this, for int I equal to 1, I less than or equal to 10, I plus plus, and we keep semicolon after for loop, then we'll print the value of I here. Okay. So what is the output of this code here? What is the output of this piece of code? So observe, we have ended with semicolon. So when you end with semicolon, what is going to happen here? Yes, Professor? Error. In first line or second line?
In the first line.
Error in?
First line. Yeah, first line. It will first line on the semicolon.
Okay. So as we kept semicolon here, error will come in first line. No. The answer is, correct answer is error only. But the error will come in second line. The error will come in what? Second line here. Hello, Uday.
Hi, sir.
Yeah. Hi. So we are discussing for loop here today. Yeah. Hello, Dinesh. You are able to hear me, right?
Yes, Raj.
Right. Okay. Now, so when we end up for loop with semicolon, nothing problem to for loop actually. So why we are getting error in second line is, If you observe here, where we have declared a variable inside the for loop, when you see data type and variable, no, that is called as declaration. That is called as what? Declaration. Since we have declared I variable inside for loop, I can use this I variable within for loop only. Since we have ended with semicolon, only this is your for loop. This statement does not belong to for loop. And since I variable is declared inside for loop, when I'm trying to use I variable outside of for loop, it cannot able to identify that variable. So here we get error, and the message is cannot find variable, right? Now let me take one more example. Now we are declaring I variable outside of for loop. Now we are declaring I variable outside of for loop. Now we'll say for I equal to 1, I less than or equal to 10, I plus plus, ending with semicolon. Now we'll print the value of I. So in this case, so we won't get any error now. This won't go with any error because we have declared I variable outside of for loop. Means I can use I variable inside for loop and even outside for loop also. So it won't go with error. Then what is the value of I? It's going to display for us. Not error, output. What's the value of I? It's going to display.
One to 10?
No. Because we have ended with semicolon, means this is only your for loop. So this line does not belong to for loop. So this line will not get executed 10 times. So it is going to execute only one time. Then what is the value of I? It's going to print finally.
The default value.
No, don't think of default values here. Let us assume this code is written inside a method. And already it is initialized to 1. So it won't go with the default value here.
Value 10.
10 near to the answer.
Maybe. Then it would be 11.
11, right? So when this line of code will get executed, when the for loop is completed, right? This line does not belong to for loop, means this line will get executed when the for loop is completed. When the for loop is completed, when the condition becomes false. When condition becomes false, when a value becomes more than 10. So more than 10 means what? 11. So when a value becomes 11, 11 less than or equal to 10 false comes out and prints the value of I, which is what here? 11. Let me explain to you properly. First I is 1, then comes to condition 1 less than or equal to 10, yes. Since there are no statements, as we have ended with semicolon, it will come to expression now. I plus plus, I will become now 2. Again checks condition 2 less than or equal to 10, yes. Again expression 3. 3 less than or equal to 10, yes. Like that 9. After 9, 10, I plus plus 10. 10 less than or equal to 10, yes. Then again I plus plus 11. 11 less than or equal to 10, false. Then comes out and prints the value of I as what here? 11 here. Clear everyone?
Yes.
Right? Please recap it one more time. So tomorrow again I'm going to ask the same questions. Same questions I'm going to ask you with a different concept. Now, let us go with some example programs using for loop. Write a program to find the factorial of a given number. Means if you take the number as 5, or if you say 5 factorial, what it means?
5 into 4
into 3, 2, 1.
5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Right? Which goes with what? 120. So multiplying from where we are doing what you are multiplying? You are multiplying from 5 to 1, which goes with what? 120. Okay. So what type of operation? Either you multiply 5 to 1 or 1 to 5 gives the same result. Then gives the same result here. what type of operation we are doing here? Multiplication. So when you go for multiplication, take a variable, initialize the value to 1. When you go for sum, we take a variable sum equal to 0. But when we go for multiplication, we have to initialize the value to 1. Because if you go with 0, something multiplied by 0 is 0 only. That's the reason we initialize value with 1. Let us understand with the program. Open Eclipse. Right click on project and see. New class. Go with the class name as factorial with main method. Create object of scanner is equal to new scanner. Connect to keyboard. Then go with the message, enter a number. We'll say int n equal to s dot next int. After accepting the number, for this number we want to find factorial. So take a variable f equal to 1 initially. Now take a for loop which starts from given number I equal to n means given number I greater than or equal to 1. So if I take the number as 5 to 1. So 5 to 1, is it increment or decrement? Five to 1, is it increment or decrement? Decrement. So we have to say here I minus minus. And the formula is simple, f equal to f into I. That's it. Now once the for loop is completed, we'll display the value of factorial which is present in f variable. Let me elaborate this. Now, so when it asks you the message, enter a number, we'll say 5, means n is 5 and initial value of f is 1. Now comes to for loop, I equal to n means I equal to 5. 5 greater than or equal to 1, s. Then comes to the statement f equal to f into I. F equal to f into I, which is initial value of f is 1, I is 5, the value of f will become now 5. Then now the control will go to I minus minus, I will become now 4. 4 greater than or equal to 1, s. Then again f equal to f into I. So f value is 5, I value is now 4, which will be now 20. Again I minus minus 3. 3 greater than or equal to 1, s. Again f equal to f into I, which is 20 into 3, which is 60. Again I minus minus 2. 2 greater than or equal to 1, s. Again f equal to f into I, which is 60 into 2, 120. Again I minus minus 1. 1 greater than or equal to 1, s. Again f equal to f into I, which is 120 into 1, which is 120. Again I minus minus 0. 0 greater than or equal to 1, false. Now it will come out of for loop. It will go to the statement factorial, just printing the value of f, which is going to print here factorial equal to the value of f, which is 120. So when you run, when you ask for the number, if you say 5, it's going to print factorial as 120. Got it everyone? The flow of for loop?
Yes.
Right? Let us go with one more. Write a program to display multiplication table for a given number. We want to display what? Multiplication table for a given number. Means if we take the number as 5, we want to display the output like this. 5 into 1 equal to 5. 5 into 2 equal to 10. Like that. 5 into 9 equal to 45. 5 into 10 equal to 50. In this, what is 5? Your given number. 5 is what here? Your given number. 1 to 10, it's a sequence. We can manage this sequence using a for loop with variable I. Then this 5, 10, 45, 50, this is our product. So what's the formula for product? N into I will give the product for us. Now, let us write this code. mtable.java. Right click on project and see new class mtable with main method. Create object of scanner. X equal to new scanner. Connect to keyboard. Go with the message. Enter a number. We'll say int n equal to s dot next int. Now for this number we want to print the table. So it's very simple. Take a for loop which starts from I equal to 1, I less than or equal to 10, I plus plus. So the loop repeats for 1 to 10. Now here we find the product. What's the formula for product? N into I will give the product. Now we have to display the table format. How to display? First we should print n value, then the star symbol in between, then I value, then equal to symbol in between, then p value. That's it. Let me elaborate. So here first I is 1. First let us suppose when you ask here enter a number, we'll say 5 means n is 5. Then comes to for loop. I equal to 1. I equal to 1. Then 1 less than or equal to 10, yes. Then comes to the statement p equal to 5 into 1. So what's the value of p now? 5. So how we are printing? See, first n value which is 5. Then we kept a start symbol in double quotes which will get printed as it is. Then I value which is 1. Then equal to symbol in double quotes which will print as it is. Then p value which is 5. Then now the control will go to I plus plus. I will become now 2. 2 less than or equal to 10? Yes. Again comes to the statement p equal to 5 into 2, that is 10. So what's the value of p now? 10. So it's going to print first n value which is 5, then start symbol as it is, then I value 2, then equal symbol as it is, p value 10. Like that it continues. 5 into 9 equal to 45, then 5 into 10 equal to 50. Then when I value becomes 11, 11 less than or equal to 10 false comes out of loop. Now see when you run. If you ask for the number, I'll say 5. It is going to display the table for 5. If you run the code again, if you say 12, it's going to display the table for 12 here. Got it everyone? Any questions? Let us go with the next concept here, break and continue. Break is used to come out of loop. So whenever we want to come out of loop, we use break. Yeah. Continue is used to continue the loop. Continue is used for what? To continue the loop. Let me elaborate. If you take a loop like while loop with some condition, then we go with the statements. We go with some statements and we use in between break. So whenever the control says break, what is going to happen? The control will jump from here to here. So whenever it says break, it will come out of loop. It's going to come out of loop and execute the statements after the loop. Now, if you write like this, while condition with some statements, and we'll say continue. Then whenever the control says continue, the control will jump back to the condition. See the difference here? Whenever we say break, it's going to come out of loop, and whenever we say continue, it is jumps back to the condition again. It continues the loop here. Now, let us understand this with the example code. Write a program to accept the numbers from user until the user enters 0. Until user enters a value 0. And find the sum of these numbers. The simple task is will be keep on accepting the numbers from user and no limit of accepting the numbers here. How many numbers user want to enter, he can enter. But when user want to stop entering the numbers, the user will enter 0. To stop, the user will enter 0. And what are the numbers the user is entering? We want to find the sum of these numbers. Let us go with the program break demo. Right click on project and say new class break demo with main method. Create object of scanner, connect to keyboard, then take the variables like end and sum as 0 initially. Now take a while loop, while true. While true means infinite loop. While true means what here? Infinite loop means the condition never becomes false here. So when the condition is not false, the loop will be keep on repeating. So when we go for infinite loop, there should be some way to come out of loop. That some way to come out of loop is break here. Now, let us go with the message. Enter a number. We'll say n equal to s dot next it. And let us even inform the user to stop, enter 0. To stop, enter 0. Now after accepting the number, we have to check whether this number is 0 or not. How to check? If the number is 0, then we should not continue the loop. So we have to come out of loop using break. If number is not 0, add that number to sum here. That's it. Now once we come out of loop, we'll just print the value present in some variable here. Now let me explain the flow. First n and sum is 0. While true means infinite loop. Then it will ask for a number to stop, enter 0. So we'll go with the number as 5 here. 5 equal to 0? No. Then that 5 will get added to sum. Sum equal to 0 plus 5, which is 5. Then again the loop repeats, true. Again it will ask for a number. We'll say now 8. 8 equal to 0? No. Then that 8 will get added to the previous sum 5. Now the sum will become 13. Again the loop repeats. It will ask for a number. Now we'll say here 6. 6 equal to 0? No. Then that 6 will get added to the previous sum 13. The sum will become 19. Again the loop repeats. Again it will ask for the number. We'll say now this time 0. We'll say the number as 0. 0 equal to 0, S. So when the condition is true, cease break. When it cease break, comes out of loop here. Then this line of code will get executed. Then what's the value of sum it's going to print here? 19. So whenever we want to come out of loop, we have to use what keyword? Break keyword. Let me run this program. So it will ask for a number. I'll say 5, 8, 6. Now we'll say 0. Then the loop will get terminated and it's going to say sum as what here? 19. Right? So any questions, anyone up here?
We are not using 5 plus plus, right?
Repeat. Yeah, I'm unable to.
We are not using the iteration like incrementing, right?
Incrementing?
Yeah, because when we use while, we use increment, right?
So you have no increment required because the loop is keep on repeating because of this true condition.
Okay.
Okay, because the condition is always true here. So when the condition is always true, it will see after the statements, what it is going to happen, it will go back to the condition here. That's the rule of loops, right? Once all the statements are executed, it will go back to the condition. See the condition what you have given true means it's always true. So when it is always true, it will become infinite loop, means the condition never becomes false. So infinite loop means it will be keep on repeating. If there is this piece of code is not there, it will be infinite loop. So it will be keep on accepting numbers infinite times. Then the way to come out of loop is break here. Got it?
Yes.
No. Then how to go for infinite for loops here? If you go with the do while true, this is infinite do while loop. Then for loop, we'll select this for semicolon, semicolon. That's it. Just we keep semicolon, semicolon. This is infinite for loop. This is infinite for loop. Now, let us go with this one more example. Write a program to display the following output. We want to display like this 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we want to display from 1 to 10 and one number is missing in that. What is that? 5 here. So we want to print 1 to 10 except 5. How to write this code is, let us go with continue. Right click on project and say new class, continue demo with main method. Now, here we'll take a variable I equal to 1 and we'll write here while I less than or equal to 10. Then I plus plus. The loop repeats for 10 times here. Now, here, since we don't want to print 5, so we have to check if I equal to 5. If the value of I is 5, then we'll say I plus plus. Then we'll say continue. We'll say what here? Continue. So when we say continue, what is going to happen? The control will go back to the condition. Because when I is 5, we don't want to print. We'll say continue. If I is not 5, just to print it. System.out.print the value of 5. Then go with space between the values. That's it. Now see the output here. First I is what? 1. 1 less than or equal to 10? Yes. 1 equal to 5? No. 1 equal to 5? No. Then it will come to this line. It's going to print I value which is 1. After printing 1, a space between the value. Then I plus plus. I will become not 2. 2 less than or equal to 10? Yes. Then 2 equal to 5? No. then it's going to print I value, which is 2. Like that, 3. Then 4. After 4, I plus plus 5. 5 less than or equal to 10, S. Now 5 equal to 5, now S. Now this condition is true. I plus plus, it will become 6 and sys continue. Whenever it sys continue, what's going to happen? It will go back to condition. So what's the value of I now? 6. 6 equal to 5? No. Then it's going to print the remaining values 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So whenever you want to go back to condition, make use of keyword continue. Whenever we want to come out of loop, make use of keyword break here. Now see, when you run, we get the numbers from 1 to 10. Now let us go with one of the important program here. Write a program to check whether the given number is prime or not. We want to check whether given number is prime or not. So what are prime numbers?
Divisible by 1 and itself.
Yeah, a number which is divisible by 1 and itself, no other factors. Like example, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, like that. So the numbers which is having only 2 factors, 1 and itself, they are prime numbers. Let me explain. Initially with the diagram, let me explain this logic first. Yeah, just give me a minute. Just please wait. I'm back here. So the logic of this prime program is, if you take the number as 5, we should divide this 5 with 2, 3, and 4, because we know that every number is divisible by 1 and itself. So any number you take, we have to divide the number from 2 to n minus 1. So if you take the number as 5, we have to divide with what? 2, 3, 4. 2 to n minus 1. If you take the number as 6, then we have to divide with 2, 3, 4, and 5. 2 to n minus 1. So the logic here is, whatever the number you may take, we initially consider the number is prime. Whatever the number you take, we initially consider the number is prime. How to indicate? We take a Boolean variable and we'll say is prime as true initially. So we are taking a Boolean variable is prime and we initially consider it is prime. So we'll say true. Then start dividing number from 2 to n minus 1 like this. 5 mod 2. Is the remainder 0? No. 5 mod 3. Is the remainder 0? No. 5 mod 4. Is the remainder 0? No. So we have divided the number with the 2 to n minus 1. So all the numbers are completed. Since there are no factors and the value of is prime remaining as it is true, we'll say the number is prime now. Coming to 6, here also we initially consider the number is prime. So we'll make is prime as true initially. Then start dividing 6 with 2 to n minus 1 like this. 6 mod 2 Is the remainder 0? Yes. So when it is S, that indicates the number is not prime. So how to indicate the number is not prime? By making is prime as false. By making is prime as false. So once you make is prime as false means the number is not prime. Then do we need to divide 6 with 3, 4, 5 now? Not required. Then we can come out of loop using break here. We can come out using break. Now, let me write the code here. So if you take the number initially as 5 and boolean is prime as true initially. Then, now start dividing number from 2 to n minus 1 like this. For int I equal to 2, I less than n means n is not included, then I plus plus. Start dividing. If n mod I equal to 0, so when you divide the number by I, if it is the remainder is 0, see here. So what is the value of n here? 5. Is prime is true initially. Starts here. I equal to 2, 2 less than 5, s. Comes to the condition. 5 mod 2, I value is 2 here. 5 mod 2 is the remainder 0? No. Then again the loop repeats. I plus plus, I will become now 3. 3 less than 5, s. Then comes here. 5 mod 3 is the remainder 0? No. Again I plus plus, I will become now 4. 4 less than 5, s. Comes here. 5 mod 4 is the remainder 0? No. Again I plus plus 5. 5 less than 5 false. Comes out of loop. Once you come out of loop, you check whether the value of is prime remaining as it is true. So if the value of is prime remaining as it is true, then we'll go with the message prime. Now, if you take the number as 6 here, if you take the number as 6, initial value of is prime is true here, comes here. I equal to 2, 2 less than 6, s. Comes to if condition. 6 mod 2 equal to 0, s. 6 mod 2 is divisible by 2. So its remainder is 0, s. Then immediately we'll make is prime as false here. Then we come out of loop using break. Once we come out of loop using break, what's the value of is prime now? It has become false, means condition is false here. It comes to else part and we'll print the message not prime. That's it. So this is the logic of prime programs. Now, let us write this code now. Right click on project and say new class prime with main method. Now create object of scanner. Then accept the number and try number. We'll say int n equal to s dot next. Understand carefully. Now whatever the number we are accepting, now we are going to write the code in a different format. Means we won't write the complete logic in main. We want to divide the work. So we want to create a method here called as prime. We want to create a method prime. How to create method? Go with some name and parenthesis. Now to this prime method, we will pass the number here like this. We call the method prime. This is calling, and what is the number you are accepting? You are going to call it. You are calling the method now. So if I take the number as 5, prime of n means that 5 will come and store into the variable n here. So if you take the number as 5, that 5 will come and store over here. Now call this method in if condition. Call the method in if condition. So if when you call this method prime method, it will come here. If this method is returning true here, if the method is returning true, that means the number is prime. So we'll go with the message prime. So for example, if you say prime of 5, since 5 is prime, the method is going to return what here? True. So if it is returning true, we'll go with message prime. Okay. If you take the number as 6, prime of 6, is 6 is prime? No. So the method will return false. Then we'll go with else part and we'll go with the message not prime. Now write the code inside the method. I'll elaborate once again. So write the code inside the method. What is the logic? Take a boolean variable is prime as true initially. Start dividing number from 2 to n minus 1. For int I equal to 2, I less than n, I plus plus. start dividing. If n mod I equal to 0, so if your number has any factor, then immediately we'll make is prime as false. Immediately we'll make is prime as false and we come out of loop using break. Once we come out of loop, just return the value of is prime. That's it. So if the number is prime, what value you are going to return? True, because the initial value of is prime is true. If the number is not prime, the value of is prime will become false. Then what you are going to return? False. Okay. Now, can anyone say what is the return type of prime method here? What is the return type of prime method?
Boolean.
Boolean. Very good. Return type of prime is Boolean because you are going to return what is prime. Is prime is what type of variable? Boolean variable. So here, go with the return type Boolean. Now, since main is, see we are getting error here. Since main is static method, in a static method, if you call any other method directly, the other method also should be static. It's a syntax rule. What is the syntax rule? A static method can access only other static members directly. So inside a static method, we can access only static. More about this point, I'll discuss when we come to object-oriented. Now, one more advantage of method is we can even reduce the code here. We can even reduce code like if the number is having any factor, means if the remainder is 0, then what I should return? False. So simply write here instead of break, simply write return false. So if the number is having any factor, means if the remainder is 0, then we return what? False. Once you come out of for loop, so if you are not returning false, means the number is prime, then we return what here? True. Then no need to use any is Boolean, is prime variable here. So if there is a factor, we are going to return false. If no factor, means we are going to return true. So how the flow is? First we'll accept the number. What is the number you take? For example, 5. For example, 5. Then if it will call here prime of 5, 5 will come and store here. Since 5 is prime, it's going to return what? True. If you are returning true, we'll go with the message prime. If you take the number as 6, prime of 6. Is 6 is prime? 6 will come and store here. 6 is not prime. It's having a factor 2. Then it's going to return false. If you are returning false here, it's going to print here not prime. Please recap it one more time. Please recap. Now when you run, if you take the number 5, we'll get the message prime. If you run the program again, if you take 6, we'll get not prime. Clear everyone? Any questions? Now, let us see the advantage of going with methods. Why we are tried the methods? Let us see the advantage. For that, let us go with the one more program. Write a program to find sum of prime numbers from 2 to 100. Now see, the code will become very small now. The code will become very small. Right click on project and say new class sum prime with main method. Now, so take a variable sum as 0 initially. Now take a for loop which starts from 2 less than or equal to 100 and n plus plus. So what is the use of this for loop? To take the numbers from 2 to 100 here. So where the numbers are present now? In n variable. Now take that n and check whether it is prime or not, like this. If prime of n. So already just now we have created prime method, right? Just now we have created the prime method. I'm calling the method here. If prime of n. So what is the value of n here? Initially 2. 2 less than or equal to 100, yes, comes here. If prime of 2, since 2 is prime, the method will return true. So if the method is returning true, take that number prime and add it to sum put the result back again into sum. That's it. Then 2 will get added to sum. Now n plus plus n will become 3. 3 less than or equal to 100, yes, comes here. Prime of 3. Since 3 is prime, that 3 will get added to sum. Then again n plus plus 4. 4 less than or equal to 100, yes, comes here. Prime of 4 is prime? No. Then that 4 will not get added to sum. So when the number is prime, that will add it to sum. Now once we come out of for loop, print the message sum of primes equal to the value of sum here. That's it. Now understand carefully. Since prime is a method, belongs to prime class. Since prime is a method, it belongs to prime class, and since it is static, we can call this method directly with class name also. Whenever you want to call a method which is static, we can even call with class name without creating object. So what is the rule? A static method, or you can say static members. If you make a member as static members are accessible directly with the class name without creating objects. So more about this point I'll discuss when we come to static keyword. When you run, we get the sum of primes here. See the advantage of creating method. So when you write the code in the form of methods, this code can be reusable in other program also. If you write every code in main, the code will not become reusable. When you divide the work in the form of methods, the code will become reusable. Got it? Any questions? Please recap it compulsory. And what are the programs I've given like assignment, like factorial program I've given no? We have discussed it today. Try to convert using methods. Sum of digits program using methods. Try to do the programs using methods. Let me go with the assignment. Write a program to display the following output. We have to draw the line and say here number factorial. Draw the line. We'll say the number as 1. Factorial of 1 is 1. 2, 2, 3, 6, 4, 24, 5, 120. Then draw the line and say here sum equal to sum of all these factorials, which is 153. So when you run the program, this output should come directly. Second one, write a program to display multiplication tables from 1 to 10. So you should print first table, second table like that, then the table. Right? So try to do this one. Then in tomorrow's class, we'll go with a new topic, arrays. Tomorrow we will complete arrays. Day after tomorrow, we go with the major part of our Java object-oriented program. Right? So anyone having any questions before I close for today?
No, sir. We are
Raj, I have a doubt.
Yes, Raghava.
Can you explain the last program which you have given in the last assignment, like some of the n numbers?
Sum of 10 numbers or sum of assignment program or?
Assignment program, Raj.
Assignment program. That is sum of digits.
Yeah, sum of digits.
Find sum of digits of a given number. Right?
Yes,
Raj. Take the number as 1, 2, 3, 4. What I should do is I should add one digit here. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, which goes with the result 10 here. Clear with the task?
Yeah, Raj.
I should pull out one digit and add it here. That's a task here.
Yes, Raj.
So how to do that is your work now.
Okay, Raj.
Okay. So unable to get, don't worry. Keep on thinking. That's I'm giving time. Keep on thinking for at least 3 to 4 days. After that, once I start with object-oriented programming, no, So every day I'm going to discuss a solution of previous assignments. Okay.
Okay, Raj.
Every day I'll pull out 1 or 2 programs and I'll discuss the solutions also. Until
Okay.
that time, you try to work out from your end.
Okay, Raj.
Okay. So your thinking should improve. When you keep on thinking, you will get the solutions. Unable to
Okay.
get, don't worry. The thinking is important here.
Okay, Raj.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So thank you all and see you tomorrow with arrays. Thank you.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
So today let us start off with one more new topic, arrays. Hello, Sai Raghava. So today let us start off with arrays. So when we declare the variable like int n, how many values we can store in this n variable? Only one value, right? We can store only one value. Then, if you declare a variable like int n, we can store what? Only one value. Our requirement is to go with 10 values. Our requirement is what? To go with 10 values. Then we need to declare what? 10 variables here. Just a second. Hello, Gaganpreet.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Yeah, me fine, Gagan. Hello, Arsha.
Hello, Raj.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, we just started with arrays today. So when we declare the variable like int n, we can store only one value in this n variable. Our requirement is to go with 10 values, means we can declare 10 variables. But if our requirement is 1000 values, can we go with 1000 variables? Difficult. Our time goes only for typing variables and managing 1000 variables is difficult. That's a place where we go for arrays. So you can define an array is like an array is a collection of elements. An array is what? It's a collection of elements of similar data type. So what are the elements you are collecting? They should be of same type, of similar data types, stored in continuous memory locations. Stored in what? Continuous memory locations. So this continuous memory location I'll be elaborating in the diagram. Okay. How to declare this arrays? Declaration. How to declare arrays? The syntax is we have to go with the data type, then square bracket. Whenever we see square bracket, they are arrays. They are what? Arrays. Then you can go with the array name, or we can even say data type, array name, and square bracket after array name, or data type, square bracket before array name, square bracket before array name. So the square bracket can be anywhere. Either it can be after data type or after array name or before array name. If you use square bracket before data type, this will go with error. Except before data type, we can use square bracket anywhere. Okay. Like example, because you can say int array n, string names, double salaries, like this. Double salaries. So the square bracket can be anywhere. Now, if you write the code like this, int n of 5, what is going to happen? Anyone? So when you write the code like this, int n of 5, what is going to happen?
It will be able to store only 5 numbers. 5
So we
integers.
can store 5 values. Many people will go with this answer. In this array n, we can store 5 values. But if you see the syntax, anywhere did we mention the size here? No. So when you go with size, this will go with error in Java. This will go with what? Error in Java. The reason is, since Since in Java, arrays are reference data type. Since in Java, arrays are what type? Reference data type. Okay. So, and I've given one point in basics. What is that point? Memory allocation for reference data type. Memory allocation for reference data type is done during runtime. During runtime using new operator. Hope you remember this. So whenever we want to allocate memory for reference data type, we have to use which operator? During runtime using new operator. As in Java, arrays comes under what type? Reference type. Now let us see how to allocate memory. Memory allocation. How to allocate memory is, I can say n equal to. If already declared, I can say n equal to. If not declared, you can even declare here also int array n equal to. Use the keyword new and mention the type of data what you want to collect, and here we have to provide the size. By using new, then provide the data type in square brackets, we have to provide the size. Now in this array, we can store 5 values. Let me elaborate how the memory gets allocated. Now, so when you take an array like this, int array n equal to new int of 5. So in this 5 is size. Now, how it allocates memory is, it's going to allocate memory where we can store maximum 5 values. It's going to allocate memory space to store 5 values. And all these elements are connected to array n. Now, let us suppose the first element address is 100. I'm just assuming first element address is 100. Then what will be the address of next location? So what is the size of integer? How many bytes it's going to allocate for integer data type?
4.
4 bytes. Very good. It occupies 4 bytes. So what will be the address of next location? 104. So for each element, it's going to allocate 4 bytes. So for each element, it's going to allocate 4 bytes. Since array is of type integer, 4 byte difference here. If array is of type double, 8 byte difference. If array is of type short, 2 byte difference. Like that. Based on the data type, it's going to allocate the memory. That's the meaning of continuous memory locations. And these array elements are accessed by using indexes, and the index starts with 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, like this. Okay, so means if you write here n of 0 equal to 10, so what is going to happen? The value 10 will go and store into this n of 0 location. If you write n of 1 equal to 20, the value 20 will go and store into n of 1 location, like that. N of 2 equal to 30, n of 3 equal to 40, n of 4 equal to 50. So the values here will be 30, 40, 50. Right? Just a minute. So I'm back here. So the very important point here is we can access array elements using indexes, and the index starts with what? 0 here. This is the major important point here. So in this one, these are your elements, or you can say values, and this 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 we call them as indexes, and this we are assuming the address starts with 100. Right? So what are the points here? Array elements or access it using indexes and starts from 0. The index starts from 0. Then, here we are having one more concept, array initialization. Array initialization. Now, if we take a variable like n equal to 10, that means we are initializing n with what? 10 here. So when you are declaring, you are going with the value. That is the meaning of initialization. Now, how to initialize arrays is just we have to pass the values in between curly braces. We have to pass the values in between curly braces separated by comma. That's it. The values are separated by comma. This is the way to initialize arrays. Okay. We are having one more concept here called as length member. The use of length member is used to give the size of the array. Used to give what? The size of the array. Like example, in SOP, if you say size equal to n dot length. So based on our example, what is n dot length here? 5 here. Size equal to 5. So what is this n dot length is going to do? It's going to return the size of your array. What is that? N dot length will return this value. So while allocating memory, whatever the size we have given here, no, that value is going to return here. Got it, everyone? Any questions up to here? No. Now let us move to the next one. Let's go with the examples. Write a program to create an integer array of given size. We are going to accept the size during runtime of given size and display the elements of the array. Just creating and displaying. Let us go with the code. Array create dot Java. Right click on project AC. New class. Array create with main method. Now import scanner. Create object of scanner. Connect to keyboard. Now, first step, we have to accept the array size. So go with the message, enter array size. We'll say int size equal to s dot next int. After accepting the size, now allocate memory for array like this. Int array n equal to new int of the given size. So if you give array size as 5, it's going to allocate memory for 5 elements. If the size is 10, it's going to allocate memory for 10 elements. Then, now how to access array elements using indexes. So the index starts with what? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's a sequence. So we manage indexes using for loop here. So before that, go with the message, enter size values. So if the size is 5, how the message will be? Enter 5 values. If size is 10, the message will be enter 10 values. And how to access array elements using indexes. So we manage index using for loop like this. For int I equal to 0 because index starts with 0. I less than n dot length. Then I plus plus. And say here n of I equal to s dot next int. N of I equal to s dot next int. Okay, now let me explain this for loop. We have written here for int I equal to 0, I less than n dot length I plus plus, and we will say here n of I equal to s dot next. Now, so based on this example diagram, the value of n dot length here is what here 5. The size is 5 here. Now, initially I is what here 0. 0 less than 5 s. Then comes to the statement n of I means n of 0. So whatever the value we enter first, that value will come and store into n of 0 location. Then again I plus plus, I will become not 1. 1 less than 5 s. Comes to the statement n of I means n of 1 equal to s dot next int. The second value will come and store into n of 1 location. Again I plus plus 2. 2 less than 5 s. Again n of I means n of 2 second index. Like that, third index, fourth index. After 4, I plus plus 5. 5 less than 5, condition is false, comes out of loop. So this is the piece of code we write to store the values into array. Now, once we store the values into array, what is our task now? We want to display the elements back again. We want to display the elements back onto the screen. So how to display again? Same for loop. So go with the message. Given array elements, we'll say for I equal to 0, I less than n dot length, I plus plus. And here we'll display n of I. That's it. So to store the values into array also for loop only, to get the values from array also for loop. Now see run. It will ask for size, I'll say 5. Well, it will ask enter 5 values. Go with 5 values here, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So simply it's going to display the elements back to us. Now, whatever the for loop we are using here to display the array elements, this for loop we call it as traditional for, means older for. In Java, we are having one more for loop called as enhanced for loop. In Java, we are having one more for loop. What is that? Enhanced for loop. Even we call it as for each loop. And this one got added in Java 5 version. From which version this feature is present? Java 5 version. Then how to use enhanced for loop? Let us see. Given array elements. Given array elements using for each. So we have to use the same keyword for. The keyword is same for. Then what is the data type of array here? Integer. So we have to write here integer. Then if array is of type double, then we should write here double. If array is of type string, then we should write here string. So this data type is array data type. Whatever the data type you are writing should be array data type. If it is integer, we have to write integer here. Some variable name, space, some variable name, colon array name. That's it. Very small syntax. Data type of array, space, variable name, colon array name. You need not check for size like n dot length. You need not increment index. These all things are not required here. Then what is going to happen? It's going to pull out one element from array n and stores into x variable. Just we have to print the value of x here. Run the code. It will ask for size, we'll say 6. Go with 6 values, any 6 values you can enter. So it's going to print 2 times. First one with the traditional for, second one with enhanced for. Got it everyone? Any questions? Right. Now let us go with one more example code. Write a program to find the sum of given 10 numbers. Write a program to find the sum of given array elements. So if you take an array, we want to find the sum of it. array sum dot Java. So the meaning is, what are the elements you are giving over here? We want to add these elements. So what is the logic of sum? I said, whenever you are asked to find sum, take a variable sum as 0, and what are the value present, that is n of I. In this case, take that n of I, add it to sum, put the result back again into sum here. Put the result back again into sum. This is the logic of sum program here. Let us write this code. Right click on project and say new class array sum with main method. Import java.util.scanner. Create object of scanner class. Connect to keyboard. Okay. Now allocate memory for array. I'm directly going with the size as 5. Now take a variable sum as 0. Now accept the values into array. So go with the message. Enter 5 values. Sort access array elements using for loop. For int I equal to 0, I less than n dot length, I plus plus. And we'll say n of I equal to s dot next. Now, after accepting the value into n of I, so what's the formula? Take that n of I value, add it to sum, put the result back again into sum here. Okay. Once the for loop is completed, print the value of sum. Okay. Now, if you observe this code, can you see any compile time errors? Can you see any errors in this program?
Yes.
Is right. So line number 10 under variable I, we are getting error. So why we are getting error here?
We did not put an open braces for so it will only execute the first line.
Right. There are no curly braces. So if you are not using curly brace, it is going to consider what? Only one statement. If no curly brace, only one statement. So that means only this is your for loop. Only this is your for loop. So this line sum equal to sum plus n of I does not belong to for loop. And where we have declared I variable? Inside for loop. How to know declaration? Data type variable. So we have declared I variable inside for loop, means I can use this I variable only within for loop. That's the reason we are getting error over here, because it's unable to identify what is this variable I. So the solution for this problem is, once we accept the value into n of I, immediately we should add it to sum. So sum equal to sum plus n of I also should be a part of for loop here. Should be a part of what? For loop here. How to make it a part? By using curly braces. Run the code. If you go with the values like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, the sum of these values is 150. Let us go with one more example. Write a program to search for an element in the given array. What is the array we take? For that, we want to search. We want to search for the element here. Let me explain this with the diagram. If you take an array, with values, five, 8, 6, 4, 7, and the indexes are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And all these elements are connected to array n here. Now, in this array, we want to check whether there is an element 6 or not. So in this array, do you have an element 6? this array do you have an element 6? Yes, right? 6 is present in the array. So we have to go with the message found. Element is found. In this array, do you have an element 9? No. So we have to go with what message? Not found. That's the task here. So how to do this task is, whatever the element you want to search, let us store in a variable key. The element whichever we want to search will store in a variable key. So key equal to what here? 6. Now initially we consider whatever the element you want to search is not present in the array. We initially consider not present. So we take one boolean variable. And we'll say is found as false initially. False means the element is not present in the array. Now the logic is we have to compare this key value with each and every element of array. So to compare, go with for loop. For int I equal to 0, I less than n dot len I plus plus. Start comparing. If the value of key equal to n of I, if the value of key is present in our array. So in our example, what's the value of key here? 6. Then first initial value of is found is false, comes here. I equal to 0, 0 less than 5, yes. Comes to the if condition, 6 equal to n of 0, 6 equal to n of 0 here, no. Then control will go to I plus plus. I will become now 1. 1 less than 5, yes. Comes here. 6 equal to n of 1, no. Again I plus plus 2. 2 less than 5, yes. Comes to if condition. 6 equal to n of 2, yes. 6 equal to 6, yes. Then that means the element is present in the array. Then we'll say immediately is found as true here. We'll make is found as what here? True. Then once the element is present in the array, I don't want to compare with the remaining values. So we'll say break here. To come out of loop, we'll use break. Now, once we come out of loop, we'll check if the value of is found has become true. If the value of is found has become true, means the element is present. So we'll go with the message found. Now, if you take the element as 9 to search, so the element which I want to search is 9 now. Initial value of is found is false, comes here. I equal to 0, 0 less than 5, yes. Comes to if condition. 9 equal to n of 0, no. Again I plus plus. 9 equal to n of 1, no. N of 2, no. N of 3, no. N of 4, no. After 4, I plus plus 5, 5 less than 5 false, comes out of loop. Once we come out of loop, what is the value of is found? As it is false, no change. Then that means this condition is false. Then it will come to else part and we'll go with message not found. What we are doing, just we are comparing the element which you want to search with each and every element of array. For that we are using for loop here. If the element is present, we make is found as true. If the element is not present, the value of is found remains as it is false here. Let us write the code. Array search dot Java. Icon project and C, new class, array search with main method. Import scanner. Create object of scanner. Now allocate memory for array. Int array n equal to new int of 5. Now accept the values into array. Enter 5 values. We'll say for int I equal to 0, I less than n dot len I plus plus. And we'll say n of I equal to s dot next. So this is going to create the array for us. So the array is ready with values. Now ask for the element which you want to search. So go with the message. Enter value to search. So we'll store that into key variable. Int key equal to s dot next. Now what we should do? We have to compare this key value with each and every element of array. So before we compare, we initially consider the element is not present in array. So to make it boolean is found as false initially. Now we compare key with each and every element of array, like this. For int I equal to 0, I less than n dot length, I plus plus, and start comparing. If the value of key equal to n of I, if the value of key equal to n of I means if the element is present in array, immediately will make is found as true here. Immediately will make is found as true, and we don't want to continue with the remaining part of loop, so we'll come out of loop using break. Now once we come out of loop, check here. If is found has become true, means the element is present, so we'll go with the message found. Else, if the element is not present, the value of is found remains as it is false, we'll go with the message not found. That's it. Now let us run this code. It will ask for 5 values. We'll say 5, 8, 6, 4, 7. The element which I want to search is 6. It will say found. If we run the code again, if you go with the values 5, 8, 6, 4, 7, the element which I want to search is 9. It will say not found. Clear everyone? Any questions? Now, let us convert this same program using methods now. Using what methods? What are the logic we have done? This we want to keep it inside a method. So let us go with the method here, search. To this search method, what we pass? The array and the element which you want to search. To this search method, what we are going to pass? The array and the element which you want to search. Then just to take this logic, this is our logic. Just to take this logic and put over here. Put over here. Then now what we should written? We should written what? Is found. Variable. We should written is found. If this key is present in the array, the value of is found will become true. Then what you are going to return? True. If the key is not present in the array, the value of is found remains false. It's going to return what here? False. Then what is the return type of search method now? What is the return type of search method? Very good. Boolean. The return type of search method is Boolean. Now call the method here. In if condition, you call the method. If is search. To the search method, what you are passing? Array and the element which you want to search. So we are calling search method. We are calling search method. To the search method, you are passing the array, what you have created, and the element which you want to search. Then this method is going to return true if the element is present in array. If it is returning true, we'll go with what message found. If the element is not present in array, what it's going to return? False. So if it is returning false, we'll come to else part and say not found. That's it. So we have written the code in the form of methods now. Now, one more point yesterday I mentioned. Since main is static, if you call any other method directly in a static method, this also should be what? Static. Because a static method can access only static. Now see, there is no error. Now, we can even reduce the code. When we go with methods, we can even reduce the code. So we don't require this Boolean variable. So if the element is present in array, what we should return? True. Right? Simply directly say here, return true. That's it. You need not use break also. So when you say return, that means it's coming out of method. Break will come out of what? Loops, and return will come out of methods. That's the difference. Then, once we come out of for loop, if you are not returning true, means the element is not present in array, then what we are going to return here? False. That's it. We can even reduce the code when we go with methods. Run the program. It will go with ask for 5 values, 5, 8, 6, 4, 7. And if I want to search for 6, it will say found. If we run the code again, if we take some values, so from this I want to search 33, some 34, it will say not found. Right? So any questions anyone up to here? Right. So that's about arrays, very simple. And just remember, mentioning size is important. One small note: if you take an array and if you are directly giving the size while declaration, goes with error. And if you take an array and you are using new operator but not giving size, after giving new operator again, if you are not giving size, this is also error here. This also goes with error. Right? Let me go with the assignment. Write a program to find biggest, second biggest, smallest, and second smallest from the given array. Meaning, if you take an array with values 5, 8, 6, 4, 7, then how the output should be? Big equal to 8, second big equal to 7, small equal to 4, second small equal to 5. This should be the output of this code based on these example values. Got it? Yeah. So what is the drawback of arrays? The drawback of arrays are what here? Size. The drawback of arrays is size. We have to compulsory mention the size, how many elements you want to collect. We have to compulsory mention the size. So if I mention the size as 5, that means we can collect maximum 5 elements only. We cannot decrease or increase. This is the main drawback. Means arrays are fixed size. But in reality, we cannot go for fixed sizes. Then what we use to collect unlimited data? Variable size. We make use of collections concept. So collections are very important for us. Any project we take, we make use of collections more rather than arrays. Okay. So just to practice an arrays one time, that's enough for us, because we use very less of arrays in our projects. We make use of what more? Collections. Those are very important for us. Right? So that's about arrays. So anyone having any questions from previous assignments? Any doubts?
Can we go over the discount calculator program?
Which one? Discount program?
Yeah.
Okay, let me discuss that. I'll discuss the discount program today. So hope you remember the program, right? Let me write the code directly. So I click on project in new class discount with main method. Now import scanner. Then create object of scanner. Connect the keyboard. Then now accept the data, like we'll go with the enter item number. We'll say int item number equal to h dot next. Enter item name. We'll say string item name equal to h dot next. Enter rate and quantity. We'll say double rate equal to s dot next double, int quantity equal to s dot next. Then we'll find the price here. Double price equal to rate into quantity. Clear up here, dear?
Yes.
Right? So up here, no problem. Now we have to calculate the discount. So what is the statement I have given? If the price value, what you get, whatever the price value we got here, if it is between 1000 and 2000, means how to write that condition? If the value of price greater than or equal to 1000, and how to join conditions? And Again, we should say price here once again. Price less than 2000. 2000 is not included here. That's the reason we said less than 2000. If price is greater than or equal to 1000 and even less than 2000, then what is a discount? 10%. What is a discount here? 10% on price. Then how to write that? Discount equal to 10% means 10 by 100. What is 10 by 100? 0.10 into price. Okay. Now we are using a variable discount. Declare it. Declare the variable discount. Right? Now, so if price is greater than or equal to 1000 and less than 2000, discount is what? 10%. Then else, if, again check the condition, else if price greater than or equal to 2000 and price less than 3000 plus less than 3000, then discount is 15%. How to write? Discount equal to 0.15 into price. Then else, again check here, if price greater than or equal to 3000 and price less than 5000, then discount is 20%. Outright 0.20 into price. Then else means if all conditions are false, we'll go with what is the maximum discount? 25%, 0.25 into price. That's it. That completes our calculation of discount here. Clear, all of you?
Yes, thank you.
Right? Yeah. Still the program is there. Some mistakes have done. Let us discuss that. Now, next thing we have to go with net price. Double net price equal to price minus discount, right? Price minus discount will give the net price. Okay. Now display all the values. Item number, the value of item number, item name, the value of item name, price, the value of price, discount, the value of discount, then net price, the value of net price. That's it. We are just displaying the values. Now let me run the code here. Item number 111, item name mouse, item rate 300, quantity 3. Then what is the price? What is the price? 900, right? What is the price here? 900. So when it is 900, what is the discount we should get here? What should be the discount for 900?
No discount?
No discount, right? 900 means less than 1000 means no discount. But see the output of our program. So are you getting any discount here?
Yes, there's a discount.
So we are getting discount, but according to the requirement, we should get 0 discount. But based on our program, we are getting 225 as discount. So this type of errors, this is an error also. This type of errors we call logical errors. Means whatever the output you are expecting, we are not getting. Such type of errors we call logical errors. So these errors should be taken care by programmer only. So why we are getting error here? See here, this one. Because of this. Because if all conditions are false, so if all conditions are false means if it is less than 1000 also, it will come to else part. If it is less than 1000 also, it will come to else part. That's the reason we are getting discount here. So we should not simply directly use else over here. Again, we have to check else if price greater than or equal to 5000, then only we have to give discount as 25%. So this we should add here. Okay. Then now see we are getting compile time error render discount variable, because if price is less than 1000, what discount it has to take care? If all my conditions are false here, what value of discount it has to take? So we did not give any value to this local variable. So when you go with any local variable, and if you are not having any value to local variable, and if I'm trying to use it, goes with what? Error. That's the reason we have to initialize the local variable. We have to initialize what? Local variable. Now see, when you run, we get the correct output. Item number 111, item name mouse, rate 300, quantity 3. Now see, we are getting discount as 0 here. Now, if you run the code again, 111, keyboard, rate 500, quantity 5 means we get 15% discount. 2500 means 15% discount, that is 375. The net price is 2125. Clear everyone? Clear the discount program?
Yes, it's clear. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Then next class tomorrow we'll start off with the new topic, object-oriented programming. Very, very important one. Okay, don't miss any single class of object-oriented. Right. Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raj.
Thank you. This conference will now be recorded.
So today let us start off with one more new topic and very, very important one, Java OOP. OOP stands for Object Oriented Programming. OOP stands for what? Object Oriented Programming. So in this Object Oriented Programming, so we'll be learning the concepts like the meaning of class and how to create objects, how to access members of class using object, constructors, static keyword, packages, inheritance, polymorphism. Like that, we'll be learning so many topics here. This will take around 5 to 6 classes for us. Now, today, let us start off with the first definition, class. The meaning of class is like a class is a collection of data members and methods. What is a class? How the class looks? It's a collection of what? Data members and methods. Like example, if you take a class employee, where we go with the data members, like for employee, we go with int, employee number, string, employee name, then double employee salary. These are the data members, means variables. Then we go with the methods, like void set employee details. Whenever we end with parentheses, they are what? Methods here. We go with open and close curly brace and we write some code inside the method. Similar way, we can go with the methods here like void display employee details. Where we write some code inside the method. Hello, Gaganpreet.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, Gagan. Today we just started with object-oriented programming using Java. OOP means object-oriented programming, very, very important one. So here we started with a definition called as class. What is a class is? It's a collection of data members and methods. Like example, how to create a class in Java is we use a keyword class and we go with the name of the class and we go with some data members like employee number, name and salary, and some methods, the operations like void set employee details and void display employee details. Now, once we create the class, outside of the class, if you access the members like this, employee number equal to 111, this will go with error. So we cannot access these members outside of the class directly. When you access, it goes with what? Error. Then how to access the members is by using object. By using what here? Object. So how to define an object is like an instance of a class. An instance of a class is called as object. And instance of a class is what? Object here. So the meaning of instance is like variable, memory space, which occupies some memory space. Then how to create objects is creating objects. How to create objects is the syntax of creating object is we go with the class name, object name equal to new class name and end with parenthesis here. Like example, what is a class we have created above? Employee. Employee equal to new employee. In this, A is an object of class employee. Is what? It's an object of class here, employee. Now by using this object only we can access. So this is a major point here. The members of the class. So when you say the members, it can be your data members. It can be your data members or methods. The members of the class are accessed. The members of class are accessed using objects with a dot operator. This is the major point for today. So by using object with the dot operator, now we can give value to employee number. So here we have created the class employee, right? So in this class employee, what are the data members? Employee number, name and salary. And these two are the methods. Set employee details and display employee details. So if I want to access these members, what we have to create here? Object. So how to create object? Class name, object name equal to new class name. Now by using object with the dot operator, we can access the members now like this. E dot employee name equal to some name. E dot set employee details like this. Okay. So whenever we want to access the members of class, what we have to create? Object. Using object with the dot operator, we can access the members. This is the main point here. Now, very important point. When you create object of a class, when you create an object of a class, don't assume that it will automatically go to the methods and executes the code in methods. Don't assume in that way. When you call the method explicitly like this by using object, when you call the method set employee details, then only it will go to the method. The code in the method will get executed. That point you remember. Now, let us understand all these parts using a program. Employee test.java. Open Eclipse. Right click on project and zip. New class. Go with the name of the class as employee test. With main method. In this one, let us create a class employee. Let us create a class employee with the data members like int employee number, string employee name, double employee salary. Then let us go with the methods like void set employee details. When we end with parentheses, they are methods. Then here we'll give employee number equal to the value of employee number, employee name equal to some name. So since name is of type string, the value should go in double quotes. Then employee salary, some salary. Now let's go with void display employee details. Display employee details. Here we'll display the value of data members like employee number equal to the value of employee number, employee name equal to the value of employee name, then employee salary equal to the value of employee salary. So this is the way we are creating class with the three data members and two methods. Now once we create the class, in order to run the program, which method is required inside the class? To run the program, which method is required inside the class? Main method, right? We require main method. So can we write this main method in class employee? No problem at all. See here, we can write main method in class employee also, because Java supports multiple main methods. Multiple classes can have main methods. No problem in Java. But writing main method in class employee is not suggested. I'm not saying that we should not write. Writing main method in class employee is not suggested. The reason is the class in which you manage some data. You are managing some employee data here. The class in which you manage some data, try to avoid writing the main method in that class. Try to avoid. So in reality, what we do, we just create the classes and we create one test class, and in that we go with the main method. So why we do like this is, in your project, if you are creating hundreds of classes, in all 100 classes, if you go with main method, then how to identify which is the entry class? It creates ambiguity between the developers that which is the entry class. That's a problem here. That's a confusion it creates. That's only the thing. For that reason only, we say the classes in which you manage some data, the class in which you do some business logic, in that classes, try to avoid writing the main method. So in reality, what we do, we create one test class or main class. In that we go with main method. Here we create objects of other class. That is the best programming practice we follow. So whatever the words I said, it's only good practice, not the rules. Okay. Now coming to employee test in main method. So when you run the program, it comes to employee test main method. Here we create object of employee class, employee E1 equal to new employee. Then by using E1 object, if you call the method display employee details. So when you call the method E1.display employee details, then what values it's going to display for number, name and salary? Can anyone answer this question? What is the value it's going to display for number, name and salary?
Default values of employee number 111 Raj 8000.
But did you call set method here? In the program, did you call set method?
No.
So just now I mentioned the point. Until you call the method, the code in the method will get executed.
No,
right? So that is not the answer. So employee number 111, employee name Raj, it is wrong answer. Then what values it's going to take? Because we did not call set method here at all. Then it won't take 111. Then what value it's going to print for number, name and salary? So basics I've discussed. I've given one table also. Default values. What it's going to do, it's going to display what? Default values. So default values concept is important here. If you are not giving any value to the data member, what value it's going to take? Default values. So since employee number is of type integer, so what is the default value for integer? 0. Default value for string? Null. Default value for double? 0.0. So let me elaborate this. Very, very important. This is the main thing of today's class. So what is the point here is, whenever we create an object of a class, whenever you create an object of a class, a new object of a class, it's going to allocate new memory. Understand the word new. It's going to allocate new memory for all the data members of your class. It's going to allocate new memory for all data members of the class, and that memory is referred with object name like this: E1 dot employee number, E1 dot employee name, and E1 dot employee salary. Once it allocates new memory for all data members of the class, the value present in this memory will be default values for employee number 0, employee name string, reference type null, employee salary double 0.0. Okay, so this is the main point of today's class. So what is the point? That's the reason when you call E1 dot display employee details, what value it's printing? 0 null 0.0. right? Let me document this point. When a new object is created for a class, then it allocates new memory. This new word is important. New memory for all data members of the class, and the values in data members are default values. The values in data members are what? Default values. Let me recap default values again. Let me write default values for your reference again. For byte, short, int, long, for all integral types, the default value is 0. And for float, for floating types, the default value is 0.0. For character, it is a single space. For boolean, it is false. And for reference type, like string, the default value is null. Right? Clear this point, everyone? Any questions? Right? Now, let us go back to the program. Once you create object of the class, now let us call the method e1.setEmployeeDetails. Now we are calling the method. So when you call e1.setEmployeeDetails, now it will go to the method. Now the value of employee number will be 111, name Raj, and salary 8000. Now see, let us run this code. Now see, you'll get your output like 111 Raj and 8000. Now, until you call the method, the code in the method will not get executed. That point we should remember. Now, let us create one more object of your class. We are creating one more object, employee E2 equal to new employee. Now, let us call the method e2.displayEmployeeDetails. Now, when you call e2.displayEmployeeDetails, then what values it's going to print for number, name, and salary? Can anyone answer this? When you call e2.displayEmployeeDetails, what values it's going to print for number, name, and salary?
The default values. So
Very good. Yeah. It will go with simple default values once again. Just a new object, new memory, default values. That's a simple point to remember here. So again, it goes with what here? Default values. This is the major thing. Now, let us call the method e2.setEmployeeDetails. Now, when you call e2.setEmployeeDetails, then see, it's going with your values. Now, if you observe here, object means a real-time entity, a real employee. Object means a real employee. Now, in this one, for both the employees, see, this is one employee, this is one employee. For both the employees, is the data same? Yes. Including employee number also, the data is same. So in reality, is it the correct way of going with the code? Can we have same employee number for multiple employee numbers? Sorry, employees here? No. But in our program, what is happening? How many employee objects you create? When you call set method, it is giving same data to all employees, which is not good coding here. Why it is going with same data is, when you are directly assigning the values to the data members, we call this one as hard-coded data. We call it as what? Hard-coded data. Okay. So when you are directly assigning the values to the data members inside your class, we call it as hard-coded data. Try to avoid hard coding. How to avoid hard coding is, when you call this set method, we have to send the data to this set method in the form of arguments here like this. So for employee number 111, for employee name Raj, and salary 8000. Similar way, when you call e2.set method, password data for e2 object. Password data for your e2 object. Now, when you are sending these arguments, there should be some variable to hold your data. So here we go with arguments, int envo, string ename, and double salary. See, now what is going to happen now? This 111 will go and store into envo variable. This Raj will go and store into ename variable. and 8,000 will go and store into salary variable. Similar way, when you call e2.set method also. Now what we should do? Replace this 111 with ENO. Replace Raj with ename. Now it is no more called hard coded now. And replace 8,000 with salary. That's it. Now see, when you run, we get different data for your objects here. So when you are, how to avoid hard coding means, whenever you call the method using object, we have to send the data to the method in the form of arguments to avoid hard coding. Got it, everyone? Any questions? Right? Now, one more last point in this program. What are the names we have taken for our data members? What are the names we have taken for our data members? We want to use the same names for our arguments also, like this. Employee number, then here employee name, and employee salary. We want to go with the same names. Then here what we should replace? Employee number equal to employee number, employee name equal to employee name, employee salary equal to employee salary. Now see the output here. We get same default values. The problem here is, whatever the value you are sending to this employee number, understand carefully, whatever the value you are sending this 111 to employee number, it's going to allocate memory space for this employee number. It's like local variable. Arguments are also like local variables. So the value here is 111. So when you send here, 111 goes here. Now when you are assigning, this value will come and store here. Again, you are saying employee number equal to employee number. So this value will come and store into employee number. Which employee number? The value will come and store in its own memory only. The values are not going to the data members at all. Whatever the value you are passing to the argument, it's coming and storing into its own memory. It's not going to the data members. Then when the data member names and argument names are same, then how to differentiate data members is, we have to make use of a keyword this. We have to make use of what keyword this. This dot employee number, this dot employee name, this dot employee salary. So the meaning of this is current object. The meaning of this is what? Current object means when E1 is calling set method, this will be replaced with E1. When E2 is calling set method, this will be replaced with E2. So this means current object. So when to think of this keyword? When the data member names and argument names are same, to differentiate we use this keyword. Okay. Now when you run, so we are getting say different data here, right? So let us go with this one, this reference. This refers to the current object. This refers to the current object. This reference is generally used to differentiate data members of a class and arguments of a method when the names are same. So when the names are different, then only we think of, when the names are same, then only we think of this keyword, else not required. Okay. So don't worry too much on this. Automatically we'll only say in the next example when to use this keyword. Any questions up to here? First example program. Any questions? Now, let me ask the question once again. Whenever we create an object of a class, what values are given to the data members?
The default values.
Very good. We have to just say default values. Now understand carefully. Whenever we create an object of a class, it is going with the default values. but we don't want to go with the default values. We want to go with our own values now. When I create object only, we want to go with our own values. But in this program, you are going with your own values when you call set method. When you call set method only, you are going with your own values. But the objective now is when I create object only, I want to go with our own values. Then that is a place where we go with the concept of what? Constructors. That's a place where we go with constructors. Let me explain this. If you take a class sample, with the two data members I and j. Now, outside of the class, if you create object of the class, now if you print the value of I and j using object, then the output will be what here? 0, 0. So it goes, if you are not giving any value, it goes with the default value. But the object now is when I create object, we want to make I value as 10, j value as 20. How to do that one is inside the class. Inside the class, we have to create a method. Inside the class, we have to create a method whose name is same as the class name. Inside the class, we have to create a method whose name is same as class name. Here we will write the code I equal to 10, j equal to 20. And this method, what you are creating inside the class, this method only we call constructor. This method we call it as what? Constructor. Okay, so here you are creating object using constructors. In Java, objects are created using constructor. So it will go to this constructor. The value of ij will become now 10, 20 now. So what is a constructor? How to define? How to define a constructor? It's a method whose name is same as class name. And in Java, we create objects using constructor. So how to define a constructor is very important. A constructor is a special method. Just you can even say method. It's a method whose name is same as the class name, which is used to initialize the object. What is the meaning of initialize the object? Giving values to the data members, which is used to initialize the object and does not return anything, not even void. And does not return anything, not even void means before constructor we should not use any written type here. If I go with a method whose name is same as class name, but if you go with the written type like void, then this is not a constructor. This is what? Not a constructor. An ordinary method. An ordinary method. Okay. Then, in Java, objects are created using constructors. In Java, objects are created what? Using constructors. Now, let us understand this with the program. Constructor demo1.java. Right click on project NC, new class, constructor demo1. Now, here we are creating a class sample with the two data members I and j. Now to give the value to the data members, we are creating constructor here sample where it takes two arguments int I, int j. Constructor also can go with arguments. So this method only we call constructor here. Now in this, if you observe, is the data member names and argument names are same? Yes. Then how to differentiate using which keyword?
This.
Very good. This keyword. That's it. This dot I equal to I. This dot j equal to j. That's it. Now let us go with the method display. So whenever we call the method display, we'll print the value of ij. I equal to the value of I, then space, j equal to the value of j. Now coming to main method, create object of sample class. To the constructor you will pass 10, 20. So what is going to happen now? This 1020 will go and store into these arguments which are given to the data members. Now when you call the method s.display, the output will be I equal to 10, j equal to 20. That's it. A basic example. So you'll be making use of constructors only more while writing the codes. Okay. Now we are having some important points on constructors. If a class does not contain a constructor, Java creates a default constructor. If a class does not contain a constructor, Java creates what? A default constructor. The meaning of default constructor is no argument constructor. The meaning of default constructor is no argument constructor. Let me explain this. If you take a class sample and if you are not creating any constructor inside this, Java is going to create a constructor like this, no argument constructor. This only we call default constructor. Added implicitly, we need not do anything. This piece of method will get added automatically for us. Added implicitly. Let me prove these words. To prove these words, let me open command prompt. To prove these words, let us open command prompt. Now here we are going with a program sample.java. Now see here in sample we are having sample class. In sample class did we write any code? No. Simply empty class. No methods here. Now let us compile this. Java C sample.java. When you compile, it's going to create a doc class file, sample.class file. Now we want to see the profile of your doc class file. Profile means what data members your class contains and what methods your class contains. How to see that one is like this. Java P. Java P means Java profile sample. Now observe here. A method will get included automatically in your class. Here. A method got included here. See. If you observe here, there is no code inside the sample, but after compiling, when you see the profile, a method got included, and this method only we call default constructor. So when default constructor is added, if a class does not contain any constructor, then your default constructor will get created. Now, let us understand these words using the program. Constructor demo2.java. Right click on project and say new class constructor demo2 with main method. Now let us take a class item with the two data members, item number, string item name. To give the value to these data members, let us create a constructor item which takes argument item number, item name. Now, since the data member names and argument names are same, we differentiate using this keyword. This dot item number equal to item number. This dot item name equal to item name. Now, let us go with the method display, where we display the value of data members like this. Item number equal to the value of item number. Item name equal to the value of item name. Similar to previous program only. Now, coming to main method, we create object of item class. And to the constructor we'll pass 111 as item number and monitor as item name. So what's going to happen? This 111 will go and store into item number, which is assigned to item number. Monitor will go and store into item name, which is assigned to item name. Now call the method item1.display. Now see the output. We get item number as 111, item name as monitor, same like previous program. Now let us create one more object of a class. Item2 equal to new item. we are creating one more object of the class. And if you call item2.display, then what is the output of this program? What is the output? Observe, we are getting error, right? We are getting what? Error in line number 20. In line number 20, we are getting error. Because does your class contains a constructor here? In your class, do you have a constructor? Yes, we are having a constructor. So when a class contains constructor, will Java create default constructor? No, that's the point I've given. If a class does not contain a constructor only, Java creates default constructor. But already there is a constructor over here. So when there is a constructor here, will Java create default constructor? No, no. But you are creating object referring to default constructor. Since this constructor is not present in your class, when you call a method, if the method is not present, what it is? Error. So that's the reason it is suggested that when a class contains parameterized constructor, it is the responsibility of the programmer to create default constructor. It is the responsibility of the programmer to create default constructor. See, now there is no error now. See, now when you run, we get the default values here. So what is the point? Next point here. If a class contains parameterized constructor, then it is the responsibility of the programmer to create default constructor in the class. So programmer responsibility. I'll make this point much more clear to you. Why we should do like this? I'll make this point much more clear to you when we come to the topic inheritance. Okay. So practice these all things properly today. Okay. Then try to work out with the assignment. If you do the assignment, then you will be totally good with object oriented. You'll be totally good with that. Compulsory you should do this and submit. Then only I can guide you properly. So I'll be sharing this document to you. Let me open. So in this object-oriented assignment, we are having totally 10 questions here. Totally, we are having 10 questions. So for today, you can complete up to 5 questions. Try to complete up to 5 questions. Okay. So for today's class, you can do question 1 to question 5. Okay. So nothing rule that you should do all the questions. Try to complete at least 2 questions by Monday. By Monday, try to complete 2 questions. Okay. But based on the topic what we discussed, we can complete up to 5 questions. Right? Then in the next class, we'll be going with the next topic of object-oriented, where we discuss static keyword and packages. Both the topics will complete in next class. Right? Yeah. And from next class onwards, whatever the assignments I've given previously in Java Basics, that I'm going to discuss the solutions also from the next class onwards. Right? Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raj.
This conference will now be recorded.
So in the last class, we started with object-oriented programming, right? And we have seen about the meaning of class and how to create objects and how to access the members of class. A small question. Whenever we create new objects for a class, what values are given to the data members?
The default values.
Very good. It goes with the default values, right? Now, what is a constructor? How will you define a constructor?
So
It is a special method whose name is same as the class name,
Right.
and it's used to initialize the object.
Very good. Okay, it's a method whose name is same as class name, used to initialize the object, and does not return anything, not even byte, should not have any return type. Okay. Then today the objective is we'll be discussing two topics. One is static keyword and one more packages. And after that, the remaining time we'll utilize for discussing the previous assignments. So I've given in basics now that we'll discuss from today. Now let us go with static keyword. Static keyword can be used for data members, methods, and inner classes. So the meaning of inner class is a class within a class. A class within a class is inner class. We'll discuss more on this later. The static keyword cannot be used for top level class. The meaning of top level class is outer class. The meaning of top level class is what? Outer class. So what are the classes we have seen up to now? They are all outer classes. Like example, if it says static class, my class goes with what? Error. We cannot use static keyword for a class. For inner class we can use. Then, static keyword cannot be used for a local variable. So how to identify local variables? Declared within a method. Declared within a method are local variables. Like example, if you take a class, my class, and if we use a method like xxx, inside the method, if we declare any variable, we call them as local variable. So this is local variable. So if you make this local variable as static, then what will happen? Goes with error. Goes with what? Error. And the message is local variable n cannot be static. Then, now, what is the use of static keyword? Let us understand. What is the need of going for static keyword? The use is static members are accessible directly. Static members are accessible directly with the class name without creating objects. Static members are accessible what? Directly with the class name without creating objects. So up to now we discussed that whenever we create class, the members of class are accessed using object. But if you make it static, we can even access with class name. Object creation is not required. And this point does not mean that objects cannot access static. So even objects also can access static. Objects can also access static members. Right there. Now, one more syntax rule. A static method can access only other static members directly. A static method can access what? Only other static members directly. We'll discuss this point in the program here. Then, and even I've given this point in the last classes also. One more last point. This is the major thing. A static variable acts as a global variable. A static variable acts as a global variable within class. Within class means static variable memory is accessed by all objects of the class. All objects of the class can access this static variable memory. Let us understand this with the program. Static demo. Yeah, just 2 minutes. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm back here. Sorry to make you wait. Now, let us go with the program. Right click on project and say new class, static demo with main method. Now, let us create a class, my class, with a data member M. Now, if I want to access this M outside of my class, do we need to create object of my class? Yes, right? We have to create object. And what is the definition of an object? I said last class, an instance of a class. An instance of a class is object. So this type of variables, we call it as instance or non-static variable. Non-static or instance means both the same. Now, if you take a variable static int n, so I've given the point when you make a member as static, we can access with class name also. Object creation is not required. So we call this type of variable as class or static variable. Class or static variable. Now, let us take a method xxx. This we call instance. If there is no static keyword means instance. Instance or non-static method. And in this method, we'll say m equal to 10 and n equal to 20. So when you call the method, we'll just assign the value of m and n as 10, 20. Now, if you take a static method, we call this method as static or class or static method. Now, when you call y, if you say m equal to 30 and n equal to 40, if you observe, see under line number 12, under m variable, we are getting error. We are getting error because what is the point I've given? A static method can access only other static. So since y is static, we can access only static. If you try to access non-static, goes with what? Error. And the message is non-static variable m cannot be accessed from static context. So this will go with error. Now, if you take a method display, when you call display method, we will just print the value of m and n. M equal to the value of m in space, n equal to the value of n. Now, coming to main method, we create object of my class, mc1 equal to new my class, and we'll call the method mc1.xxx. So when you call the method mc1.xxx, the value of m and n will become 10, 20. Now, if you call the method mc1.display, the output will be m equal to 10, n equal to 20, no confusions. Now, if you create one more object of your class, my class mc2 equal to new my class. Now, if you call the method mc2.display, then what is the value of m and n? Can anyone guess this answer? What will be the value of m and n will be?
10 and 20?
No. 10, 20 are given to mc1 object. And what about mc2? Some people will answer it as default values because we did not give value to mc2 object. So we think that default values. But let us understand what will be the output of this. This is the main thing to discuss. Understand here the flow of execution. Whenever we create an object of a class for the first time, understand carefully. Whenever we create an object of a class for the first time, the class will get loaded into the memory first. The class will get loaded into the memory. When class gets loaded into the memory, the first step, it's going to allocate memory for static variables first. It's going to allocate memory for what? Static variables first, referred with the class name. The static variable memory is are referred with class name and the initial value will be 0. After that only MC1 object will be created. Then when it creates object, it's going to allocate memory for instance variables. When object is created, it's going to allocate memory for instance variables referred with the object name and initial value will be 0. So I'm repeating once again. Whenever we create an object of a class for the first time, the class will get loaded into the memory first. Then it's going to allocate memory for static variables first, referred with class name. And after that only, it's going to create object and allocates memory for instance variables and referred with object name. And initial values will be same default values. Now, when you call the method mc1.xxx, it will go to xxx method. Then the value of m will become for MC1 object, the value of m will become 10 and n will be 20 here. Now, when you call the method mc1.display, the output is 1020, no issues. Now, when you create my class object MC2, one more object, since already the class is loaded, this memory will not get allocated once again. So for static variables, only one time memory allocation. Okay, so it's not going to allocate memory for any variable, static variable. It's going to allocate memory for only instance variables referred with object name. MC2.m initial value is 0. Right? Now you say the answer. What is the output now? MC2.display for MC2m is 0, right? For MC2m is 0, but what about n? 20 common value. What about n? 20 means this memory, static variable memory, can be used by your MC1 object and it can be even used by MC2 object. Common memory. There will be only one memory for static variable and this memory is used by all objects of your class. That is the last point here. What is the last point saying? A static variable acts as a global variable within class, means all objects of the class. All objects of the class can access this static variable memory. Right? So the output will be what here? 0, 20. And will be common for all objects. Clear all of you? Any questions? Please recap it one more time. Right? Now let us call the method mc2.yy. When you call the method mc2.yy, n will become what now? 40. The value of n is 40. Now if you call the method mc1.display, for mc1 m is what? 10. But what about n now? 40. It has become now 40. mc2.display, for mc2 m is 0. But what about n? 40. So n will remain common for all objects. That's the meaning of static. Now if we write the code, my class dot n is 50. So since n is static, we can access with class name also. Now the value of n will become 50. Now if you call the method mc1.display, for mc1 m is 10, but what about n? 50. mc2.display, for mc2 m is 0, but n is 50. Now see, when you run, we get the same output what I have given in comments. Right? So anyone having any questions up to here? Right. Now, let us move to the next topic today, packages. Very, very simple topic. So, why we create folders in our operating system? Can anyone say why we create folders? To store related files, right? To store related files. By seeing the folder name, we can know what type of files we are storing. Like we create like softwares, games, songs, movies. So like that we create folders. Then by seeing the folder name, we can know what type of files it holds. Similarly, a package is also like a folder only here. So you can define a package like a package is a collection of related classes. What makes a package? It's a collection of related classes. So in a package, we generally store .class files. In a package, what we store? .class files. Then Package keyword is used to create a package. Package keyword is used to create a package. Like example, we'll say package and the name of the package. The standard what we follow for package name is smaller case. Standard means not a syntax rule. Package statement should be the first statement in the source code file. In the source code file, package statement should be what? First statement. Like example, if you create a source code file like extract.java, the first statement should be package, then the package name. After that only imports. We can have multiple imports. After that only classes. We can have multiple classes. Okay, this is the order of writing a Java source code file. First package, then imports, then classes. And we should have only one package statement. So what is the rule? In a source code file, we can have only one package statement. We can have only one package statement. Then the classes under the package. So in our example, what are the classes under my pack? A and B. The classes under the package are stored in a folder whose name is same as the package name. So once you compile the code, it's going to create a folder mypack. Under that, it's going to store a.class and b.class. That's the reason package means folder only. Okay. One more important point, only public classes are accessible outside the package. Only public classes are accessible outside the package. If I want to use a class of one package into another package, if you want to use a class of one package into another package, the class must be what? Public. Then, to use the classes of one package into another, to use the classes of one package into another, we need to import the package. We need to import the package. Like example, you can say import mypack.a, import mypack.b, or we can even say import mypack.star. Star indicates all classes under mypack. Okay. Now, so that's the reason whenever we want to use scanner class, what you have done, import java.util.scanner means it will go to Java folder, under that subfolder util, under that scanner class it's going to take. So the final conclusion points are, whenever we want to create a package name, to use the classes of one package into another, import. That's it. These are the final summary here. Now, let us understand this with the example application. Create a package mypack1 in my project. So how to create packages? Right click on my project and say new. See in the list you can see package. Then go with the name. Let us go with the name as mypack1. Say finish. So here you can see the package name, see mypack1. So how to create package? Right click on my project and say new plus new package. It will ask you the name. We are saying mypack1 and click finish. Now create a class calculator. Create a class calculator in mypack1 package. So how to create a class under packages? We have to right click on mypack1 and say new class. Go with the name as calculator. Go with the name as what? Calculator, and say finish. Now, let us write the code. Let us go with some methods. See here, we can see the first statement, package mypack1 with a class under calculator. Now let us go with some methods. Public int add, where we take two numbers as argument. We will say here, return n1 plus n2. Public int multiply, where we take two numbers as argument, and we'll say here, return n1 into n2. Like that, what are the methods we want to add, we can add. Let us document. How to create a class is, right click on mypack1 and say new class. Class to the name, we'll say calculator, and click finish. Now let us create one more package. Let us create one more package, pack2. Then let us go with create a class calculator test in my pack2 package. And make check mark to main method. This one we should run. Now let us do this. Let us create one more package. How to create package? Right click on my project and say new package, mypack2. Say finish. Now under this mypack2, let us create a class. How to create class? Right click on mypack2 and say new class calculator test. Calculator test with main method. Now, see here we are having my pack2 package with calculator test under that. Now, in this main method, let us create object of calculator class. Calculator C equal to new calculator. See now, if you observe, we are getting compile time error under calculator class because calculator is a class belongs to mypack1. So whenever we want to use the classes of one package, we have to import. This is the main thing to remember, nothing else than this. So just to keep mouse pointer on this error, and you can see the option import calculator from mypack1. The respective import will happen here automatically. Now, as usual code. See, sum equal to, by using object of calculator, call the method add and pass the arguments. So here, product, by using object of calculator, call the method multiply and pass the arguments. That's it. Now, if you run the code, we get sum as 30 and product as 200 here. That's it. Simple points. Whenever we want to create package name. Whenever you want to use a class of one package into another, import. These are the final conclusion. Clear everyone? Any questions? Now, if you see the folder structure, we are working in 2022 Java Online 8 Java programs. Under that, my project. In my project, if you see bin, you can see two folders has been created. See mypack1, mypack2. That's the reason package means folder. If you open mypack1, you can see calculator.class. If you open mypack2, you can see calculator.test.class here. Right? And if you go to src, you can see the .java files. If you open mypack1.java file, calculator.java, mypack2, calculator.test.java. So bin contains .class files, src contains .java files. Now, if you create package like this, package com.my op.programs. Then what will happen now? So what it's going to create? It creates a folder com with a subfolder my op and with a subfolder programs. So 3 folders will be created here. First folder will be com. Under that, it's going to create a subfolder myOOP. Under that, it's going to create a subfolder programs. So dot means like separator. Dot means what? Separator. See here, let me show this. Right click on project and say new package. Com dot. What I've given here, let me go with the same name. myOOP dot programs. So dot indicates separator, subfolders. See now, it has created, see the package com.myOOP.programs. And if you see the folder structure, under bin, you can see a folder, see com. Under com subfolder myOOP. Under that programs. So dot is like separator, subfolders. Got it, everyone? So that's the reason when you write here import my java.util.scanner means scanner is a doc class file present in util folder. Present in util folder, which is a subfolder of Java folder. So dot indicates separator between the folders. This is subfolder of Java folder. Got it? Any questions, anyone? Right? No. So let us go with the next one. As we are left out with some time, let us go with the previous assignment solutions. Before that, from Java OOP assignments, you can do question 6. Question 6 is based on static keyword, and question 10 is based on packages. Question 10 is what? Based on packages. Let us go with the previous assignment solutions. I think I've already discussed discount program, right? Everyone?
Yes.
Yes, right? So let us go with this one. Like, did I discuss biggest of 3 using conditional operator? Right? After discussing also, I think some people are submitting wrong things. Write a program to find biggest of given 3 numbers using conditional operator, which is question mark. Let me write the logic directly. Int big equal to, if you take 3 numbers like n1, n2, n3, if n1 greater than n2 and n1 greater than n3, if both the conditions are true, then question mark n1. So if both these conditions are true, n1 value will go and store into big. Else, how to represent else here? Colon. Means n1 is not big. If you are coming to else means n1 is not big, then we are left out with what? N2 and n3. So we'll say n2 greater than n3. If n2 is greater than n3, then we'll store n2 value to big, else n3 value to big. If this condition is true, n1 will go and store into big, else it will compare n2 with n3. If this condition is true, n2 value will go and store into big, else n3 will go and store into big. Just to print the value of big here. That's it. Okay. The next task what I have given is anyone having problem with major minor? If anyone having problem with that, please ask. I'll write the code. Major minor program to check whether given age is major or minor. Right. Then next one, we have seen the discount program. Then one more program to check whether the given character is vowel or consonant. This is important to discuss for me here today. Write a program to check whether the given character is a vowel or a consonant. Let me go with the program. Check character dot Java. Right click on project and say new class. Check character with main method. Now, here we are going to accept the data using scanner class from user. Now create object of scanner. Scanner is equal to new scanner. Connect to keyboard. Now accept a character. So go with a message, enter a character. We'll say character C equal to s dot next. But when you say x dot next, it's going to accept a string. It's going to accept what string? And there is no direct method in scanner class which reads only character. There is no direct method. Then the solution how to read character is in s dot next means string. It's going to return string. And in string class, it contains a method character it. 0 means it's going to pull out the first character. Character at 0 index. Character at 0 index means first character. So this is the way to read a character using scanner class. What we have to do? We have to go with the next method, and from that we have to pull out the first character. So I'll discuss more on this. What is character at method, everything. I'll discuss more on this when we come to string class. Now, once we read the character, we have to check whether it is vowel or consonant. How to check? Switch off C. Case A. Case A. Case E. Case I. O. U. So I'll go with the message. Given character is a vowel, right? And we'll say break. Now default, if it is not A, I, O, U, default, we'll go with the message. Given character is a consonant. Given character is a consonant. Now let us run the program. It will ask for a character. I will say A. It will go with the message given character is a vowel, because for all this A, I, O, U, the message remains same, because for all the cases statement remains same. So we'll say directly given character is vowel. If you run the program again, if you say P, it will say given character is a consonant. Now let us run the program. Now if I say something like 9. So what it's saying, see, given character is a consonant, but 9 is a alphabet here. No, right? It is not alphabet. So what message I should display? Given character is not a alphabet, right? I should go with that message. So how to manage that? We have to check like this. If we are having a predefined class called as character, we are having a predefined class character dot is alphabet. Is alphabetic of C. So whatever the character you are accepting, you are checking whether it is alphabet or not. So if it is alphabet only, we are checking whether it is vowel or consonant. We are checking whether it is vowel or consonant. Else we'll go with the message. Given character is not an alphabet. Given character is not an alphabet. Now see, when you run, if you say something like 9, what message we are getting? See, given character is not an alphabet. Clear now, everyone? The use of this is alphabetic method of character class. Character is a predefined class here. Clear, everyone? Right? Now let us run the program again. Now I'll say capital A. What's it saying? See, given character is a consonant. So is our program correct now?
No.
Is our program correct? No, right? So it should go with what message? It should be vowel, but I've taken only smaller case letters. So if I want to manage capital case, again I have to write 5 cases right here. case capital A, case capital E, right? Agree with this? So instead of doing like this,
Yes.
what I can do, I can convert into lowercase because I'm comparing with lowercase here. So what I can do, whatever I'm reading, convert into lowercase. How to convert is in string class. This is string. In string class, we are having a method to lowercase. In string class, we are having a method to lowercase. Okay. So first, whatever the value we are reading, we are converting into lowercase and pulling out first character and storing into this. Then now see. Even if I go with capital A, we get the correct result. Got it now? So however, I'll discuss what is this characterate method, what is this to lowercase method, everything I'm going to rediscuss again when we come to string class, LAN package. Right? So any questions, anyone?
For the sum of the digits of a given number, can you just go over the logic for that, maybe?
I'll discuss that part also. I'll discuss that. So we have done with this one. Then coming to the next task here, coming to loops. I've given the task in loops like sum of even, sum of odd. Anyone having problem with that? Sum of even numbers and sum of odd numbers. If anyone having, please ask. If you are unable to ask here, just keep a mail to me. I'll send the solution programs. Okay. The next one, many people are doing mistake over here. That is, write a program to check whether the given, write a program to find smallest of given 10 numbers. We want to find smallest of given 10 numbers. I'm writing the program here directly. I'm writing only logic. Main. We take the variables like n, I equal to 1 and small as 0. So many people have taken this small as 0. What is the problem? We'll discuss. Now, go with the loop while I less than or equal to 10, I plus plus. The loop repeats for 10 times. Now inside the loop, accept the value. Enter a number. We'll say n equal to s dot next int. Now, after accepting number, we have to check if this given number is less than small. If the number is less than small, then make your number as small. Already we know this logic. Okay. Then now once we come out of loop, we'll print the value of small here. So this is the way many people have submitted. So when you run the program, we get finally what? Small as 0 only. So the program will work only for negative values. If I go with all positive numbers, among all positive numbers, again 0 is small 1. 0 is what? Small 1. So final output we get small as 0 only. Right? Everyone agree with this? You might have faced this. Right? When you run the program, the small value will be 0 only finally. Then what is the solution is? So what we have to do for smallest program is, we have to accept a number here outside. Accept one number outside. Accept one number outside. Then make that first number as small. What we should do? We have to accept one number outside and make that first number as small. And remaining 9 numbers you accept inside the loop and compare with small. That's it. This is the logic of small program. So only even big program is also not correct. Whatever big program I have given, it's not correct. So it will work. If I go with negative numbers, again big will be 0 only. That's the problem. So always accept one number outside of loop and make that number as small or big. Then you compare with the remaining 9 numbers. That's the best way of writing the logic for big or small here. Got it, everyone? Any questions? Next.
Sir, using that integer dot max value or min value, that will also work, or we should use this
next integer value. To read integer value, we have to go with next.
No, sir. Making the small value the max one, like there is a integer dot max value also
Yeah, that is also fine. That is also
fine,
fine.
right? Okay,
That
sir.
is,
Okay. Yeah.
you can use the integer dot max value, min value. Those
Okay.
variables, that also correct.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Now, let us go with the next one. Write a program to find sum of digits of a given number. Sum of digits of a given number. Now, if you take the number as 1, 2, 3, 4. If you take the number as 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me explain the logic here. The diagram. If you take the number as 1, 2, 3, 4. And initial value of variable r and initial value of sum as 0. Now, if you divide any number by 10, the quotient is 123, and here 1230. We get remainder as what here? 4. Any number you take, and if you divide the number by 10, the last digit will be your remainder. The last digit will be what? Your remainder. See here. Now, if you write here r equal to n mod 10, what it is? R equal to 1, 2, 3, 4 mod 10. What it's going to give? 4. Right? When you divide 1, 2, 3, 4 by 10, what is the remainder? 4. Take that 4, add it to sum like this. Sum equal to sum plus r. Then what is value of sum will be now? Initial value of sum is 0 plus 4. Now the sum is 4 here. Now the next number, what I should pull out? 3. So to pull out 3, make your number as 123. How to make your number as 123 here? N equal to n by 10. When you divide 1, 2, 3, 4 by 10, what is the quotient? 123 only. The quotient is what? 123. You can see it. Now the number is what? 123. Now repeat the same steps. R equal to n mod 10. So what is the value of n now? 123 mod 10. We'll go with 3. Remainder 3. Now sum equal to sum plus r. So what's value of sum? Previous value of sum is 4. Remainder is 3. Now the sum is 7. N equal to n by 10. So what is 123 by 10? 12. So when I use mod, take the last digit. When I use slash, remove the last digit. That's a simple way to remember. Then again repeat the steps. R equal to n mod 10. R equal to 12. N is 12 mod 10, which is 2. Sum equal to sum plus r. Sum equal to 7 plus 2, which is 9. And n equal to n by 10. N equal to 12 by 10, which is 1. I repeat the same steps. R equal to n mod 10. R equal to 1 mod 10. What is 1 mod 10? 1 only. Sum equal to sum plus r, which is sum equal to 9 plus 1, which is 10. N equal to n by 10. N equal to 1 by 10. What is 1 by 10? 0. So we have to repeat the same steps until your number becomes 0. When number becomes 0, come out of loop and print the value of sum. So what is the logic will be now? What will be the logic here? While n not equal to 0. When n becomes 0, I should terminate. And which statements I should repeat? R equal to n mod 10. Sum equal to sum plus r. And n equal to n by 10. That's it. So these steps I'll be keep on repeating. When number becomes 0, I should come out. That's the logic of sum of digits program. Let me write the code here. I'm writing only logic. Connect to keyboard. Then we'll ask for the number. We'll will say n equal to s dot next int. Then we take the variables like int r, sum as 0 initially. Now repeat the loop while n not equal to 0. When n becomes 0, I should terminate. When n is not equal to 0, we have to repeat the steps. The steps here is r equal to n mod 10, sum equal to sum plus r, n equal to n by 10. That's it. Now once we come out of loop, just to print the value of sum here. The value of sum. That's it. So this is the logic of sum programs. Clear, all of you?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Practice all these things and remember this logic. Logics are important. How to pull out digit from the number, you should be able to know. How to pull out the digit from number means we have to divide the number by 10, pull out the remainder and make your number as your number again. That's the logic here. And whatever you want to do with the digit, it's up to us. Right? So in the next class, we'll go with the remaining topics of object oriented, where we discuss inheritance. We'll start off with what? Inheritance. Right? Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Gagan,
you.
you want to ask anything again?
No, that's it actually.
Okay, right, good. Yeah, practice more, okay, Gagan?
Of course, I'm actually doing it everyday basis. Thank you, sir.
All right, yeah. Thank you all.
This conference will now be recorded.
So in the last class, we have seen about static keywording packages. Today we'll be discussing two topics. One is inheritance and one more polymorphism. Let us go with inheritance. The meaning of inherit. Inherit means take it. And that means already if you have created some classes, using that existing classes, we can create new classes. That process of creating new class from existing class only, we call it as inheritance. You can define like the process of creating new classes from an existing classes is called as inheritance. Then in Java, yeah, any question, Gagan?
Oh,
Okay.
sorry. No question, sir.
Okay, no worries. Hello, Dinesh.
Hi, Raj.
Hi. Right. We started with inheritance. The meaning of inheritance is creating new classes from existing classes. And in Java, we use extends keyword. In Java, we use extends keyword to create a new class. From an existing class. Like example, if you take a class vehicle, with some code. Now, if you take one more class car, and here we use keyword extends vehicle. So the keyword what we use between the classes is extends keyword, and we go with some code. The advantage of doing like this is if you create car class object can access its own members and also even vehicle members. Means whatever the code we have written in vehicle, I can reuse that code in car also. So the advantage of going for inheritance is through inheritance, we can achieve reusability of the code. What is advantage? Reusability. Through inheritance, what we achieve? Reusability. And the terminologies are like this vehicle class, we call it as base class or super class or parent class. And this new class car created using vehicle, we call it as derived class or subclass or child class. One very important point in Java, That is, Java does not support multiple inheritance. Java does not support what type of inheritance? Multiple inheritance. Means in Java, multiple inheritance due to ambiguities. Due to ambiguities means in Java, a class can extend. A class can extend only one class. In Java, a class can extend only one class. This is very important point for interview time. The question will be like, does Java support multiple inheritance? Means the answer what we should say, no. Java does not support multiple inheritance. Like example, if you take class A and if you take one more class B, and if you are creating class C which extends A comma B, you are trying to extend multiple classes, this will go with error because does not support multiple inheritance. So if you are trying to extend multiple classes by comma, it will go with error in Java. So what is this ambiguity? What is the problem we face with multiple inheritance? Let us understand. If you are having class A, if you are having A class, and we are having B class, and we are creating a new class C which extends A class and even B class. So the diagrammatic symbol of extends keyword is triangle arrowhead. Now, let us suppose if there is a method X in A class and there is a method X in B class. Now, when you create C class object and when C class object invokes X method, whether it has to call X method from A class or whether it has to call X method from B class. This is the confusion. This is the ambiguity what we face here because of multiple inheritance. Then C++ supports multiple inheritance. Then how this ambiguity is removed in C++ is by using virtual keyword. In C++ we use virtual keyword. When you make A class as virtual, it takes X method from B. If you make B as virtual, it takes X method from A. And when we use virtual, we have to make use of pointers. We have to use which concept here? Pointers. So does Java support pointers? Anyone remember? Does Java support pointers? No, right? Java does not support pointers. That's the reason this concept has been removed in Java. So simple final term, what to remember is, just remember only one point. Java does not support multiple inheritance. That's the point you remember. In Java, a class can extend only one class. If you try to extend multiple, it goes with error. That point you remember. Okay. Next. Some more examples of inheritance are like, if you say vehicle, car is a vehicle, bike is a vehicle, bus is a vehicle, furniture, table is a furniture, chair is a furniture, fruit, apple is a fruit, mango is a fruit, account, saving account is an account, current account is an account. Now see, how to read? See, car is a vehicle, table is a furniture, apple is a fruit, saving account is an account. So which word is coming in between while reading? Inherit, is it. So very important point. Inheritance is a relationship. That means whenever we use extends keyword between the classes, the meaning between the classes should be what? Is it. Like car is a vehicle, saving account is an account. Let me elaborate more on this. If you create a class employee with some code, and if you create a class department extends employee, department extends employee, then how to read? Whenever we use extends keyword, what I should replace while reading? Is a. Department is a employee. Is it a meaningful statement? Is it a meaningful statement?
Yes, sir.
No. A department is an employee or a department as employee. What is the correct way of reading grammatically? English grammar. Department is a employee or department as employee? Department as employee. That's the correct way of reading, right? Department contains employee. So department as employee. So writing the code in this fashion is not good. We are not saying that error. It's not good because we are not getting easy. So what is the correct way of writing? Class department as employee. As means that employee should be a part of department. That employee should be a part of department. Here, how to read now? Department as employee. This is the correct way of reading. So this type of relationship we call as a relationship. So in Java, we are having two types of relationships. Not only Java object oriented, we are having two types of relationships. One is is a and one more is as a. So inheritance comes under is a relationship. And some more examples of as a relationship are like university as department, department as employee, library as books, classroom as students, car as engine. A part should be a part of that. That we call as. Clear everyone up to here? Any questions? Right? Now, let us understand this inheritance like three formulas. I'm going to discuss this inheritance like three formulas. One is basic inheritance we'll discuss. Then second formula, we are going to apply polymorphism in inheritance. And third formula, constructors in inheritance. That we discuss tomorrow. Third, constructors in inheritance will go with tomorrow's class. Now let us go with the first one. Refer program, inheritance, demo 1. Open Eclipse. Right click on project A. New class. Inheritance demo 1 with main method. Now, in this one, let us create a class base, which goes with the two data members int I, int j. Now we want to give value to these data members. So for that, we'll go with a method input ij. We'll go with the method input ij, which takes two argument int I, int j. And here we'll write this dot I equal to I and this dot j equal to j. Because why we are using this keyword? When the data member names and argument names are same, we differentiate using this keyword. Now let us take a method display ij. So whenever we call the method display ij, we'll print the value of ing. I equal to the value of I space j equal to the value of j. Now let us create one more class derived extend space. Derived is a subclass of base. Now here we are going with a data member k. Now, how many data members are there in derived class? How many data members are there in derived class?
4.
3. We should say 3. Because we said extend space. When you say extend space, these two also will be a part of derived. So how many data members totally? I, j and k. Totally 3 data members. Now, let us take a method input k, which takes argument k, and we'll say this dot k equal to k. One more method, display k, which displays the value of k. So total how many methods in derived class? We should say 4 methods. 2 methods in base class, 2 methods in derived class. Total 4 methods. Now coming to main method. Here we create object of base be equal to new base. And by using base class object, we'll call the method input aj and we'll pass the values 10, 20. Now by using base class object, we'll call the method display aj, which is going to print I equal to 10, j equal to 20. Right? Now let us create derived class object. Derived d equal to new derived. Now by using derived object, if you call display aj method, observe now properly. In derived class, do you have any display aj method here? Directly no. But since we said extend space, the derived object can even call the methods of base. That's the meaning of inheritance here. If I remove this extend space, see we get errors here now. Under display aj we are getting error. So only when you say extend space, then only the derived object can call its own members and also base class members. Now, when you call the method d.display ij, what is the value of ij it's going to display here? What's the value of ij? Already we discussed on this. Try to answer.
The default values.
Very good. It will go with what? Default values. So simple. Some people will answer as 1020. That is not correct because 1020 is given to base class object. So never take one object data to other object. So what value is going to give? Default values. The blind rule is whenever we create new object, it's going to allocate new memory and the values in data members are default values. Let me elaborate here. So when you say base b equal to new base, what is going to happen is it's going to allocate memory for b.i and b.j. b.i and b.j. And initial values will be 0, 0. Then when you call b.input aj, who is calling method? Input aj method b object. So for b object, I will become 10, j will become 20. So when you call b.display aj, who is calling the method? You should see for b object, I is 10 and 20. Now when you create derived class object, it's going to allocate memory for d.i, d.j and d.k. So it's going to allocate memory for d.i, d.j and d.k. And initial values will be 0. That's the reason when you call d.display aj, the output will be what here? 0 here. So let me document here also. So whenever we create base class object, b.i will be 0 initially, b.j will be 0. Now when you call b.input aj, for b object I is 10, for b object j is 20. That's the reason we are getting 10, 20 here. When you create d.object, object, what's going to happen? It's going to allocate new memory for d.i 0, d.j 0, d.k 0. That's the reason when you call d.display aj, the output will be 0, 0. Now, let us call the method d.input aj now. Input aj 30, 40. So now what's going to happen? Who is calling input aj? D object. So for D object, I will be 30. For D object, J will be 40. Now when you call d.display, the output will be 30, 40. There. Now if you call the method d.input k 50, means k value will become 50. D.k will become 50. Now if you call d.display k, the output will be k equal to 50. That's it. The simple meaning of inheritance is the derived object can access its own members and also base class members. That's the meaning of inheritance, not base class object data. Base class object is different memory, derived class object is different memory. Clear everyone? Any questions? No. Let us move to the next one, polymorphism. Poly means many, and polymorphism means many forms. Polymorphism means many forms. And we are in two types of polymorphism. They are compile time and runtime. So when you go for compile time, it goes with the concept of method overloading, and under runtime, method overriding. Very, very important intro question. What is the difference between overloading and overriding? So, let us initially go with method overloading. So in the case of overloading, method name is same, but the signature is different. The meaning of signature is number of arguments or type of arguments. Number of arguments or type of arguments. Let me explain more on this. If you take a method area, and to this we are passing two integer arguments. To the method area, we are passing two integer arguments. If you take one more method, again the same spelling area, where we are passing three integer arguments. So how these two methods are different? See, method name is same, area, but what about arguments? First one is going with the two integer arguments, second one going with three integer arguments. So this is differed with what? Number of arguments. Now, if you take one more method area, and if you pass two floats, then how second and third are differed? These two are differed. Sorry, these two are differed with what? Type of arguments. Let me write like this. So how these two are differed with? Type of arguments, whatever it may be. Either it can differ with number or type, then we call it as overloading. We call it as what here? Overloading. Then, applicable, this concept is applicable within the same class as well as subclasses. This concept we can apply to what? Within the same class and even subclasses also. Means these first two methods can belong to base class and this method can belong to subclass. Okay. Coming to method overriding. In this case, method name is same and signature is also same. Method name is same and even signature is also same. And this concept is applicable only in subclasses. So without inheritance, we cannot achieve this. Like example, if you take a class vehicle, with a method drive, no arguments we are passing with some code. If you take a class car extends vehicle, and here we are going with a method drive, which takes integer speed as argument. Then, now observe here, we are having a method in vehicle drive, we are drive method in car also. But what about signature? Here no arguments, but here we are going with integer arguments. So defined with arguments. So we call this one as overloaded method. We call it as overloaded method. Now, if you take a method drive, no arguments, then if you observe, same method drive, no arguments. So signature is matching, then we call it as overridden method. So whatever the method present in base class, if you write as it is in subclass, then we call it as overriding. So complete Java depends on overriding concept only. Now if you create car class object like this, car c equal to new car, Now by using car class object, if you call drive method, then which drive method is it going to invoke? Very important, it always goes to overridden only. Invokes drive method of car. Always remember the blind rule. After equal to, whichever the class object you see, you go to that class blindly. Don't see this side. This side we'll have some other syntax. We'll discuss that later. For now, after equal to whichever the class you see, you go to that class overridden method blindly. So the simple statement: if a subclass object invokes the overridden method, then it will invoke the method present in subclass. It will invoke what? The method present in subclass. Now, let us understand this with the program. The second formula, inheritance demo 2. For this, see, already we have created a class base and derived. Whenever we create a class in one package, see, by default everything will get created in default package. So if you create a class in a package, I cannot create the same classes in some other package, say in the same package. For that, let us create demo 2 in mypack1. We're having mypack1 yesterday we created. So let us create inheritance demo 2 in mypack1, as we cannot create same classes in the same package. So inheritance demo 2 with main method. Now, let us just copy demo 1 program, and paste that demo 1 program under mypack1 and change the class name to demo 2. Now, this program is mainly to discuss about polymorphism. This program is mainly to discuss about polymorphism, where we discuss about method overloading and method overriding. Now, we are having class base with the same two data members ij, and here we are having a method input ij, which is giving value to ij. Now let us just change the method names here. So we are going with the method name as input, so which is taking two arguments and giving that values to data members. Then display ij, which is displaying value of ij. Instead of display ij, we'll just change the method to display. Just changing the methods here. Now, coming to derived class, which extends space, we are having one data member k, and we are having a method input k. I'll remove k here. Now, if you observe, we are having input method in base class with the two arguments, and we are having input method in derived class with one argument. So the method names are same, input, input. But what about arguments? They are differing. Then we call this one as overloaded method. We call it as overloaded method. Now, coming to display k, I'll remove k. Now see, we are having display method in base class with no arguments. Same display method in derived class with no arguments. So method name is same, signature is also same. Then we call this one as overridden method, right? So which is taking care of printing k value. Now, coming to main method, say base b equal to new base. We'll call the method b.input now. Just the methods are changed. b.input 1020. So what's going to happen? It will go to its own input method. The value of ij will become 1020. Now when you call b.display, the output will be 1020. No confusions up here. Now when you create derived class object, when you say d.input 3040, understand carefully. When you say d.input 3040, do you have a method? Do you have any method in derived class which takes two arguments here? In derived class, do you have any input method which takes two arguments? No. So if there is no method in derived class, then it will go to base class input method. So it's matching C. So whenever you call d.input 3040, it will go to base class input method because it will match with the number of arguments. This binding, this connection will happen during compile time only. This connection will happen during compile time only. That's the reason we say overloading comes under compile time polymorphism. Okay. So it will, when you go for overloading, it will match with the signature. Based on the signature, it will connect to the respective method. Now, so when you call d dot input 3040, it will go to base class input. The value of ij will become 3040 for d object. Now, very important. When you call d dot display, which display method is it going to invoke? Base class display or derived class display? This one. When you call d dot display, which method will it invoke? Base class display or derived display?
Derived display.
Very good. It will go to derived display. And what you are printing here? Only k value. So what is output now? Here k equal to 0 because we did not give value to k. Now understand carefully. A new concept here. Whenever we say d dot display, it's going to derived class display and printing only k value. But the objective now is when you call d dot display, we want to display I value, j value, and even k value also. That is our objective. But the display method of derived is taking care of printing only k value. Who is printing ij value? Base class display. Who is taking care of printing base class ij value? Base class display. So how to invoke base class display method from derived class display? How to invoke is using super keyword, super dot display. What it's going to do? Invokes base class display method. So now understand carefully. I'm again repeating. When you say d dot display, it will go to derived class display. When you say d dot display, it will go to derived class display. Sys super dot display jumps to base class display, which will print ij value and comes back and prints k value. So the output will be now I equal to 30, j equal to 40, and k will be 0. Clear everyone? The need of super keyword. Right? Now, if you call the method d dot input 50, so how many arguments you are passing? One argument. It will go to its own input method. K will become now 50. Now, when you call d dot display, the output will be I equal to 30, j equal to 40, and k will be 50. So when you run, same output what I have given in comments. Now, what is the new point we have discussed? Super reference. Super reference is used to refer to the base class members from derived class method. From derived class method, whenever you want to refer to the base class members, we use super reference. Clear everyone? Any questions up to here? Right. So that's about for today, where we discussed about inheritance and polymorphism. Now, let us solve the previous assignments. So we are having this assignment, for loop assignment. What is that? Write a program to display the following output. So what we should do? We should draw the line and see get number and factorial and draw the line. Number 1, factorial of 1 is 1. 2, 2, 3, 6, 4, 120, 4, 24, 5, 120. Now draw the line. Again here we have to say sum equal to sum of all these factorials. Right? So this is the program what we want to develop. So it will be very simple now. Let us go with the program. Sum fact.java. Let us define a method fact here, which will take care of displaying the factorial of, which is going to take care of returning the factorial of given. Let us develop this application using methods so that the code will become reusable. Let us go with this. right click on project and say new class some fact with main method. Now here take a variable sum as 0 initially and take a go with the output here, like draw the line and go with the message number and factorial. Now again draw the line. Now since we want to display factorial from 1 to 5, take a for loop which starts at 1 and until it reaches 5. So the loop will repeat for how many times? 5 times. So where your number is present in n variable, where the numbers are present in n variable. So what you do is you define a method here like this, int fact, which takes the number. Now when you define method fact which takes the number, for that number we have to return the factorial. So what is the logic of factorial? Take a variable f equal to 1, take a for loop which starts from given number until it reaches 1, I minus minus, and say f equal to f into I. Hope you remember this. And simply say return f. So what type of data you are returning? Integer. So return type here is integer. So what is the use of this method? Whatever the number you pass to this method, it's going to return the factorial of that number. Means if you say fact of 5, when you call, this 5 will come and store into n and it's going to return what? 120, because factor of 5 is 120. Now what you do? You just say like this. Print the number, go with some space, print the number, then go with some space and say fact of n. See, understand carefully. See here, first what is the value of n? 1. So which is going to print 1. Then fact of 1. So this n value is what for now? 1. That 1 will come here and it's going to return factorial of 1. So what you are printing? 1 and the factorial of 1. Now take that factorial of 1 and add it to sum. Take that factorial of 1 and add it to sum. Now again the loop repeats. N plus plus n will become now 2. 2 less than or equal to 5, s comes here. It's going to print 2 and fact of 2. It will call the method fact of 2. 2 will come here. It's going to return the factorial of 2. Then that fact of 2, again you are adding it to previous. Like that, the loop repeats for how many times? 5 times. Once the loop is completed, print the line again. Then say sum equal to sum of all these factorials. That's it. Again, draw the line. Again draw the line here. So we are getting error because main is static. Inside a static method, if you call any method directly, that method should also be static here. Now run the program, we get the output here. Okay, now just to move this one. We are getting the output here. Clear everyone? The advantage of writing the code in the form of methods, reusability. The code will become easy for us. When you are writing the task, developing the programs, writing the code in the form of methods will become reusable. I'm reusing that method 2 places here. Clear? Any questions? Let us go with the next one. Write a program to display multiplication tables from 1 to 10. This is very, very simple. Table 1 to 10. Right click on project and say new class table 1 to 10. Now, here take a for loop which starts from 1 until it reaches 10. So this is for loop here. So which is taking the numbers from 1 to 10. So for every number we should print a table. So what is the logic of printing table? Take one more for loop where it starts with 1, I less than or equal to 10, I plus plus. So this loop repeats for 10 times. First n is what? 1. Then this loop will repeat for 10 times. So this is your inner loop and this we call outer loop. First it will go n as 1 and this loop will be repeated for 1. Again n plus plus n will become 2. This loop will repeat for again 10 times for 2. And go with the product. What's the formula for product? N into I. Then how to print? Same. First we print n value, then star symbol as it is, then I value, then equal to symbol as it is, then p value. So first n is what? 1. Then this loop will print a table for 1. Again n plus plus, n will become 2. This loop will repeat print table for 2. Like that it prints up to 10 here. Now see when you run. So we are getting see table from 1 to 10. After every table I want to draw the line. So very simple. Just go with a line after each table here. After each table, draw the line. Right? Clear everyone? Any questions? Right?
No, sir.
So try to write the programs using methods. Methods are very, very important. So try to practice with methods. Right? So let me stop here today. And tomorrow we'll go with the remaining part of object-oriented. 2 more classes for object-oriented. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, we'll complete object-oriented. So tomorrow we'll go with the constructors in inheritance. Then even we discuss inner classes, final keyword, then access modifiers. And day after tomorrow, we go with the major topics like abstract classes and interfaces. With that, we close object-oriented. Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
Yeah. Let us start with today's. Hello, Gaganpreet.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. Just a second. Hello, Dia.
Hello, sir.
So in the last class, we have seen about this one like inheritance and polymorphism. So which keyword is used for inheritance? Which keyword is used for inheritance?
Extends.
Extends keyword, right? Yeah. Does Java support multiple inheritance?
No.
No, Java does not support multiple inheritance. In Java, a class can extend only one class. Then inheritance is a relationship or as a relationship?
Is a relationship, but we call it as a relationship.
Right. No, we won't call it as a, we call it as is a. As a, is a, both are different. Okay, both are different. Inheritance is a relationship. I have just explained about as a relationship also. One more type of relationship, but inheritance is a relationship only. Okay, Uday?
Sir.
Right. And we have seen about polymorphism, and we are in two types, like compile time and runtime. Under that, method overloading and method overriding. So in the case of overloading, method name is same, but the signature is different. In the case of overriding, method name is same, signature is also same. And this is overriding is only for subclasses. Now, today let us move to the next one, the third formula, how to use these constructors. Constructors in inheritance. So let us understand directly with the program. Inheritance demo 3. Open Eclipse. Right click on project and say new class. Inheritance demo 3. And one more, since already we have created base class and derived class in other package, let us create this demo 3 in mypack2. You can even directly type the package name over here. Then say finish. So this demo 3 will get created in mypack2. Now let us take that demo program, what we have done yesterday. Copy this program and paste it in demo 3 under mypack2. Now change the class name to inheritance demo 3. Now, so here let us understand in this program how to use constructors in inheritance. So what is a constructor? It's a method whose name is same as class name. So here we have taken a class base with the two data members ij. Now if I want to give value to this data members using constructor, this input method should replace it with the class name, like this base. Input method is replaced with what here? Base. Right? So whenever we go with constructor, what is a constructor? It's a method whose name is same as class name. So what is the use of this base class constructor? To give the value to the data members and same display method. Coming to derived extends space, which is having one data member k, and to give the value to this data member k, let us go with the constructor now. Derived, and it is no more called overloaded method. So which is giving value to k, and same display method which invokes display method of base class, and even it's going to display k value. Now coming to main method, here we are saying base b equal to new base, and since base class constructor is taking two arguments, let us pass the values here 10, 20. So what is going to happen now? This 10, 20 will go and store into these ij arguments which are given to the data members. Now calling input method is not required. Now when you say b.display, it goes to display method of base class, displays the value of ij which is 10, 20. Now coming to derived equal to new derived. Since derived class constructor is taking one argument, let us pass the argument as 50. So what is the value of k now? 50. The value of k is what here? 50. Then calling input method is not required. Now if you call the method d.display, then what is the output of this program now? What value it's going to print for ijk? If someone gives the same program to you and asks you what is the output of this code, what answer will you give? If you observe properly, there is an error, right? There is an error in line number 20. So the output of this program is, we should say, error. So why we are getting this error? That's the main thing to understand about constructors in inheritance. Now, understand carefully. Whenever we create object of class derived, it will go to derived class constructor, and the first statement added to every constructor, the first statement added to every constructor implicitly means automatically is super. This line of code is added automatically. We need not, even you are writing or not writing, Java will write this line of code automatically. So this is added implicitly, which invokes base class default constructor, which invokes what here? Base class default constructor. In base class, do you have any default constructor? In base class, do you have default constructor? Default constructor means no argument constructor. Do you have this? No, because already you have created a constructor in base class. When there is a constructor in base class, will Java create default constructor? No. Okay, that's the reason. Since there is no default constructor in base class, we are getting error here. So that's the reason we suggested you, when a class contains parameterizer constructor, it is suggested to create default constructor in the class. Now see, there is no error. So now see, even you are writing the super or not writing, you won't get any error because this will get invoked automatically. Now you will get the output, that is, since we did not give any value to the object, so the initial values it's going to take it as default value 0, 0, 50 because we have given k value as 50. See the output here. So we are getting 0, 0, 50. So what is the important point to make a note here about constructors inheritance? Super is the first statement added to every constructor implicitly means automatically, which invokes base class default constructor, which invokes what? Base class default constructor. Now the objective now is, we don't want to go to default constructor, we want to invoke parameterizer constructor from derived class constructor. How to invoke is like this. Let's say like this, super of 30, 40. So this, call it explicitly. It won't go automatically. And this is going to invoke base class parameterizer constructor. Base class parameterizer constructor. So what is going to happen now? When you say derived d equal to new derived of 50, 50 goes to k and sees the first line super 30, 40 goes to base class constructor. The value of ij will become 30, 40 and k value will become 50. Now the output will be 30, 40 and 50. So 30, 40, 50. So what is the next point? To call parameterizer constructor of base class from derived class constructor, call it explicitly. It won't go automatically. We have to call it explicitly. Then one more point here. In the case of display method, if you take this super.display out, first if you print k value, after that super.display, no issues. See the result, first it's going to print k value, after that ij value. If I try to do the same thing in the case of constructor, if I use super, after this dot k, see now we are getting error. And see the message what it's saying, constructor call must be first statement. So in the case of ordinary methods, super can be anywhere, but in the case of constructors, super must be first statement. So what is the next point here? Call to super must be first statement in constructors. Call to super must be first statement in constructors. Clear these points, all of you? Right? Now, one more point here. If you create one more object of derived class, if you create one more object of derived class, and if you pass here 80, and if you say d1.display, if you call d1.display, the output will be what? I equal to 30, j equal to 40, and k will be what here? 80. So what's going to happen? See, derived d equal to new derived of 80. 80 goes to k, and see the first line, super 30, 40. So the value of ij will be 30, 40, and k is 80. Means for d object, the value of ij is 30, 40 only. For d1 object also, the value of ij is 30, 40, because hard coded. This is hard coded. So how many derived objects you create, the value of ij will be always 30, 40. And hard coding is not suggested. It's not a good programming practice. Then what is the suggested way of creating constructor is like this. Derived constructor, go with 3 arguments here, int I comma j comma k, and write the first line as super of I comma j. So whenever you want to avoid hard coding, you have to send the data in the form of arguments and say this dot k equal to k. This dot k equal to k. Now, when you create d1 object, if you pass the values like 60, 70, 80, the output will be now 60, 70, 80. Right? See the output here. So 60, 70, 80. So how to avoid hard coding is we have to send the data to the method or constructor in the form of arguments to avoid hard coding. So this is a suggested way of creating constructors. Got it, everyone? Any questions? No. Let us move to the next concept here. Final keyword. Very, very simple concept. Final keyword. Final keyword can be used for the following. That is variables. When you say variables, it can be your data members or even local variables, methods and classes. So 3 locations we can use final keyword: variable, method, and class. Now, if you go with final variable, so when you make a variable as final, it is a constant. It is a constant, means the value of the variable cannot be modified. The value of the variable cannot be modified. Like example, if you say final int max value equal to 100, then the standard what we follow for final variable is capital case. Standard means not a syntax rule. And when you write the code, max value equal to 200 goes with error, because max value is final. Once you make a variable as final, the value cannot be modified. One more example. If you take here final double pi, what's the value of pi? Always 3.14. So whenever you want to declare some constant variables, we go for final variable. Next, final method. So when you say final method, it cannot be overridden. We cannot override final methods. Like example, if you take class base with the method xxx with some code inside, if you create class derived which extends base, and if you are writing the method like this, void xxx, this is a overridden method. This is what? It's a overridden method. Now, if you make base class method as final, then we cannot override the final method. So this will go with error. We cannot override final methods. Okay. Final class. What is final class? It cannot be subclass. No subclasses. Okay. Like example, if you say final class base, and if you write class derived extends base, then goes with what? Error. So we cannot create subclasses of final classes. In Java, we are having some predefined final classes. In Java, we are having predefined final classes. They are system, string, map, byte, dot, character, integer, long, float, double, and boolean. So I'm giving the minimum list. So this minimum list we should remember compulsory. And this last 8 classes we call with a special name, wrapper classes. So for every primitive data type, there is a corresponding class and we call those classes as wrapper classes. So in day after tomorrow's class, I'll discuss more on wrapper classes. What is the use of it? Now, so why we should remember this minimum list is during your exams or interviews, they'll ask the question like this. What is the output? They'll ask like this, class sample extends string. So what is the output we have to say here? When you say class sample extends string, string is what? Final, right? String is final. Now can we create subclasses of final? No. So it will go with what? Error. Because string is final. Cannot be subclassed. Right? Clear all of you about final keyword? Any questions? Now, let us move to the next one. Inner classes. The meaning of inner class is a class within a class is called as inner class. Like example, if you take a class outer, inside class outer, if you create one more class, that only we call inner class. Now let us understand with the program. Inner demo. Right click on project and say new class inner demo with main method. Now here in this one, we are taking a class outer. In this, we are going with a data member M whose value is some 100. Now let us create a class inner with a method some do stuff. Now in this method, we will print the value of M here. We'll print the value of M. Now we want to call do stuff method. How to call do stuff method? That's the important concept here. So since do stuff method belongs to inner class, only inner class object can call do stuff method. So how to create object of inner class? That's the main concept over here. So how to create object of inner class is like this. Outer dot inner. Let's say like this. Outer dot inner. Inner object equal to new outer. First we have to create object of outer. Outer. Using that object, we have to create object of inner. Like this. So this is the way to create objects of inner class. Now by using this inner object, we can call the method do stuff, which is going to display the message M equal to 100. Okay. So we are having other types of inner class also that we discuss later after collections topic. Now let us go with the major topic of today's class, that is access modifiers. Today all topics are small ones. access modifiers. We are having 4 types of access modifiers. They are private, default. Default means no need to specify. Protected and public. So these are the 4 access modifiers. Now, let us understand this more. Before that, let us see some of the non-access modifiers also. We are even having non-access modifiers. They are static, abstract, final, then synchronized, transient, like this. Okay. Static already we have seen. Abstract we are going to discuss tomorrow. Final also we have discussed it today. Synchronized keyword we'll discuss when we come to multi-threading topic. Transient we'll discuss when we come to IO package topic. Okay. There. Now we are having one important point. Only final modifier is allowed for local variables. Out of all these modifiers, only final modifier is allowed for local variables. Right? Now, let us understand these modifiers now, access modifiers one by one. First, private. A class cannot be private. A class cannot be private. Like example, if you say private class, my class goes with error. When we use private keyword for class, it will go with error. Then, where we can use private keyword? So, private keyword is used for data members, methods, and inner classes. Private keyword is used for what? Data members, methods, and inner classes. Then, what is the use of private here? What is the need of making private? Private members, when you make a member as private members are accessible only within the same class. Private members are accessible where? Only within the same class. Like example, if you take class A and if you create a private data member here, then if you take a method like xxx, then here if you say n equal to 10, this is valid only because you are using this n variable which is private in the same class, out in the same class, curly braces. You are using n which is private in the same class. Now, if you create one more class B, inside this B class, if you go with a method like yyyy, in this yyyy, we are creating object of A class. Using object of A class, if you are giving the value to n, this will go with error. Because n is private and it is used only within same class. If I try to use outside of class, goes with error. The message is like n is not visible because of private. Clear everyone about private keyword? Now, the next one, default. A class can be default. So if you are not mentioning anything, it takes default. Then this default members accessible only within the same package. Default members are accessible where? Within the same package. Like example, Like example, if we take a package, pack1, and here we are creating a class A. Here we are creating class A with a data member int n. This is default specifier now. This is what default specifier. If you are not using any keyword before class or variable, default. Now, if you create one more class B with a method xxx, then in B class, we are creating object of A class, and using object of A class, if you are giving the value to n, this is valid only, no problem, because this n is a variable which is default specifier, and I'm using that in the same package. Class B also belongs to same package. So within the same package, no problem. Now, if you create one more package, then if you create class C, with the method y, then in y method, if you create object of A class, and by using object A class, if you try to give value to n, then we get error. Where we get error first? We get error in this line first, because since A is a class belongs to pack1, understand, I'm repeating, since A is a class belongs to pack1 and we are using in another package, then what we have to do? Import. Whenever we want to use a class of one package into another, import pack1.a. Now we get error in this line. The reason is the point I've given, only public classes are accessible outside of the package. Only public classes. So the class A must be public here. Now this will be valid. Now this is also valid. Now here we get error, because n is what here? Default. N is default, and if I'm trying to use outside of package, goes with error, and the message is n is not visible because of default. Let me show this practically here. If you take our previous programs like calculator.java and calculator test.java, calculator class belongs to pack1, calculator test is pack2, both different packages. Now, if I remove public keyword for add method, then what is the specifier given to add method now? Default. Now, if you save it, see here, immediately we get error under calculator test. Here under add method. Under add method, we are getting error because add is a method belongs to my pack1, which is default, but I'm trying to use it in another package. See the message? The method add from type calculator is not visible, and it's even giving suggestion, change visibility of add to what? Public here. So it will add public here, right? So default means within the same package. Next one, protected. A class cannot be protected. Then, like example, if we say protected class, my class goes with error. We cannot use protected keyword for class. Then, where we can use protected keyword? Protected keyword can be used for data members, methods, and inner classes. Then, what is the scope here is protected members are accessible within the package and subclass of another package also. Protected members are accessible within the same package, and even subclass of another package. This is important. Like example, understand carefully, somewhat small confusion will be there. We are having same pack1 under that class A. And let me make this n as protected. Let us make n as protected. Now, we are using protected member within the same package. You are using within the same package, no problem. But if I am trying to use n outside of package, then it will go with error because of protected. Protected is not accessible outside of the package. Now, if you create one more class D, extends A, class D, it's a subclass of A, then here we are going with the method ZZZ. In this method, we are giving the value to n here. This is valid. Okay. This is valid because when you make a member as protected, it is used within the same package, and even it is used in subclass of another package. Since D is a subclass of A, we can even use it in subclass of another package. Default means only within same package. Protected means even subclass of another package. That point you should remember. Coming to public. A class can be public, and this is accessible everywhere. No restrictions at all. No restrictions. Then we are having some important points on public keyword. They are, if the class is public, then the name of the source code file should be same as the class name. Like example, if you create any public class, then the file name must also be compulsory myclass.java only. Here, let me show practically. If you make the public class as calculator1, see immediately we get error because the file name is calculator.java, but the class is calculator1. See the message. The public type calculator1 must be defined in its own file. Means we have to create the file name as calculator1.java only. So if the class is public, the file name also should match with the class name. Okay. One more point. In a source code file, we can have only one public class. In a source code file, we can have what? Only one public class. Like example, if you create a public class A, then what should be the file name? Compulsory a.java. If you create one more public class here, if you create one more public class B, then what should be the file name now? If you save it as a.java, it will say B is public, save as b.java. If you save it as b.java, it will say A is public, save as a.java. So we cannot have multiple public classes. Goes with what? Error. Right? Clear everyone? Any questions up to here? No. Let me go with the summary, what we have discussed. Private. When you make a member as private means accessible only within the same class. Default, no need to specify, accessible only within the same package level scope. Then protected, accessible within the same package plus subclass of another package also, subclass of another package. Then public, accessible everywhere, no restrictions. Right? If you remember this to this one, that's enough for us. Let us move to the next one, last one today. Encapsulation. Encapsulation. Let me define what is this encapsulation, then we'll go with example. The wrapping up of, the meaning of wrapping is binding or combining, joining. The wrapping up of data and methods together. So where we bind data and data members and methods into a container called class. So where we keep data members and methods inside a class, and by providing security, to data is called as encapsulation. So mainly the security to data is only encapsulation. Let me elaborate this. If you take a class employee with a data member age, Now we want to give value to age. So when we want to give value to age, we'll create object of employee class, and using object we'll access age variable. We are giving value to age. Now let us take a method inside employee class like void set age, which takes a as argument, and we'll say here this dot a equal to, this dot age equal to, you can simply say directly age equal to a, because both are different. You can simply say age equal to a. Now by using object, we can even call set age method, and you can pass here 30. So what's going to happen now? This 30 will go and store into a variable, which is given to the data member. Now, a small question here. In this program, how many ways we are using to give value to age data member? Please respond here. In this program, how many ways we are using to give value to age data member?
2 ways.
Very good, 2 ways. That is, one is accessing age member directly and one more using method. Now, if you make this age as private, will this line goes with error? Yes, because private is used only within the class. Now, how many ways we are using to give value to age data member here? Only one way, right?
One way, yeah.
So making data member as private, and giving the value to data member using methods, this type of coding is only encapsulation, where we get security to data. Let me elaborate more. What is the advantage of giving private? Let me elaborate more. How private is giving security to data? Let me explain. If I remove private, can we access age directly? Yes. If I remove private, we can access age directly. If you are accessing age directly, can I store a value -20 in age? Is it syntactically correct? Can we store -20 in age?
Yeah, we can.
Yes, right.
Yes, we can.
Integer means positives or negatives, because your Java won't have idea on age variable. What age? It don't know the meaning. It will see only the data type. So in age we can store now positives or negatives. But according to us, can age go with negative values?
Ideally, no.
No, right? So according to us, according to our principles, can age go with negative values? Because we know the meaning of age variable. So according to us, age cannot go with negative values. But if you write the code like this, I can even store negative values. Means this age memory is not protected. This age memory is not secured to store valid data. This age memory is not secured, not protected to store valid data. Then how to give protection? By using private keyword. So when I say private, we cannot access this age directly. The only way to give value to age is using method. And the advantage of going with method, is the value whatever you are passing to this argument, that 30, whatever the value you are passing to the argument, we can check here like this. If the value of a is greater than or equal to 18, and if that a value is less than or equal to 60, then only you give that a value to age. Else, go with the message invalid age. Now you say, is my data member age is secured to store only valid data now based on our program now?
Yes, it is.
Right? It is protected. So writing the code in this fashion, like making data members as private, giving the value to data members using methods, such type of coding only we call encapsulation. We can select a class is fully encapsulated, means secured, when all data members are private. Right? Okay. Right. So that's about of today's class. And tomorrow we'll be going with the remaining part of object oriented, where we discuss about abstract classes and interfaces. Then coming to OOP assignment. Now we can do question 7. Question 7. Okay. Question 7 is based on inheritance. Right? So complete 3 formulas we have to apply here in question 7. If you understand demo 1, demo 2, demo 3 program, all the 3 things are present in this program. Right? Yeah. So thank you very much. See you tomorrow with remaining topics of object oriented. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This conference will now be recorded.
I'm not able to hear you. Okay, I can hear you now.
I can barely hear you.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Oh. So I was going with a note here, like if a base class reference refers to the subclass object, then it can invoke only the overridden methods of subclass. It can invoke what? Only the methods of overridden methods of subclass. Let me elaborate this point using an example. you take a class base, let me go with vehicle. If you take a class vehicle, and in this vehicle class, we are having the method drive. It's simple. Now, if you take class car, extends vehicle, car is a subclass of vehicle, and in this, we are going with the method drive. So this is overriding method. This is what we would say overriding method. Now, let us go with one more method here. Like, why to change A, with some coding. So what we are doing, we are having class vehicle with the method drive and car extends vehicle, and we are overriding the drive. And one more method change. Now observe properly. Now when you are creating objects, see how we are creating a vehicle. V equal to new car. So we are not saying that vehicle V equal to new vehicle, car C equal to new car. We are saying vehicle V equal to new car. Means if the base class reference, if the base class reference is called reference, if the base class reference refers to subclass object, you are referring to what subclass. Now by using this reference, when we call the method drive, so since we are referring to subclass object, without the class object you see, we go to the method language. So invokes drive method of car. Invoke drive method of car. Now if you write the code like v dot change there, this will go with error. That's the point what I have mentioned here. If a base class reference refers to subclass object, when base class reference refers to subclass object, then it can invoke only overridden methods of subclass. Other methods it cannot. So that's the reason here it goes with error. So this point is important for us to go with the next topics. Hello, information data. Now, let us move to the major topic of today's class. That is abstract classes. In this one, the main use of going for abstract classes is like it is used to form the rules or specifications. It is used to forward to form the rules or specifications. Okay. Let me elaborate more on this. If you take a class sample, understand the terminologies are important today. If you take a class sample and you are going with a method x66 and if you write some code inside the method, means simple even curly braces also. Even you are not writing any code but you are having curly brace also, then we call the method is defined or implemented or completed. So when you take a method and if you define the method, means even simple curly brace also, we call it as defined or implemented or completed. Now, if you take a method y, and if you end with semicolon, just observe semicolon. If you see semicolon after the method, then you are this we call declaration. This we call what? Method is declared. Declared. And when you declare a method, we have to use a keyword before the method. We have to use what keyword before the method? Abstract. Okay. So whenever we declare the method, we have to use what keyword? Abstract before the method. And if a class contains abstract method, then we have to make the class also as abstract. So the definitions are like a method which is declared is called as abstract method. An abstract class contains zero or more abstract methods. An abstract class contains what? Zero or more abstract methods. Now, what is the use of this abstract class? Let us understand. If you create a class sample which extends sample. So sample is what type of class now? Now one word we should say sample is abstract class. Now on this we should say what sample is what type of class means abstract class. There. In this abstract class sample, how many abstract methods are there? Please interact here. In this abstract class sample, how many abstract methods are there?
One.
What is that? Right? What is that here? Variable. So that method we have to override here compulsory. We have to override that method here compulsory. And we can even go with other methods. So what is the point here? This is the major point here. If a class extends an abstract class, then we need to override all the abstract methods. We need to override all the abstract methods. Okay, that's a rule here. That's a meaning called as rules or specifications. When we want to ensure your subclasses should override some methods compulsory, we form that rule using abstract class. And if any class extends our abstract class, we have to override my method names. We cannot change the method names. That's the meaning called as rules or specifications. Now, if you take one more class, sample2, extend sample. In this sample2, we are going with a method TTP. So in sample2, did we override variable method? In sample2, did we override variable method? No. But the rule is, if any class extends our abstract class, we have to override abstract methods. But we are not overriding. If we are not overriding, compiler goes with error. Compiler will give the error. But we don't want to override, but we want to make our application compile. Then I think we have to use what keyword before class abstract. If we are not overriding, we have to use what keyword before class abstract. So the point whatever I am writing, this is important here. This is the meaning of abstract class. That is, if a class extends an abstract class, then we need to override all abstract methods. Means if our abstract class contains 10 abstract methods, then if any class extends abstract class, we have to override all 10 methods. Else means if you are not overriding one also out of 10, else make the class as abstract. We have to make the class as abstract. This is the major point that we use. One more important point here. We cannot create objects for abstract classes. We cannot create what objects for abstract classes. Means if you create object of sample class, where sample is abstract here, your sample goes to error. Goes to what? But we can create references referring to the subclass. We can create what? References referring to the subclass of this. Means like this. Sample S1 equal to new sample 1, where sample 1 is a subclass of sample. Just now we have seen where it will be equal to new part. It will be equal to new part. Such type of references we can create, but creating objects is not. And the last point, forces is a relationship. Forces what type of relationship is it? Means whenever we use extends keyword, the meaning between the classes should be what is. Let us understand this with the program. Start learning. Right click on project pencil. New class. Start learning. Okay. Here, let us create a class vehicle with a method enter. We are in the semicolon. Let us take one more method, apply. Here we will get the message. Apply. Now, if you observe here, we are having the abstract method here. So when we go with semicolon, it is abstract method. So what we have to use before the method? Abstract. Okay. Now, since the class contains abstract method, we have to make the class also as abstract. Now the errors will go. Now, if we create a class car which extends vehicle or extends vehicle, then we are going with a method change vehicle. We are going with what method here? Change. That is the result for changing vehicle. Okay. Now observe here. See, under car we are getting compiled anywhere because if any class extends abstract class, we have to override the abstract method. But here we did not override the abstract method. See the error message what it showing. The type car must implement the inherited abstract method. The compiler will inform you what methods we have to override. If you don't want to override but make our program compile, then again we have to use what keyword? Abstract. If you don't want to override and to remove that error, we have to make the class functioning as abstract. Let us override that method. Void. We will go with the MC in the class. You see, we are overriding the method. Now there are no errors. When you want to ensure some methods need to be overridden in subclasses, then that rules we form using abstracts. Now, coming to main method, if you create object of vehicle, just with one F. You cannot create objects for abstract classes. You can create only references. Vehicle equal to new car, referring to subclass. Now, by using this thing, we can call try method, which invokes this try method. And by using B, we can even call apply break. So by using B, we can try to call change break just with F. Thus, when a base class reference refers to subclass object, it can invoke only overridden methods. Since change care is not overridden, we cannot invoke that. To get a simple message. Hello,
Hello, Raj.
So, we are discussing a concept of abstract class here today. The meaning of abstract class is that whenever we take a class and inside the class, if we declare any method, how to know declaration? We end with semicolon. When we end with semicolon, we have to make that method as abstract. And if a class contains abstract methods, we have to make the class also as abstract. So what is abstract method? Means the method which is declared is abstract. And if a class contains abstract methods, we have to make the class also as abstract. So the advantage is, if any class extends abstract class, since vehicle is abstract, if any class extends abstract class, overriding this try is mandatory. So if I remove this try method, so immediately we get errors. Immediately we get error under car. See what it says? The type car must implement abstract method vehicle car. So compulsory we have to override the method. That's the main thing what we have to say. So if any class extends abstract class, we have to override the abstract methods compulsory. We have to override what abstract methods compulsory. That's the main concept what we have discussed. Okay? Now, that's the main use of going for abstract classes. It's mainly for creating rules or specifications. When we want to ensure some methods need to be overridden compulsory in subclass, we create that rule using abstract. Now, if I want to invoke change care method, what I should do? I have to create object of car directly. Cars equal to new car. Then by using this car, we can object, we can call change care. Let me take one more example to understand more of these rules or specifications. Let us suppose if you are having a parrot, parrot is having a functionality using. Parrot is having a functionality what? Parrot can use. Now let us suppose we are having a person. Person also can use it. Person also can what? Use it. Now we want to ensure. This whistle method is present in parrot as well as person. So when we want to ensure some methods need to be present in your classes, then we form that rule using abstract class like this. We create one abstract class whistler, and we go with the abstract method. And we ensure that this parrot class extends whistler, person also extends whistler. So when parrot extends whistler, person extends whistler, then compulsory we have to override whistler. This is the meaning of whistler. But there is a problem. When you are writing the code in this fashion, parrot extends whistler. So how to read it as? Easy. How to read? Parrot is a whistler. Person is a whistler. Is it a meaningful statement? Person is a whistler. Are we whistlers? Are we visitors here? No, right? We are not visitors. So, is a relationship is not coming. Here we are not getting is a relationship. But we want to form the rules. But abstract classes forces is a relationship. Abstract classes forces what? Is a relationship. But in this example, we are not getting is a relationship. But we want to form the rule. We want to ensure that this method is present in parrot and person. Then the solution for this type of cases is we go for interfaces. We go for what? Interfaces. So, entrepreneurship, it is used to form the rules or specifications. And does not force is a relationship. This is the difference here. Does not force is a relationship. Okay, we can even have is a relationship, but we don't force it. Okay. First of all, what is an interface? In an interface, all data members are public, static, and final by default. By default, the variables, the data members are public, static, and final. What is final? The value cannot be modified. Static means we can access with interface. Okay. In an interface, all methods are public and abstract. Public and abstract by default. By default, the methods in interface are what? Public and abstract. Like example. How to create interfaces? We have to use a keyword interface and the interface name. That class name, your interface name. If you declare any variable like MySQL content, by default this is public, static, but the square brackets indicates optional to write. Either you are writing or not writing, Java will write implicitly. If you take a method, of state 6 by variable, by default the methods are what? Public and abstract. The methods are here public and abstract by default. So even you are writing public abstract keywords are not written, Java will take class implement. The square brackets in the by default are implemented. Now, if a class implements an interface, if a class implements an interface, class to class we use a keyword, class to class we use a keyword extends, class to interface we use a keyword implements. Class to class extends keyword, class to interface implements. So the class implements an interface, then we need to override all abstract methods. If the class implements an interface, then we need to override all abstract methods. Else, make the class as abstract. Same principle. Make the class as what? Abstract. Like example, if you take a class C1, implements item. The keyword what we use between class and interface is implements. So when a class implements interface, we have to override these methods. Else, we have to make the class again as abstract. Now, same rule, we cannot create objects for interfaces. We cannot create objects for interfaces, but we can create references referring to the subclass. When you are trying to create object for interface, goes with what? Error. But if you create reference referring to subclass object, it is fine. Just now we have seen wait till we put new wait for that is fast. One more very important point. A class can extend how many classes in Java?
Is it only one?
Only one, right? Because Java does not support multiple elements. A class can extend only one class, right? A class can implement multiple interfaces. A class can implement multiple interfaces. Like example, if you are having an interface I2, which contains a method Z. Now, if you create a class C2 implements I1 comma I2, so we can use comma operator to separate the data. This is possible. Now, if a class implements I1 and I2, then we have to override the methods of I1 and even I2. We have to override the methods of I1 class. We have to override the methods of I1 interface and even I2 interface. Class to class, which keyword we use? Text. Class to interface, implements. And interface to interface also possible. Interface to interface, extends. Like this. Interface, I3, extends, I3. Interface to class. Interface to class, not class. Interface to class is not class. One more last one. An interface can extend multiple interfaces. Interface can extend multiple interfaces. Like interface I4 extends I1 comma also possible. So the final conclusion comes to summary points are like so. If a class implements an interface, then we have to override the methods of interface. Else make the classes. That's a final point. Let's go to the program. interface there. Right click on project agency, new class interface. Here in this one, let us create one interface shape. Let us create one interface shape with a method draw. By default, these are abstract methods. Now, if you take a class circle, implements shape. Now observe it, we are getting errors. Keep constant running, see what it says. The type circle must implement the inherited abstract method. So compulsory we have to override. So let us override the draw method. So let us go to the message, drawing a circle. Coming to main method. Creating object of shape is not possible. If you try to create object of interfaces, just with only the references. Shape is equal to new circle. Referring to circle. So, creating object of interface also, you can only create reference referring to subclass. Now, by using this reference, we can call the draw. Now, what is the output of this program? What is the output of this program? Error, right? We are getting C error. So that is it. The draw method in interface shape, is it a public method?
No.
See the point again? The methods in interface are by default public and abstract, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So this point is important. So the draw method in interface shape is it public, right? It's a public. So even you are writing or not writing, Java will write it as public. Now when we override a public method, it's a rule of overriding. When we override any public method, the overridden method also should be what is a public. Now the error will go. What is the point? When we override any public method, overridden also should be public. Means when implementing means overriding. When implementing interface methods, the overridden method should be public. Should be what here. When you then give a simple message, drawing the circle. Let's go with one small one. From Java 8 version, we can define methods in interfaces using default keyword. From Java 8 version, we can even define methods in interface using what keyword? Default keyword, like this. If you take a method like fill, and if you are writing some code inside this method, means if the method is default. The method is default. But by default, we cannot define methods in interface. But from Java 8, we can even define methods in interface using what keyword? Default. Before the method we have to use default. See, now there is no. Now how to call this method? Simple. By using reference, we can call the method. It just goes to the method and says the message. That's it. Now, this is possible from Java 8 version. One more feature. From Java 9 version. From Java 9 version, we can define private methods in interfaces. From Java 9, we can even define what methods? Private. So, anyone having any questions? One more note. Abstract and final are illegal combination of modifiers. You cannot combine these two examples. Like example, if you create an abstract class, like this, the meaning of abstract class will come only when you create subclass. Because for abstract class we cannot create objects, so we cannot access any members of this. So the meaning of abstract class will come only when you create subclass. But if you make this class as final, can you create subclass of final? So there is no meaning of doing it. So that's the reason this will go to error. And the message is abstract and final are illegal combination of modifiers. So you cannot combine these two keywords here. Even when you make a method as abstract, the meaning will come only when you override the method. But if you make it final, you cannot override. So you cannot combine these two keywords in one. So that's about object oriented. And one more, let us go with the next concept here. Already I discussed, but I'm going to give the proper document. If you go with the proper document, already I discussed this, but I'm making a proper document for your reference. That is Java coding standards. So whenever you are writing the Java program or making use of predefined classes or methods, we have to follow the standards. The standards are like, when we go with the class name, the standard is first letter of every word is done. Like example system, only one word done. Runtime exception, 2 words. So R and T are array index out of bound exception, A capital, I capital, O capital, again O capital, B and E are. So starting letter of every word is done. Employee test, our own class, E and T are. Okay. When we go for variable, first letter of first word is small, but the remaining words first letter is done. Like out, only one word small. Student marks, 2 words. So S small, M capital. Employee salary is small, S capital. Like that. When you go for method, same like variable. First letter of first word is small, remaining words first letter is capital. Print line, only one word, everything is small. Next in 2 words, in small, I get. Print stack 3 words, in small, S and T are. Calculate total 2 words, C small, and T. Final variables, everything should be capital. Keywords, it's a syntax rule, all are small case. In coming to packages, everything will be small. When you go for packages, small. So when you are using the predefined things or when you are creating your own things also, follow the same standards what is given by Java. Got it everyone? Any questions? Okay. So that's about object oriented. And from this Java OOP assignment, now we can do question 8 and question 9. Question 8 is based on an abstract concept and question 9 is same. Okay. Tomorrow we will go with a new topic, a LAN package. This takes one day class for us, LAN package. Tomorrow we will complete LAN package where we discuss some of the predefined class like object class, tree class, math class that we are going to discuss. And the next week, we'll start up with new topic, exception. Thank you.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
So in the last class, we have seen about the OOP. Today, let us start off with the new topic, Java.land package. Very simple topic today. So up to now, we are using some of the predefined classes like system class, string class. And any class you take in Java belongs to a particular package. But when we use system class and string class, we did not import any package. Without importing, we are able to use the classes. The reason is system class and string class belongs to Java.land package. And this package will get imported implicitly to all Java programs. We need not import this package at all. So the blind rule is whenever we use any class or interface, without writing import statement, we can directly say the class or interface belongs to Java.land package. So what is the point here? Java.land package is imported to all Java programs implicitly. Imported to all Java programs implicitly. Then, in this land package, we are having so many classes, but I'm going to list out some classes which we can discuss today. And when we go for exceptions, we'll be learning some classes under land package, multithreading also under land package, like that will be going on. But today we'll discuss some of the basic classes. So classes under Java.land package. Here object, string buffer, string builder, math class, system class, already we have seen. Then we are having this one, byte, dot, character, integer, long, float, double, and boolean. So for every primitive data type, there is a corresponding reference type, which we call them as wrapper classes. So today even we discuss what is the use of this wrapper classes. So let us start off with the first one, object class. Let us start off with the first one, object class. Hello, Ajad. So we are seeing today Java.land package. This will get imported to all Java programs implicitly. So these are some of the basic classes present in land package. Let us see the first class, object class. Very, very important intro question, object class. Hello, Dinesh.
Hello, Raj.
Yeah, hi. Hello, Ajwala.
Hello, sir.
Let me just recap what we have done up to now. Today we are discussing about Java.land package. This is the only package in Java which will get imported implicitly to all Java programs. We need not import this package. And we are having some of the classes under this package which I have listed here. I'm going to discuss one by one now. So let us start off with the first one, object class. Object class is the topmost class in Java hierarchy. Means any class in Java is a subclass of object class. This is the very, very important interview question. What is the topmost class in Java hierarchy means? The answer is object class. Okay. Like example, if you take class A and if you take class B, extends A, class B extends A. So means B is a subclass of A. Then what about A? A is a subclass of what? We have to say extends object. Extends what here? Object. Okay. So B, A is a subclass of what here? Object. So if you are not extending with any class, if you are not extending any class, Java will write implicitly extends object. So B is a subclass of A, and we can say A is subclass of object. Then internally we can say B is also a subclass of what? Object here. The next one, string class. This is important for today class. A string is a collection of characters. What makes a string? It's a collection of characters. Then in Java, very important, in Java, string is immutable. In Java, string is what? Immutable. Immutable means like a constant, you can assume. So let me elaborate what is this immutability using a diagram. So let us suppose we are creating a string here like this. String s equal to hello. In Java, objects will get created in a memory called as heap memory, a part of RAM memory, temporary memory. In Java, objects will get created in heap memory, a part of RAM only. In this heap memory, the object hello will get created. Then, who is referring to this hello? S. S is referring to this hello. Now, in the program, if you write s equal to world, in the program, if you write s equal to world, we think that this hello will get replaced with world here. That won't happen in Java. So once we create a string object, this memory cannot be modified again. That value of that memory cannot be modified again. That's the meaning of immutable. Now, when you say s equal to world, what is going to happen is, since hello value cannot be modified again in Java, it's going to create one more object here, world. It's going to create one more object, world, and now s refers to this world here. So this concept only we call immutability. Clear, everyone? The meaning of immutable. Once you create string object, that memory cannot be replaced with some other value. Now s is referring to what now? World, and it no longer refers to hello now. And the objects which are no longer referenced in this example, hello, is ready for what? Garbage collection. So the point is, the objects which are no longer referenced are ready for garbage collection. And these objects will be destroyed during garbage collection process. During what? Garbage collection process by the garbage collector. Okay, yeah, just a minute. No worries. By the garbage collector. Now, the point is, Java is automatic garbage collection. Java is what? Automatic garbage collection. So our work is only to allocate memory. This allocation of memory is taken care by Java only. Hello, Gagan.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Yeah, me fine, Gagan. So we are discussing about string class here. A string means it's a collection of characters, and very important point, in Java, string is immutable. Immutable means once you create a string object, in heap memory, the object hello will get created. Now when you say s equal to world, since strings are immutable, this memory value cannot be modified again. We cannot modify that memory space again. That's the meaning of immutable. So what's going to happen? It's going to create a new object world, and s now refers to world. It no longer refers to hello now. And the objects which are no longer referenced are ready for what? Garbage collection. And these objects will get deleted automatically. So the meaning of immutable, what is important here? The meaning of immutable is once we create a string object, that memory space value cannot be modified again. That's the meaning of immutable. Now, in string class, we are having some of the methods. In string class, we are having the methods of string class. So how to get the methods of string class is just we have to open the API of string class. API means application programming interface, the library, what methods your class contains. So what you have to do, just open search engine like Google and say string class in Java. That's it. So whichever the class we want to browse, that just type that class name in Google. Like let me show this. Open search engine like Google. And you can search here for string class. String class in Java. This only we call documentation or API. So here we have to open the docs.oracle.com, the API. Now, see here you can find class string, and this is final class. Final class extends object. So any class you take in Java, it is a subclass of which class? Object class. The topmost class in Java is object class. And string objects are what? Say immutable. So once we create string object, that memory cannot be given to other values. They are like constant. Then if you scroll down, you can see the methods here. Method summary. You can see the method summary. There you can find so many methods. You can find so many methods. But we need to go through only the methods which you feel easy to understand. As a learner, we have to just go through the methods which you feel easy to understand. And based on the requirement, we come to the methods and use that methods. So I've listed out some of the important methods here. The methods of string class. I've listed out some of the methods of string class. Important methods. Let me discuss these methods now. The first one, character@. The use of character@ method is used to return the character at the given index. Like example, if you take a string s equal to hello, and if you write here in SOP, s dot character@1. So what is the character@1 index here in this example? What is the character@1 index? We should say E. Always remember the index starts with 0. Whenever we say the word index, count with 0. 0 index, 1 index. 1 index is what? E. Next one, compare to. Use it to compare one string with another string. Like example, if you take a string s1 equal to abc, and if you take one more string st equal to xyz. Out of these two strings, which is lower means ABC is lower than xyz. Alphabetical order. Don't count the number of characters here. Alphabetical order we have to see. So ABC is less than xyz. So how to check programmatically is like this. If s1 dot compare to s2, if s1 dot compare to s2, if this method returns less than 0, if this method returns less than 0, then we'll go with the message s1 is less than s2. Else, we can check the condition again. Else, if s1 dot compare to s2, if the method is returning a value greater than 0, then we'll go with the message s1 is greater than s2. Else, not less, not more, then directly we can say s1 is equal to s2. So based on our example, what is output we get? The first condition will become true. So we get the message here, ABC is less than XYZ. Right? This condition will be true in our case. Now, the next one, concat. Concat means join. Use it to join one string with another string. Like example, if you take a string s1 equal to hello, and if you take a string s2 equal to world, and if you write in SOP, s1 dot concat s2, s1 dot concat s2, the output will be a hello world. Output will be hello world. So internal meaning is s1 equal to s1 plus s2. That's the internal meaning. It will take the value of s1, adds to s2. This complete value hello world will be stored in s1 again. So the value of s1 will be what now? Hello world. Okay. Contains. Use it to check whether a substring means a part of string, whether a substring is present in the given string. Like example, if you take a string s equal to welcome, and if you write here in SOP, s dot contains come. In welcome, in this welcome, do you have a substring come? S. Then it's going to return what here? True here. To check whether a substring is present in the given string, we use the method contains. Okay. Starts with self-explanatory. If you take a string s equal to welcome, and if you write here in SOP, s dot ends with come. Is our string ending with come? Yes. Then it's going to return true. And if you write s dot starts with well, so our string is starting with well, it's going to return true. Okay. Next one, important method, equals and equals ignore case. The use of this method is used to check for the equality of two strings. And in this equals is, this is case sensitive. Equals is what? Case sensitive. Equals ignore case is not case sensitive. Like example, if you take a string s1 equal to hello, and if you take one more string s2 equal to hello. Now if you write the code SOP s1 dot equals s2, so both are hello only. S1 is hello, s2 is also hello, but not matching with the case, then it's going to return false here. If you write s1 dot equals ignore case, equals ignore case of s2, so both are hello but not matching with case, no problem, it's going to return true. So ignore case is not case sensitive. So anyone having any questions up to here? Any questions? Right. Next one, index of. Use it to return the index of given substring from the given string. Like example, if you take a string s equal to welcome, and if you write in SOP s dot index of come, where come is starting, see the index 0, 1, 2, 3. The come word is starting from index 3. So the output will be 3 here. If you write s dot index of xyz. Since xyz is not present in your given string, it's going to return -1. If the substring is not present in the given string, it's going to return what? -1. Length method. This is also important. We use more. Use it to return the number of characters from the given string. Like example, if you take a string as welcome, and if you write here s dot length, or you can say length equal to s dot length, it's going to count the number of characters in our string. How many characters are there? See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Total 7 here. So it is going to return length equal to 7. Now, one more important method, split. Use it to divide the string into substrings. Use it to divide the string into substrings based on the given delimiter. The meaning of delimiter can be, it can be a space, it can be semicolon, it can be colon, etc. It can be any symbol. Like example, if you take a string str equal to Java is our programming language. Java is our programming language. This is our string. Now we want to divide this string into substrings wherever there is a space. Means that delimiter is space. Then how many substrings we get here? See, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So how to divide that one is like this. String array str array equal to str dot split. We have to call which method? Str dot split. And what is the delimiter here? Space. Space is the delimiter. Now when you say str dot split with the space as delimiter, it's going to return 5 substrings that is stored in this string array. Now traverse your string array. How to traverse? For string s colon str array. Now if you print the value of s, the output will be what here? It's going to display 5 substrings for us. What they are? Java is our programming language. Right? Next one. To char array. Use it to convert the given string into character array. Like example, if you take a string s equal to hello, and if you write here character array equal to s dot to char array. When you call the method s dot to char array, it's going to create a character array. It's going to create a character array with values. First one goes with H, E, L, L and O. Converting string into character array, we use this method to char array. To lowercase, to uppercase, self-explanatory. String s equal to hello. Then if you write the code in SOP, s dot to lowercase, the output will be in capital case hello. In SOP if you write s dot to uppercase, sorry, to lowercase, I have written down. Every character will be small here. S dot to uppercase, it will be in capital case hello. Trim method. Trim method. Use it to remove the white spaces before and end of the string. use it to remove white spaces before and end of the string. Like example, if you take a string s equal to some space, hello, space, world, then the output will be, if I write the code s dot trim, the output will be, it is going to remove the space before the string and after the string, but not in between the string, before the string and after the string, but not in between the string. Value of method. Use it to convert other data types into string type. Like example, if you are having an integer n equal to 245, we want to convert into string. So I would write a string s1 equal to string dot value of n. String dot value of n. Now the value of s1 will be in string format 245. One more example. If you take a double d equal to 45.5, we want to convert into string. So we'll say string st equal to string dot value of d. Now the value of s2 is in string format 45.5. Clear everyone? Any questions? Very important. If you recap it one more time, you feel very easy, nothing complex. Remembering the methods is not complex. Right? Yeah. Just a minute, I'll be back in a minute. I'm back here. Sorry to make it late. Now, let us move to the next one here. String buffer class. String buffer is mutable. A very important interview question. What is the difference between string and string buffer? String is immutable. String buffer is mutable. Means in the same memory space, the value can be modified. We are in one more class, string builder class. String builder is also mutable. String builder is mutable. Then what is the difference between string buffer and string builder? The difference is the methods in string buffer class are synchronized. The methods present in string buffer class are what? Synchronized. Whereas the methods in string builder class are not synchronized. Okay, so what is this synchronized? We'll discuss when we come to multi-threading topic. And for a basic idea, when you make a method as synchronized, only one thread will be running. So more about this we'll discuss in multi-threading. For now, you remember only related to mutable. The next one, generating random numbers. Generating random numbers. So what is the use of this random number is, random numbers are used to generate OTPs. Random numbers are used for what? To generate OTPs, one-time passwords. Okay, so where we get to our mobile or mail for authentication purpose. Then math.random method, we are having a math class. In math class, it contains a method random. Math.random method is used to generate random numbers. Math.random method is used for what? To generate random numbers. That is, when you take the method math.random, this method returns a value less than 1.0 and greater than 0.0. This method returns a value greater than 0.0 and less than 1.0, not 0.0 and 1.0. Now, let us understand this with the program. Random demo. And I click on project entity. New class. Random demo with main method. Now, in this one, let us call a method. In this copy, let's just call a method math.random. And the return type is double. The return type of random method is double. Now, when you run, see the output what we get. See, we are getting a value 0.307. If you run the program again, see what value we get now? 0.117. If you run again, we get different value. Every time we get different value. That's the meaning of random. But whatever the OTPs we get, that will be in integer format, like 4-digit OTP, 6-digit OTP, like that. Then how to go with 4-digit OTP or 6-digit OTP is, we have to go with the typecasting. So if you apply your typecasting integer math.random, then see the output what we get. We always get 0 here. We always get what? 0, because it will take only the decimal part. Fraction part is ignored when you go with the typecasting. Then how to go with 4-digit OTP is, to this math.random, we have to multiply with 10,000 if you want to get 4-digit OTP. So depends on the number of zeros, that many digits OTP we get. If you want to go with the 6-digit OTP, to this math.random, multiply with 6 zeros. See now, when you run, we get 4-digit OTP or 6-digit OTP. Got it, everyone? How to generate OTPs? Right now, and a small task to you: browse API of Mathclass. Browse API of Mathclass. So how to browse here? Just go to Google and say Mathclass in Java. That's it. Mathclass in Java. So where it will go with the document where you can find the methods. Just go through that methods which you feel easy to understand. Mathematical methods, it contains like sin, cos, round, truncate, like that. Okay, just go through that. Yeah. The next one, the last one, wrapper classes. Wrapper classes. So what is this wrapper class is? For every primitive data type, there is a corresponding reference data type. For every primitive data type, there is a corresponding reference data type called as wrapper class. Wrapper classes are immutable. Wrapper classes are what? Immutable. Means like string only. If you take a integer is a wrapper class here. If you write integer n equal to 100 and if you write in the code n equal to 200, then how many objects will it create here? 2 objects. See, first it's going to create in heap memory 100 object. Who is referring here? N is referring to this 100 object. Now when you write n equal to 200, since integer is immutable, the 100 cannot be modified with other value. It's going to create one more integer object 200 and n refers to 200 now. It no longer refers to 100. So totally how many objects created here? See, 2 objects. So that's the meaning of immutable here. So in the above code, 2 integer objects are created and the object 100 is ready for garbage collection. Which object is ready for garbage collection means we should say 100. Yeah. Now, one more point. Wrapper classes are final. Wrapper classes are final means we cannot create subclasses for wrapper classes. No subclasses for wrapper classes. Like example, if we take a class, my class extends double, where double is a wrapper class, then goes with what? Error. This will go with error. We cannot create subclasses of wrapper classes. Yeah. What is the main use of wrapper class? That's the important thing to discuss here. Wrapper classes are used to convert reference type into primitive type called as parsing. So when you are converting one primitive to another primitive or one reference to another reference, we call it as typecasting. Primitive to primitive, reference to reference is typecasting, but reference to primitive, we call it as parsing. Very, very important concept. We'll use this concept more in future also. So many places we use, but very simple. Like example, if we take a string s1 equal to some 345. String is what? Reference type. Now we want to convert into primitive integer. Then we'll write like this: int n equal to. We use the wrapper class integer with a static method parseInt and pass s1. Now the value of n will be primitive integer 345. One more example. If we take a string s2 equal to some 35.5, we want to convert into primitive double. How to convert? Double d equal to, use the wrapper class double with a static method parse double and say s2. Now the value of d will be primitive double 35.5. One more. If we take a string s3 equal to true. Now we want to convert into primitive boolean. Then use the wrapper class boolean with a static method parse boolean and say s3. And the value of b will be now true. Let me just check the method whether it is parse boolean complete word. Let me just check boolean dot parse boolean. Yeah, complete word. Right? Clear everyone? This is important. We use more of this concept in future also. In the next class also we'll use this concept. Got it everyone? Any questions? right? Now, let me go with the assignment. It's mainly on strings. Write a program to count number of vowels, consonants, and words from the given line of text. From the given line of text, you should count how many vowels are there, how many consonants are there, and how many words are there. Write a program to check whether the given string is palindrome or not. So what are palindromes? When you reverse the word is same. When you reverse the word will be same, like madam, little, like this. Write a program to reverse every word of a given line of text. Like example, if you take the input string as Java is simple, then the output should be AVAJ SI ELPMIS. So we should take every word and reverse it. And the hint for this one is we have to use split method here. We have to use which method? Split method. Right? So that's about LAN package. Very simple topic. Final point to remember is like the blind rule is if you are using any class or interface without importing the package, blindly we can say the class or interface belongs to java.lan package. Right? In the next class, Monday, we'll go with a new topic, exception handling. Thank you all. Happy weekend.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
Today, let us start off with one more new topic and important, exception handling. Now, so before we go to this exception handling, let us understand about the different types of errors. There are different types of errors like compile time or syntax errors. Compile time or syntax errors. So can anyone take some examples of compile time errors? What you have seen up to now?
That the variable type is not resolved.
Right. Yeah, semicolon missing, curly brace missing, calling a method without defining. Yeah.
If you are using keywords and all that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, keywords, but case-ins do not matching like that. Okay, all the red color lines, whatever we see, they are all compile time errors. And one more, like just now you said, like making use of keyword like a variable name, that is also wrong. Okay, so all the red color lines which is shown to us in Eclipse, they are all compile time errors. And based on the message, we can rectify that error. So compiler is going to take care of these errors. The next one is logical or semantic errors. Means logical means the output what you are expecting you are not getting. The output of the program is wrong. Like example, we want to find sum of 1 to 10. Sum of 1 to 10 is what? 55. Sum of 1 to 10 is 55. So we are writing the code like this. Int is sum equal to 0. And we take a for loop like this. For int I equal to 1, I less than 10. I plus plus, and we'll write here in a sum equal to sum plus I. Then after the for loop, we'll print the value of sum. So what is the value of sum? It's going to print here. Sum of 1 to 10 is 55, but from this code, what is the value of sum? It's going to print 45, right? Because we said I less than 10, 10 is not included, means it's going to find sum of 1 to 9. Sum of 1 to 10 is 55, means sum of 1 to 9 is what? 55 minus 10, 45. But expected is what here? Expected is 55. So what you are expecting, if you are not getting such type of errors, we call it as logical errors. Okay. The next, who has to take care of logical errors? Programmer only, because whatever the program we read, that output only we get. So logical errors need to be taken care by programmer only. Okay. The next one is runtime errors. Runtime errors, or even we call it as exceptions. Runtime errors, or even we call it as what? Exceptions. So whenever we are running the program, at that time if you are getting errors, such type of errors only we call exception. How to define an exception is like, an exception is a runtime error which occurs during program execution. What is an exception? It's a runtime error which occurs during program execution and terminates the program abnormally. Once the exception occurs, the remaining part of code will not get executed. Now, let us understand what is this exception and what is the meaning of this terminates program abnormally using an example program. Exception demo. Open Eclipse. Now, to store all the exception related programs, let us create one package here. Right click on project and say new package. Go with the name exception demo with main method. Now, here in this one, let us go with the code in main method. Let us display a message. Begin of the program. Then we'll say like this: int n1 equal to args of 0, int n2 equal to args of 1. So what is this args? Let us understand this, the new concept today. So up to now, to the main method, we are passing one argument args. Observe, to this main method we are passing one argument args. So now we are trying to understand what is the use of this argument now. So the use of string array args is used to store command line arguments. What is the use of this? To store command line arguments. Now, like when you are running the program, at your command prompt, what is the command we use to run? Java, and we pass the name of the class. After the class name, you can pass the values separated by space. So these two values we call command line arguments, one way of giving input to the program. So in this one, 10 and 5 are command line arguments. And these arguments will go and store into this array args. Means args of 0 contains what value? 10. Args of 1 contains what value? 5. So this 10 will go and store into args of 0, 5 will go and store into args of 1. Now, what is the data type of args array? What is the data type of this array? It's clearly given, right? What is the data type of args array? String, right? It's what type here? String. So args of 0, which contains a value 10, it's what type? String type. Args of 1, which contains a value 5, it's of what type? String type. Now, can we assign a string value to integer directly? No, right? We cannot assign. So what is the solution to remove this error? Last class we discussed. What is the solution? Parsing How to convert reference type to integer? Parsing. We have to use what class here? The wrapper class integer. You are not recapping at all. The wrapper class integer with a static method parsing. Parsing args of 0. Then similar way, converting an integer dot parsing args of 1. Okay, so how to convert a reference type means like example string into primitive integer by using wrapper class integer with a static method parsing. Now the value of n1 is integer 10, the value of n2 is integer 5. Now let us divide first number with second number. We are dividing first number with second number and we'll print the value of result here. Result equal to the value of result. Then we'll go with the message end of the program. That's it. Now let us run the program. Then, so how to pass command and arguments in Eclipse? How to pass command and arguments in Eclipse is right click on your program and say run as run configurations. Right click on your program, run as run configurations. Then choose the class which you want to run. So say here search. Which class you want to run? Exception demo. And go to this arguments tab and pass the argument separated by space. So this 10 and 5 will go and store into args array. Now when you say run, see the output what we get? Begin of the program, result is 2, that is 10 by 5 is 2 and end of program. Now let us run the program again. Run as run configurations. See the class which you want to run and go to arguments and pass, let us pass here 10 and 0. What is 10 by 0? What is 10 divided by 0?
Doesn't exist.
10.
It's not right. Undefined. 10, any number divided by 0 is undefined, or some people say infinity, where in the case of Java, it is an exception. It's a runtime error. In case of Java, it's a runtime error. See, when you run, what's going to happen? See what it's saying? See, exception in thread main java.land.arithmetic exception. What it's saying? See, java.land.arithmetic exception divided by 0. This is the message it is giving. And in which line number you are getting problem? Line number 6. In this line we got error. Then after that it's terminating your programs here. So it's saying begin of the program, it's throwing exception. After throwing exception, is the remaining piece of code getting executed? Are you getting the message end of the program?
No.
No, right? So this only we call abnormal termination. Once we get exception, the remaining piece of code will not get executed. So is this abnormal termination? Is it a good programming?
No, not a good program.
Not right. So we have to inform the user when the user enters second number as 0. We have to inform the user divided by 0 not allowed, and we should continue with the remaining piece of code. Such type of coding only we call exception handling. We have to handle the exception. So what is the point here? Exception handling is used to avoid abnormal termination of program and makes the program robust. And makes the program what? Robust means strong. Okay. Then how to go for this exception handling? So we are in totally 5 keywords. 5 keywords in exception handling. They are try, catch, finally, throw, and throws. These are the 5 keywords in exception handling. Then, try, catch, finally, we call them as blocks. Try, catch, finally, we call them as blocks. Throw and throws, we call them as classes. Right? Now, let us see today try and catch block. Let us initially go with the try and catch block. This is the major thing of exception handling. The syntax of try and catch block is we use a keyword try. We use a keyword try and we go with the set of statements like this. Statement 1, statement 2, statement 3, like that, statement n. Okay. Now in this try block, in any statement, if you get exception, if you get an exception in try block, then Java runtime will throw an exception. Once you get an exception in try block, the Java runtime will throw an exception, which is caught by using catch block. Where we go with the predefined class exception and we go with the object here. So what are the exception? It is throwing. It will come and store into this exception object. Then in this catch block, we handle the exception. The meaning of handle the exception is giving message to the user what went wrong. Let me elaborate. If an exception occurs in a try block, the Java runtime will throw an exception. The Java runtime will throw an exception which is caught by catch block, and handles the exception. And the remaining part of very important statement and the remaining part of try block, will not get executed. Means if you get exception in statement 2, the control will jump from here to here. The control will jump to catch block. It will execute catch block. After catch block, it will continue down. But the remaining part of try block will not get executed. It won't go back to try block again. Clear this point, all of you? Right? Now, let us come back to the program. So, in which line you are getting exception? This line. In this line, we are getting error when we give second number as 0. Now, what we have to do? Keep this line of code in try block. Now understand carefully. If this statement executes properly, that is result equal to n1 by n2. If it is executing properly, then only it should display the result. Else it should not display the result. Means this displaying result is dependent on above statement. So keep this displaying result also in try block as it is dependent on above statement. Now if you get exception, it will go to catch block and we'll say exception A. It's a predefined class where we'll go with the message to the user, divide by 0, not allowed. We'll go with the message to the user, divide by 0, not allowed. Now, let us run the program now. Run configurations. See the class which you want to run. Go to arguments. Now, if I pass 10 and 5, if you say run, no issues. We get the message begin of the program, result is 2 and end of program. Now, if you run the program again, if you pass the second number as 0, now see the output. Output is important to understand. Begin of the program, divide by 0 not allowed. It's giving the message to divide by 0 not allowed, and it's continuing with the remaining piece of program. So just writing the code in try and catch block is only exception handling. Now, we want to display this error message, divide by 0 not allowed, in red color, some highlighted color. Then instead of out, we have to use ERR. ERR means error. Now see when you run. So we are getting the message in red color here. Clear everyone? Any questions?
So can we have multiple try and catch blocks for different classes?
Yes, no problem. Okay. In one class, in one method, we can have multiple tries, multiple catch blocks. No problem. Okay. So one try can even have multiple catch also. That I'm going to discuss in tomorrow's class.
Oh, okay, cool.
That is also possible. Let us move to the next concept today, exception hierarchy. So whatever we have done, it's like an introduction part only. Now the major thing is exception hierarchy. So what is the topmost class in Java hierarchy? What is the topmost class in Java hierarchy?
Object class?
Object class, very good. Object is the topmost class in Java hierarchy. Okay. Under exception hierarchy, the topmost class is throwable. Under exception hierarchy, the topmost class is throwable. And throwable is a subclass of object. It's a subclass of what object? There. Under throwable, it goes with the two subclasses. Under throwable, it goes with the two subclasses. One is exception and one more is error. Error is something like which we cannot handle. Means once it occurs, the program has to terminate only. Like example, JVM running out of memory. So when JVM is only running out of memory, as a programmer, what we can do? Nothing. It has to get terminated only. So we are not worried about error part. We are worried about only exception. Now, under exception, we are having some subclasses. Under exception, we are having some subclasses. In the diagram, all are classes only. In the diagram, all are classes. Like under exception, we are having some subclasses like runtime exception, IO exception, interrupted exception, SQL exception, user defined exceptions. User defined exception. This is a concept, okay? It's not a class. So in this diagram, all are classes except user defined exceptions. So we'll be discussing user defined exceptions in tomorrow's class. Okay. So total 2 days for exception handling, total 2 days it takes to complete. Now, under runtime exception, it goes with the subclasses. Runtime exception is important for us. As a developer, runtime exception is important. Under runtime exception, it goes with subclasses like arithmetic exception. Just now we have seen arithmetic exception. The array index out of bounds exception, string index out of bounds exception, negative array size exception, number format exception, then null pointer exception. Right? Like that we are in so many. As the days goes on, we'll be learning. So under exception handling, whichever the exceptions we are learning, that only I'm writing under runtime exception. Now, this IO exception we'll be learning when we come to IO package topic. Interrupted exception when we go with multi-threading topic. SQL exception, JDBC. User defined tomorrow, right? So exception handling is never ending story for us. We'll be keep on learning new exception names as the days goes on, but the concept remains same. Now, here we are having very important one, very important interview question also, that is categories of exceptions. Categories of exceptions. We are in two categories. They are checked exceptions and unchecked exceptions. Checked exceptions and unchecked exceptions. Let us initially go with unchecked exception. If you take the previous example program, when we got error during compile time or runtime? When we got error during compile time or runtime, previous program, divided by 0.
Runtime.
Runtime, right? We got error during runtime. Then, so does the compiler know about this error? No, because we are giving the data during runtime. Based on the data, if I give second number as 0, then only we are getting error. So compiler won't have idea on these errors. That's the reason for compiler it is categorized as unchecked. So what are unchecked is all runtime exceptions, like arithmetic exception, number format exception, etc. are unchecked exceptions. Are what? Unchecked exceptions. Then what are checked exceptions? Checked is taken care by compiler. We have to just follow a syntax rule. When you go for checked exceptions, we have to just follow a syntax rule. Okay. So what are checked is compiler is going to take care of this. That is other than runtime exceptions. Other than runtime exceptions like IO exception, SQL exception, etc. are checked exceptions. Are what? Checked exceptions. Compiler is going to take care of this checked exceptions. So which are unchecked exceptions? All these runtime exceptions comes under unchecked. Other than runtime, remaining all these comes under the category checked exceptions. Okay. So this is very, very important intro question. Checked and unchecked exceptions. Categories of exceptions. Right? Yeah. Just a minute. I'll be back in a minute. So I'm back here. Sorry to make you wait. So let us see about checked exceptions today. Let us essentially see about checked exceptions. So what is that syntax rule? Let us try to understand. So what are checked exceptions is, I'm writing one more time. Other than runtime exceptions like IO exception, SQL exception, user defined exceptions, etc. are checked exceptions. Let me elaborate this using a program. Checked exception demo. Open Eclipse. Right click on exceptions package. Okay, we did not create package here. Okay, let me create package. I missed out. New package. Exceptions. Under these exceptions, let us go with this program. I'm just pulling out this program into exception. Just drag here, drag and drop here. That's it. It will write the code for us here. It will automatically write package exceptions. Okay. So just drag and drop. That's it. Now, right click on exceptions package and send new class checked exception demo. Checked exception demo with main method. So somewhat confusion topic, but don't worry. So as the day's question, this concept is very simple. Simple syntax rule. A simple click operation in Eclipse. Now, in this one, let us call a method int n equal to system.in.read. So system.out.println, it is used to display the messages onto the screen, whereas or to display variable values, and system.in.read is used for what? To read a value from keyboard. And the return type of this method is integer. But when we are using read method, it's going with a compile time error. Observe here. When we call read method, it's going with compile time error. Understanding that compile time error is only checked exception. Now, let us understand this. To understand this, why this error is coming, we have to open a document here. Let us open one document. So I'm opening browser and open search engine like Google. Search here for input stream in Java. Don't worry what is input stream. Okay, don't worry. We'll discuss when we come to the topic IO package. Now, here, open this docs.oracle.com, open this input stream. Just we are opening the API of input stream here. There. So, under this input stream, just browse down and you can see the method summary. Just if you scroll down, you can see the methods. Observe one thing. After read method, can you see throws keyword and throws IO exception? This one you have to observe. Throws and some exception. Whatever the exception it may be, you are not worried. But in this case, read method is throwing IO exception. Like that, if you observe, there are so many methods in Java which throws some exception. See here, skip throws IO exception, available throws IO exception, close throws IO exception. Like that in Java, there are so many methods which throws some exception. We are not worried what exception it is. Just after method, we are worried about only throws keyword. Here also, whenever we call the method read, since read method is throwing some exception according to Java API. Now see, just to keep mouse pointer on this error, see what it's saying, see. Unhandled exception type IO exception, because read method is throwing IO exception. It's going with the compile time error message, unhandled exception type IO exception. And see what suggestion it is giving, surround with the try catch. Just to keep mouse pointer and click here. Surround with the try catch. See here. Just we have to call the read method in between try and catch block. That's it. So following this syntax rule is only checked exception. Following this syntax rule is only checked exception. Then we are having one more way of doing this. So if you call the method int n equal to system.in.read, see we get compile time error. See what is one more suggestion it's showing? Add throws declaration. Even if you click here after method name, it will write throws IO exception. See the error has gone. So either whenever you call a method and if that method is throwing some exception according to Java API, call this method in between try and catch block or use throws keyword for the main method or any other method. So this concept is only checked exception. That's it. Following a simple syntax rule. So what is the point to remember? If a method throws an exception, then this method need to be caught. This method need to be caught means we have tried the code in between try and catch, or declare to be thrown, or declare to be thrown means throws keyword. Means what here? Throws keyword, right? Got it, everyone? Any questions? Right? Now, let us go with one more concept here. And this is not related to exception handling. This concept, whatever I am going to discuss, that I am going to use it in tomorrow's class. Okay, we'll be using this concept in tomorrow's class. So for that reason, I am discussing a topic here. The concept is toString method. toString method. What is the use of this toString method? Let us understand. When an object, before this, toString method, let me write like this. When an object is displayed in SOP, in system.out.println, toString method is invoked implicitly. Whenever we display an object in SOP, which method will get invoked automatically? toString method. Let me elaborate this with the program. toString demo. This concept is very, very important. Till last day of Java, I am going to use this concept. Okay, but very simple. See here, right click on exceptions package and say new class toString demo with main method. Now here, let us create a class item. We are creating a class item with two data members, int item number, string item name. Now make use of constructor to give the values, int item number, string item name. Then we'll see here, this dot item number equal to item number, this dot item name equal to item name. Okay. Now create default constructor. Whenever a class contains parameters or constructor, always suggested to create default constructor. Now coming to main method, here we create object of item, and to the constructor we are passing item number and item name. Now after creating object with the values, now in SOP directly we will print the object item. We are printing the object item. See the output here. Output is important to understand. When you print object, what is going to happen? Observe here. See, it's returning the class name. It's returning the class name along with some number. This number we call hash code. What it's doing? It's returning the class name along with one number. That number we call hash code. So who is taking care of printing this output? Means toString method. Invokes toString method. Implicitly, automatically it's going to invoke toString method automatically. Then, now understand carefully. So does your item class have toString method? In item class, do you have any toString method? In item class, do you have a toString method? No, right? There
No,
is
sir.
no. And then item class extends which class? I think last class we discussed. Item class extends which class? What is the topmost class in Java?
Object class.
Object, right? If you create a class and if you are not extending any class, if you create a class and if you not extend any class, it extends which class? Object class.
The class.
Right? Then since there is no toString method in your item class, what it is going to do? It goes to object class toString method. Actually, toString method belongs to which class? Object class. Since there is no method toString in this class item, it will go to object class toString method. And the role of object class toString method is, it's going to return the class name along with hash code. It's going to return the class name along with hash code. So what is the point here? toString method belongs to object class. Then toString method of object class returns the class name along with the hash code. So whatever the output it is returning here, is it a readable output for you? Is it a readable?
No.
No, right? It is not readable output. So whenever you don't want to go to base class methods, toString method belongs to object class. It's a base class. So whenever you don't want to go to base class methods, what we have to do? Whenever you want to change the implementation of base class methods, we have to go for which concept? Overriding concept. Overriding concept. So what we have to do? We have to override the toString method here. Public string toString, and say here return item number equal to the value of item number. Then /n means new line. Then item name equal to the value of item name. The return type of toString method is string. The return type of toString method is string. So I'm returning a string here. Now see the output. We get a proper format of your output. So when to think of toString method? Whenever we print objects in SOP. Remember, whenever we print objects in SOP, your thinking should go to which method? toString method. What is the point? In order to represent the object value in string format, we need to override toString method in the class. So whichever the class object you are printing, that in that class we have to override which method? toString method. Clear this concept, all of you? If you are feeling confused, don't worry. We'll be keep on discussing this concept so many times. Then it will become nothing for you finally. Okay? So many places we use this concept. Right? So any questions, anyone?
No, sir.
Right? So let us stop here today. We'll continue tomorrow. But before that, compulsory you have to recap and join. If you recap today's class, then only you feel very easy to understand tomorrow's class. So tomorrow, the objective is we'll be discussing about this runtime exceptions. We'll discuss when these exceptions will occur. We'll discuss this one. Then we'll go with try with multiple catch blocks, finally block, and user defined exceptions. So tomorrow we'll complete exception handling. Okay. So thank you all and see you tomorrow. Thank you all.
Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
This conference will now be recorded.
So in the last class, we have seen about exception handling, right? Hello, Dinesh.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hi. So in the last class, we have seen about exception handling. Hello, Ujjwala.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hi. Then, so whenever we want to go for exception handling, we are having totally 5 keywords. That is try, catch, finally, throw, and throws. And we have seen about the exception hierarchy. The topmost class under exception hierarchy is throwable. The topmost class under exception hierarchy is what? Throwable, which goes with the 2 subclasses, exception and error. Which goes with 2 subclasses, exception and error. Under exception, we are having so many subclasses like runtime exception, IO exception, interrupted exception, like that. Then we are having one more very important one, categories of exceptions. So we are having 2 categories, they are checked and unchecked. All runtime exceptions comes under unchecked, other than runtime remaining all are checked. So checked exceptions, just we have to follow a syntax rule. That is, whenever we call a method, and if that method is throwing some exception, then we have to call that method in between try and catch block, or we have to specify throws keyword. Right? Then, so today objective is like we'll be discussing these runtime exceptions, whatever I've listed here. Then we'll go with the try with multiple catch blocks, then finally block and user defined exceptions. So let us initially go with runtime exceptions. These are important as a programmer. The exceptions which occur during program execution are runtime exceptions. The exceptions which occur during program execution are runtime exceptions. Then, all runtime exceptions are subclasses of runtime exception class. So if you are getting a runtime exception, means it is a subclass of which class? Runtime exception class. Then, all runtime exceptions are categorized as unchecked exceptions. All runtime exceptions comes under which category? Unchecked. Now let us understand using a program runtime exception demo. Hello Gagan.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Yeah, me fine Gagan. So today we started with runtime exceptions. The exceptions which occur during program execution are runtime exceptions, and all runtime exceptions are subclass of runtime exception class, and they are categorized as unchecked exceptions. Now let us see with the example. So right click on exceptions package and say new class, runtime exception demo with main method. Now in this one, let us initially see about arithmetic exception. Arithmetic exception, that is, if you take a number divided by 0, if you take any number divided by 0, it throws what exception? Arithmetic exception. See here, java.land.arithmetic exception divided by 0. Now, how to handle this exception? We have to keep the code in try and catch block, that's it. But my objective in this program is I want to just elaborate when these exceptions will occur, not how to handle. So if I want to show the next exception, so if you are not handling, it's going to terminate. And in order to show the next exception, let me keep this code in comments here. I'm just keeping the code in comments. Now let us go with the next one. Array index out of bounds exception. So if you take an array with some values like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and if you write the code n of 2, if you are printing the value at n of 2, so what is the value at n of 2 index? 30, right? The value at n of 2 index is 30. But if you write n of 8 index, which is out of index for us, 8 is out of index, then it is going to throw an exception, array index out of bounds exception. So if you are trying to access an array out of index, we get array index out of bounds exception. Yeah. The next one, string index out of bounds exception. If you take a string s equal to hello, and if you write a start character at 1 index, so what is the character at 1 index here? A. Now what is the character at 1 index? A. But if you write character 8 index, again this is out of index, then we get exception. String index out of bounds, exception. Get see, string index out of bounds, exception. The next one, very simple, a negative array size exception. Negative array size exception. If you are allocating memory for array, and when we are giving the size of array as a negative value, when the given array size is negative value, then we get negative array size exception. Next one important, number format exception. Number format exception. If you take a string s equal to some xx, and we are trying to convert into integer using the wrapper class integer dot % of s. So what is the value of s here? Some xx. So can we convert xx into some number type here? Not possible. Then we get number format exception. You get it, the exception is number format exception. The next one, null pointer exception. Null pointer exception. So if you take a string s equal to null, this is not only for string, any object you take, and if you are pointing to null, and by using that object, if you access any members of the class, so in this one, s is pointing to what? Null. By using this null object, if you access any members of class, then it throws null pointer exception. Clear everyone? Any questions? Right, very important, you have to recap it compulsory. Okay, let me document when which exception will occur. Arithmetic exception. When it occurs, trying to divide a number by 0. Okay. Array index out of bounds exception. Trying to access an array element which is out of index. Trying to access an array element which is out of index. Then string index out of bounds exception. Trying to access a character of a string which is out of index. Then negative array size exception. When the given array size is negative. Then next one, number format exception. Number format exception. Trying to convert a string into number type, which is not possible. Okay. Null pointer exception. Null pointer exception. Trying to access the members of a class. Trying to access the members of a class when the object of the class is pointing to null. Right? So these are all very, very important. And we will be learning some more runtime exceptions as we go to the next topics. Right? Any questions, anyone? Yeah, just a minute. I'm back here. Now, let us move to the next concept here. Try with multiple catch blocks. Try with what? Multiple catch blocks. Now, the syntax of this try with multiple catch block is we use a keyword try and we go with some set of statements. We go with some set of statements. Okay. Here we write catch, and if I use exception class here, when we use exception, since exception is superclass of all other exceptions, we can handle any type of exception. If I use exception, we can, if you are getting any type of exception, we can handle, because exception is superclass of all other exceptions. But in this try block, there is a chance of getting multiple exceptions. In this try block, there is a chance of getting multiple exceptions, and based on the exception type we want to handle. Means based on the exception type, we want to provide the proper message to the user what went wrong. So in that case, we go with multiple catch block like this. Exception type 1, we handle it based on type 1. Exception type 2, we handle based on type 2. So once we see the code, this concept is very simple. Exception type n, we handle based on type n. Right? So what is the use? It is used to provide proper message to the user based on the exception type. It is used for what? To provide proper message to the user based on exception type. Right? Now, let us understand this with the program. Once we see the code, this is very simple. Multiple catch demo. Right click on exceptions package and say new class multiple catch demo with main method. Now, in this one, we are going with the try block, and here we are writing the code like this. Int n1 equal to integer dot parseInt args of 0. We are reading the command line arguments. Int n2 equal to integer dot parseInt args of 1. Now we'll say int result equal to n1 by n2. We are dividing first number with second number, and we'll print the value of result here. Now, in this try block, which exceptions may occur? Can anyone say the answer? Which exceptions may occur in this try block? Already we know when we go with slash divided by 0, when we give second number as 0, we get arithmetic exception. Then, as we are using arrays in our program, just very easy to identify exceptions. Slash means arithmetic exception. When we are using arrays, array index out of bound exception. Why we get array index out of bound exception? You are reading two command line arguments, but if you pass only one command line or no arguments, we get array index out of bound exception. And one more, number format exception. Whenever we go for parsing, number format exception. So how we get is, if you pass the argument as some XX, we cannot convert into integer, we get number format exception. Now, right here, catch. If you are getting arithmetic exception, then we'll display the message to the user. Divided by 0, not allowed. Then, if you are getting array index out of bounds exception, yeah, just a minute. I'm back here. So if you are getting arithmetic exception, we are going with what message? Divided by 0, not allowed. If it is array index out of bound exception, we'll go with the message require 2 numbers. We have to pass 2 numbers. If it is generating number format exception, then we'll go with the message enter only numbers. Enter only numbers. Now, can you guarantee that we get only these 3 exceptions? No guarantee. It can be any other runtime exception which we are unable to identify. Then we can write catch runtime exception. It can be any runtime exception. It can be any type of exception. Then we can manage any type of exception using exception class. Exception occurred. Right now, let us run this code. So when we are running, we have to pass 2 arguments. How to pass command line argument? Right click on the program and say run as run configurations. Now see the class which you want to run. So in our case, multiple catch demo. In our case, multiple catch demo. And say okay. Then come to arguments and pass the arguments here like 10 and 5. So when you pass 10 and 5, what is 10 by 5? 2. So it's going to show the result as 2. Now, if you run the program again, and if you pass the arguments as 10 and 0, 10 by 0, so which generates arithmetic exception, then we get see the message divided by 0, not allowed. Now, if you run the code again, if you pass only 1 argument or no argument, then it throws exception require 2 numbers. So it generates array index out of bound exception. Now, if you run the code again, if you pass the argument as some XX, so it generates number format exception, then we get message C enter only numbers. So based on exception type, when you want to go with the respective message, we go with multiple catch blocks. Okay. Here we are having one more important syntax rule here. The syntax rule is, if you make first catch block as exception and last one as arithmetic exception, see we are getting compile time errors because these all classes are subclasses of which class? Exception class. All these are subclasses of exception class. So when you write first catch block as exception, then first catch block only can handle all types of exceptions. Then there is no meaning of writing these catch blocks here. That's the reason when you go with the try with multiple catch block, the order of catch block cannot be from superclass to subclass. So what is the syntax rule we should remember here? In try with multiple catch blocks, the order of catch blocks cannot be from superclass to subclass. Any other order is fine, but it cannot be from superclass to subclass. Clear everyone? Any questions? Now, the next one, finally block. So very, very simple one. Finally block is executed irrespective of exception present in try block. What is the meaning of irrespective? Means even exception occurs in try block or no exception, your finally block will get executed. The syntax is, we use a keyword try. We use a keyword try and we go with some set of statements. Then, if you get exception in try block, it will go to catch block. If you get exception in try block, it will go to catch block. In catch block, we handle the exception. Then continues down with finally block also. It even continues down with finally block. So if you get exception in try block, it will go to catch block, then finally also. In try block, no exception. If no exception in try block, it won't go to catch, but it will go to finally block. Then, now in what situation we use finally? Let us understand. Let us suppose we are having a try block where we are doing a database connection. So we are creating one connection object, and this connection object is connected to a database. After connecting to the database, we are doing some transactions on the database. After connecting to the database, we are doing some transactions on the database. Then, once all transactions are completed, we do the closing operation. It's always a good practice to do the closing operation. Now, here we go with catch block. We'll say exception A, and we handle the exception here. If we get any exception, we handle it here. Now let us suppose in transaction 2, if you get exception, in transaction 2, if you get an exception, then the control will jump to catch block. Then will the closing operation happens now? Will the closing operation happens? No, right? Because once the control goes to catch block, the remaining part of try block will not get executed. So the closing operation will not happen. But the point is, even exception occurs or does not occur, we want to do the closing operation. Then this type of closing operations, we keep it in finally block. So now even exception occurs in try block or no exception, this piece of code will get executed compulsory. So where it is going to do the closing operation. So generally we use finally block to do the closing operation. Finally block is generally used to do the closing operations. So we'll see practically about this. We'll see practically about this finally block when we come to the topic JDBC. Okay. Now let us move to the last one. This is important. User defined exceptions or custom exceptions. So whenever we see the word custom, means user defined. Means we can create our own name to the exception. Up to now we have seen like arithmetic exception, IO exception, interrupted, number format, like that. They are all predefined. Now as a programmer, we want to create our own exceptions. In that case, we go with this user defined exceptions. How to do is, user defined exceptions are created by creating a class, which is a subclass of exception class. That's it. Like example, we just create a class like myException, any name, should be a subclass of exception class, extends exception. Yeah. In this, we have to create a constructor. Which takes string as an argument, which takes string message as argument, means the message which you want to display for your exception. And this message, whatever you are passing as argument, we give it to the superclass constructor. How to invoke superclass constructor? Using super. Now, when a class contains parameters in a constructor, it is the responsibility of the programmer to create default constructor. That's it. Your user defined exception is ready to use. Simple syntax. The syntax waterfall. Let us understand this with the example. Create a user defined exception, age exception. Create a class customer with a method setAge. Create a class customer with a method setAge, which takes age as argument, which takes age as an argument. If the age is less than 18 or greater than 60, then it should throw age exception. Then it should throw age exception with the message age should be between 18 and 60. Age should be between 18 and 60. So our own exception in our own messages. That concept only user defined exception. That concept only what here? User defined exception. Now, let us understand with the program. Custom exception demo. Right click on exceptions package and say new class custom exception demo with main method. Now, in this one, we want to create a user defined exception, age exception. How to create? Just we have to create a class, and the name of the class is age exception. Should be a subclass of exception. Then, and the code what we write inside the class, we have to just create a constructor which takes string message as the argument. Then that message we give it to the superclass constructor. Then a default constructor. That's it. Your user defined exception is ready to use. Now create a class customer with a method setAge, which takes age as an argument. Let us create a method setAge which takes age as an argument. Now, if the age is less than 18 or if the age is greater than 60, if age is less than 18 or greater than 60, then we want to throw age exception. Whenever we want to throw an exception, we have to use a keyword throw. So throw keyword is used to throw an exception. And which exception you want to throw? Age exception. So we have to create object of age exception. So we have to throw the object of age exception. And the message is age should be between 18 and 60. Else means if the age is valid, we'll go with the message your age, the value of age. Here, observe here. So whenever we use throw keyword, to the throw keyword we have to throw an object of exception. So new age exception means it is going to invoke this constructor, and this message will go and store into this message argument, which is given to the superclass constructor that will take care of displaying this message back to us. There. Now, if you observe, under throw keyword we are getting compile time error. Under throw keyword we are getting compile time error. The syntax rule is in a method when we use throw keyword to throw an exception. Repeating, in a method when we use throw keyword to throw an exception, then for that method we have to specify throws the exception what you are throwing. It's a syntax rule. See, now there is no error. Repeating, in a method when we use throw keyword to throw an exception, then for that method we have to specify throws the exception what you are throwing. It's a syntax rule. Now, coming to main method, here we create object of customer. Then by using object of customer, we call the method setAge and let us pass 12. Now observe, when we call setAge method, we are getting compile time error. The reason is checked exception now. It's checked exception. So whenever we call a method, and if that method is throwing some exception, then what I said, we have to call this method in between try and catch block. we have to call the method in between try and catch block. Okay, it's a checked exception. Now run the program, see the message what we get. Age exception and the message saying the exception is age exception and the message saying age should be between 18 and 60. So our own exception name, our own messages. Got it everyone? How to go with custom exceptions? Right? Now let us understand one more concept here. Methods of throwable class. Methods of throwable class. So in throwable class, what is throwable class? The topmost class in exception hierarchy. So in this, it goes with a method string to string method. So toString method is overridden in throwable class. In yesterday's class, we have seen about this toString method. So what is the use of this toString method? Returns the object value in string format. So see here, observe in the program, whenever we print object in SOP, see you are printing object in SOP, then which method gets invoked here? Invokes toString method implicitly. It's going to invoke toString method implicitly. So which toString method it's going to invoke? The throwable class toString method here, because it's already overridden in throwable class. That means when we run the program, taking care of displaying this output on our console, who is taking care of displaying this output here? Your toString method. toString method is taking care of displaying the output in this format. Yeah. The next method is string get message. Get message returns the message of exception. It's going to return the message of exception. I want to get only the message of exception. Then we call the method a.getMessage. A.getMessage. See now, we get only the message of your exception. It won't mention the exception name. It will display only the message of exception. Okay. The next method is very important. Void print stack trace. Print stack trace. The use of this method is displays the root cause of exception. Displays the root cause of exception like this. A dot, we have to call the method a dot print stack trace. When we run the program, it's going to display the complete root cause. What is the complete root cause? It's going to display the exception name, the message, along with the line numbers where the exception has started. It's going to display along with line numbers so that the programmer can go to the respective line and check why that exception is occurring. This method is important for programmers. Right? Clear everyone? Any questions? So exception handling is very simple but very important. Please recap it. And it is never ending story for us. So we'll, as the days goes on, we'll be keep on learning new exception names. The concept remains same, but we have to learn only the new names when which exception will occur. Let me go with the assignment. Create a user-defined exception with a draw exception. Create a class account. Create a class account with a method. With a draw, which takes amount and balance as arguments. If the amount is less than balance, whatever the amount you want to withdraw, if the amount, whatever the amount you want to withdraw, if it is greater than balance, then it should throw withdraw exception. It should throw withdraw exception with the message insufficient balance. With the message insufficient balance. Right? So our own exception names, our own messages. Got it, everyone? Any questions? Right? So that's about for today. Then in tomorrow's class, we'll be starting with one more very important topic, multithreading. That also takes 2 classes for us. So in our course, that is core Java, up to core Java, we are left out with the topics multithreading. This will take 2 classes. Then we go with collections. This will take 2 classes. Then Java 8 features, 1 class. IO package, 1 class. SQL concepts, 1 class. And JDBC, 1 class. That's it. So these are the topics left out in our core Java. Totally 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more classes left out to complete our core Java. Okay. Then after this, we'll be entering into the next part of our course, web technologies. After web technologies, advanced Java. Okay. Right. Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
This conference will now be recorded.
So today let us start off with one more new topic, multithreading. So this will take totally 2 classes, today and tomorrow. So what is this multitasking? Anyone? Can anyone go with examples? Multitasking.
In Gmail?
Yeah, like Gmail is a task. In my case, I've opened Gmail, Notepad, Eclipse, GoToMeeting like this. So opening multiple applications is only multitasking. Then the meaning of thread is like inside one task, what are the activities we perform? If you are able to do multiple activities in one task, then that means the application supports multi-threaded. Like example, if you take Gmail, Gmail is what? It's a task here. Gmail is a task. It is a task here. Then now in this one, how many compose windows we can open? Multiple. So every compose window what we open, that is your thread here. This is your thread and this is also thread here. So since I'm able to open multiple threads, that means your Gmail supports what? Multi-threaded here. Gmail is multi-threaded. Now inside this Gmail, how many attachments we can do? We can attach multiple, right? So every attachment is also thread here. The attachments what we do, every attachment is also what here? That is also thread here. And when attachments are going on, we can type the subject and body of the message also, because attachments are separate threads, compose message are separate threads. So these are also thread here. And this all threads belongs to which thread again? This thread. Then we call it as thread group. So what is the meaning of thread group? Collection of threads is called as thread group. Right? And the advantage of going for multi-threading is to increase the performance of application. So what is the point here? How to define a thread is, a thread is a lightweight process under execution within a process. So if you take Gmail as process, the lightweight process are your like compose messages attachments. The advantage of going for multi-threading is multi-threading is used to increase the performance of application. Right? Yeah. Now if you take one more example, GoToMeeting. GoToMeeting is a task. Inside this task, I can show the screen. It's a thread. I can record the class. It's a thread. I can speak with you. It's a thread. Okay. Now, let me take one more example to understand more of the need of going for threads. Is when we run a Java program, it goes to main method. When we run a Java program, it goes to main method. In this main method, we want to find sum of even numbers. So we'll call the method SumEven. When you call the method SumEven, it returns sum of even numbers. Then we want to find even sum of odd. So we'll call the method here SumOdd, which returns sum of odd numbers. Then we'll define the methods here. Int SumEven, where we keep some logic to which finds the sum of even numbers and returns. And we take SumOdd, where we keep some logic which returns a sum of odd numbers. Now, how the execution happens is when we run the program, it goes to main method first. Then from main method, you are calling SumEven. So when we call SumEven, the control goes to SumEven method. And when the total method is executed, by CPU, then only the control will come back to the called method, come back to the main method here. Now, when we call SumOdd, the control will jump to SumOdd, and when the total SumOdd method is executed by CPU, then only the control will come back to the main method. That is a flow of execution in the case of traditional programming. Now, let us suppose when SumEven method is getting executed by CPU, in between the CPU may be free. When CPU is free, when your method is doing some operations like input-output operations, then CPU will be free. Then even though the CPU is free in SumEven method, we cannot allocate that CPU time to SumOdd method. Means we are wasting the time of CPU. So in the case of traditional approach, whenever we call a method, until the total method is completed, even though the CPU is free in between, we cannot allocate that time to other methods. Then to increase performance, in order to efficient use of CPU, we have to make this as threads here. Make SumEven as one thread, SumOdd as one thread. So when we go for thread, when CPU allocates some time to SumEven, in between it can even come out and allocate time to SumOdd. So sometime for some main method, sometime for SumEven method, sometime for SumOdd method. Means in the case of threads, it won't wait, CPU won't sit idle at all. CPU won't sit idle at all. It will allocate time to other methods. In that way, it increases performance of application. Right? So the main thing is how to create threads and how to write the code inside the threads. That's the main thing to understand here. Right? Now, let us see how to create threads here. Creating threads. How to create threads is by creating a class which extends thread class. By creating a class which extends for thread class, or by creating a class which implements runnable interface. So we are in two ways of creating threads: by creating a class which extends thread class, or by creating a class which implements runnable interface. Right? Yeah. Just a minute. Hello, Dinesh.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hello, Ujjwala.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hi. So we are discussing about threads here today. The main use of going for threads is to increase performance of applications. Okay, so how to create threads we are learning here. This is the main thing we have just now started. So how to create threads is we have to create a class which extends thread class, or we have to create a class which implements a runnable interface. So how to create thread using runnable, we'll discuss tomorrow. Let us today go with thread class. So let us initially go with using thread class. How to create a thread using thread classes? We have to create a class. We have to create a class, some class name like myThread, extends a thread. Class myThread extends thread. Then in this one, very important one, remember here, thread is a concrete class. What is thread here? It is a concrete class. Concrete class means fully implemented. Fully implemented means not abstract. Opposite of abstract only, concrete. Opposite of abstract only, what here? Concrete. Means does not have any abstract methods. Then when a class extends a concrete class, do we need to override any methods compulsory?
No.
No, right? No need to override any methods. But as a programmer, we have to override a method here, run. As a programmer, we have to override the method run, and in this we have to keep the logic here. Logic goes here. So we can keep any code here. Means you can write any logic of your application. You can call even other methods. Okay. Now how to invoke run method? That's the main thing to understand here. How to invoke run method is we have to create object of thread class, thread t equal to new mythread. Then by using object of thread class, we have to invoke run method only by using start. So when you say start, the object will become thread here, creates a thread and invokes run method. So don't invoke run method directly. You should not invoke run method directly. If you say t.run, it's ordinary programming. So we have to invoke run only by using start. Only when you say start, the object will become thread. So what is the advantage of thread? CPU will allocate separate time for your thread. So when we use threads in our application, performance will get increased. And when we say start, internally it is going to invoke run method. So today I'll show the difference. When we invoke start method, what is going to happen? When we invoke run method, what is going to happen? That I'll show you practically today. Now, let us go with the next concept here. State transition diagram of a thread. Thread states. State transition diagram of a thread. A thread undergoes totally 4 states. A thread undergoes what? Totally 4 states. They are new, runnable, blocked, and dead. Blocked and dead. New, runnable, blocked, and dead state. These are the 4 states of a thread here. New, runnable, blocked, and dead. Now, so when can we say a thread is in new state? When can we say the thread is in new state is when we create object of your class. When we create object of your thread class, the state of your thread is new state. Then, when it goes to runnable state is when we invoke the method start by using object of thread. When we invoke the method start, it goes to runnable state. Then, now, when we say start, it invokes run method, but very important point, remember here. When we say start, I said it's going to invoke run, but don't assume that it goes to run immediately. It will go to run method compulsory. It will go to run method compulsory, but at what time it goes to run, that is not in the hands of programmer. Okay, it is in the hands of CPU. So runnable is like ready to run. Our work is only to make the threads ready to run. So when CPU is free, then it's going to allocate time for your thread. Then it enters into run method. That's the reason we optionally show running state when it enters into run method. Hello, Gagan.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hi. Right. Yeah. Today we started with multi-threading topic. Okay. We started with multi-threading. Let me just recap for you. So when the main use of going for thread is to increase performance of application. And how to create a thread in Java is just we have to create a class which extends thread class and override run method. Then how to invoke run method is by creating object of your thread class, and we have to invoke run method only by using start. Only by using start we have to invoke run method. I'll discuss more in the application again. Then now we are seeing about the diagram of state transition diagram of thread, where it goes with 4 states like new, runnable, blocked, and date. When can we say a thread is in new state is when we create object of your thread class, like my thread equal to new my thread, then the state of your thread is new state. When it goes to runnable state is start. When we say start, it goes to runnable state. When CPU allocates time for your thread, then it enters into run method. Okay. The next one, blocked state. Everything I'll discuss programmatically. So when it goes to blocked state is when your thread is using IO operations, input output operations, then your thread will go to block state. Or when we use the method sleep, if for example if you say sleep of 1000 means for 1000 milliseconds the thread will go to block state. Or when we use the method wait, then also the thread will go to block state. Okay. When it will come back from block to runnable, when it comes back is after completion of IO operations. After IO operations, automatically the thread will go to runnable state. If you go for sleep, after sleep means once the time is completed, it automatically goes to runnable state. When we go for wait, we have to use the methods notify or notify all. Notify or notify all. Right? Then the next one, date state. Wherever it may be, we can go to date state by calling the method stop. By calling the method stop, we can terminate your thread. Okay. Right. So this is the diagram. As we start writing the programs, you will understand more of this. Now, before we start writing the program, let us understand the methods present in thread class. Thread is a predefined class. Okay. Methods of thread class. So it goes with the methods like thread, current thread. The use of current thread method is it's going to return the current details of thread, like the name, everything, the priority, everything. I'll discuss in the program. Then the next one, it contains a method start, a run method, then set name to change the name of the thread, which takes string as an argument. String get name, which returns the name of the thread. Void set priority, which takes integer as argument. Priority is like importance. When we give more priority, CPU will allocate more time for your thread. Less priority means less time for your thread. Int get priority. Then next one, void sleep method, which takes long as argument. Then string toString method. toString method is overridden in thread class. Now let us understand this with the example code. Let us understand these methods using the program except sleep method, thread methods demo. So in this program, we'll get a basic idea how threads are going to work. Then next example, we will understand more on these threads. So to store thread related programs, let us create a package. Let us create a package. Then I click on threads package and say new class thread methods demo with main method. Now this program is mainly to understand about methods of thread class. Now in this one, let us create a class myThread extends thread. Extends thread. Since thread is concrete class, what is the meaning of concrete class? Fully implemented means not abstract. Opposite of abstract only concrete. So when a class extends concrete class, we need not override any methods. But as a programmer, we have to remember a method to override, that is run method. We have to override run method. In this, we have to keep the logic of your thread. Here I am just going with a simple message. I am right there. Now coming to main method. In this main method, we create object of myThread t equal to new myThread, and we have to invoke run method only by using start. Start is the most important thing here. Don't invoke run method directly. If you say t.run, ordinary programming. So we have to invoke run method only by using start. So when you say start, it's going to create a thread and invokes run method. It's going to create a thread and invokes run method. See here. How to prove that start is invoking run? If you are getting this message in console, that means start internally invokes run method. Check it here. So here you are getting the message, I am a thread. Got it up to here, everyone? No. Now let us understand the methods of thread class. Let us go with the first method. Thread t equal to thread dot current thread. Thread t equal to thread dot current thread. So what is the use of current thread method is it's going to return the current details of thread running in CPU, and that details will come and store into t object. Now print the object t here. Now see the output. Our output is important to understand. See the output, what it is displaying. So it's saying that it's a thread. Then it's going to give the name of the thread as thread fn0. So whenever we say t.start, whenever we create object of thread and whenever we say start, your CPU is going to give a default name for your thread, that is thread fn0. If you create one more object like t1, and if you say t1.start, it gives the name thread fn1, thread fn2, like that continues. Then 5 is the priority. What is 5? The priority. The default priority given for every thread is 5. Then main is the thread group here. Main is what? Thread group. What is thread group? Collection of threads. When you run the program, the first thread what it creates is main. Inside main we are creating subthreads. That's the reason we call main as what? Thread group here. Okay. Now let us create one more object of my thread. Understand carefully. We are creating one more object of my thread. And we'll set t1.start. Now in this application, how many threads are there totally in runnable state? In runnable state, how many threads are there? First main thread, then T. What's the name given to the tree? Thread-0. Then T1. The name given to this is thread-1. Now, let us remove this main thread to avoid confusion. Now let us assume we are having two threads, T and T1. Out of these two threads, which thread will get executed first? Out of these two threads, which thread will get executed first? See the output here. So which thread got executed first? T only. T only got executed first. Let me run the program again. Now see which thread got executed first? T1 now. So now again see T1 only. Now again T. So can you guarantee? No. That is the meaning what I mentioned here, runnable state. Runnable state means whenever we say start, the threads will come and store into runnable state. But for which thread your CPU is going to allocate time, that is not in the hands of programmer. We cannot decide which thread should get executed first. Okay, it is taken care by CPU. That's the point what I was mentioning. Runnable means just pushing the threads into runnable state means ready to run. Okay. Now, instead of start, if I use run method, instead of start, if I directly invoke run method, then how many threads are there in the program? See, how many threads are there in the program? Only one thread, main. Only one thread, main. So it's like ordinary program. When you say t.run, it will go to run method until the total run is completed. It won't come out at all. When you say t1.run, it will go to run method until total run is over. It won't come out. And what's the name of the current thread? Simple main only. So no other threads are created here. So we have to create a thread only by using start. That is the importance of start. Okay. Let me remove this for now because we'll concentrate on methods here. So what is output we get here? This one. Right? Thread-0 5 comma main here. This is the output what we get. Then who is taking care of displaying this output in this format? Who is going to take care of displaying that format? ToString method. Because whenever we print objects in SOP, which method will get invoked automatically? ToString method. Which method will get invoked automatically? ToString method. Okay. All right. Now let us understand the methods of thread class. Before that, let us understand this output properly. In this one, thread-0, it's a name of the thread. It's a default name. Then 5, it's a priority of the thread. This is also default. Then main, it's a thread group. So what is the meaning of thread group? Collection of threads. Collection of threads only we call thread group. Now let us understand in depth of this. When you go for multi-threading, the topmost interface under multi-threading is runnable. The topmost interface under multi-threading is what? Runnable. Then this runnable interface contains only one abstract method, run. Contains only one abstract method, run. Now, your class thread, I am writing all internal code. Your class thread already implements runnable. Class thread already implements runnable. When a class implements runnable interface, then we have to override the abstract methods here. So run method is overridden in thread class, and this method is empty method. Empty method means no code inside. No code inside. Only to follow the rule of overriding, this method is overridden, but no code inside. Okay. Your thread class contains the method like start. Thread class contains start method, and where this start method makes your object as thread and internally invokes run method. Okay. Then it goes with other methods, what I have mentioned above. Then in thread class, it contains 3 final variables. In thread class, it goes with 3 final variables. They are public static final int min priority. Min priority is 1. Public static final int norm priority. Normal priority is 5. Then public static final int max priority. Max priority is 10. Means for a thread, we can give priority between 1 to 10 only, and the default priority is 5. That's the reason whenever we create a new thread, how it knows that it has to give 5 priority here? It will come to thread class, takes a value of this normal priority and gives that priority over here. Right? Clear up here, everyone? The internal working. Any questions? Right? Now, let us go back to the program and understand the methods of thread class totally. Now, whenever we create a thread, the default name given to the thread is thread-0. We want to change the name. How to change the name is by calling the method t.setName. T.setName, and where we are going with the name mythread. Now, if you print the object t, the output will be thread. The name of the thread will become now mythread. Priority 5, thread group main. Now, if you want to pull out only the name of the thread, then we'll call the method t.getName, which returns only the name of the thread, that is mythread. Now, we want to change the priority. How to change priority? T.set priority 8. So, what is priority means? When we give more priority, CPU will allocate more time for your thread. Less priority means less time. Now, if you print the object t, then the output will be thread. The name of the thread is mythread. Priority now 8 and thread group is main. Now, if you want to pull out only the priority of your thread, then call the method t.getPriority, which returns 8 for us. Okay. Now, run the code. Same output what I have given in comments. Right? So, anyone having any questions? Now, one more point here. When you make priority as 18, understand carefully, very important interview question. If I give the priority as 18, but we said we can give priority between 1 to 10 only, but we have given 18, then see what is going to happen. It's going to throw an exception, illegal argument exception. It throws what exception here? See, illegal argument exception. So the point to remember is if the priority is less than 1 or greater than 10, then it will throw illegal argument exception. Okay, let me write this point again. if the priority is less than 1 or greater than 10. If you give priority less than 1 or more than 10, then it will throw illegal argument exception. This illegal argument exception, is it a checked exception or unchecked exception?
Unchecked.
It is what? Unchecked. Because we are getting error during what time? Runtime. So when we get error during runtime, all runtime exceptions are categorized as unchecked exception. So this one comes under what category? Unchecked. You can see illegal argument exception. Illegal argument exception is a subclass of which class? Runtime exception. Because if you are getting any exception during runtime, it's a subclass of runtime exception class and categorized as unchecked exception. Right? Got it, everyone? Any questions? Now, let us go with one more example to understand more of threads. Multi-thread demo. One more example. So this program will give the clear picture how threads are going to work. Now, right click on threads package and say new class multi-thread demo. In this one, let us create a class threadX which extends thread. Create a class threadX which extends thread. Then override run method. Override run method. Take the current details of thread. How to take current details of thread? Thread equal to thread.current thread. So what is the need of calling this method is current thread is when you want to change the name or priority, we have to call this method, else not required. Just we can keep only the logic. Now, let us change the name. How to change the name? T.setName. Let us go with the name as threadX. Now, in this threadX, we want to display the numbers from 1 to 10. So we'll write the code like this. For int I equal to 1, I less than or equal to 10, I plus plus. And we'll say sys out t.getName, which returns the name of the thread, that is threadX, and a separator colon and the value of I. So the output will come now, threadX colon 1, threadX colon 2, like that, threadX colon 10. Now, let us check this. In the main thread, create object of threadX, t1 equal to new threadX, and we have to invoke run method only by using starts here. So when you say t1.start, it goes to run method and displays the output like threadX colon 1, threadX colon 2, like that threadX colon 10. Now, let us create one more thread class here. Class threadY extends thread. Override run method. Take the current details of thread. Then say t.setName. Change the name to threadY. Now, in this threadY, let us print the numbers from 10 to 1 reverse way so that we can differentiate the threads. So to print for int I equal to 10, I greater than or equal to 1, I minus minus. And say here t.getName and a separator colon and the value of I. Right there. Now, how to invoke run method? Create object of threadY, t2 equal to new threadY, and say t2.start. And say t2.start. Now see the output. Output is important to understand here. When you run, see we are getting threadX colon 1 to 10, threadY 10 to 1. I'm not filling any multi-threading in this output. Let us run the code again because we don't know how CPU allocates time. Let us run again. See here now. Observe this. It's going to thread X 1 to 8. In between, again, it's going to thread Y. After that, again, it's coming to thread X. Means when run method of thread X is getting executed, it is coming out and allocating time to run method of thread Y. Is it proved here? Is it proved here? Right? This observation is important. In the case of traditional programming, ordinary programming, whenever we call a method, until total method is complete, CPU will not allocate time to other methods. But in the case of threads, CPU will allocate some time for one method. In between, it can even come out and allocate time for other methods. So CPU won't sit idle at all in the case of threads. Here, let us run the code again. Now see, it's going to thread Y first. After that, thread X. Run the code again. This is good. See, it's going to thread X 1 to 3. Again, it's going to thread Y, and after that, again, it's coming to thread X. Okay, right? See here. It's going to thread X, then thread Y. Okay, so let me even share this one. See, it's going to thread Y, then X, then again X, Y, again X, again Y, again X here. Again Y only total here, then again X here. This is good output. See, got it, everyone? Now, instead of start, if I go with the run, then what will be the output? How many times you run, the output will remain same. That is thread X colon 1 to 10, thread Y 10 to 1. How many times you run, there won't be any change in the output, because when you say t1.run, it will go to run method of thread X. Until it is completed, it won't come out at all. Again, when you say t2.run, it will go to run method of thread Y. Until total run is over, it won't come out. It's an ordinary programming. In this application, there is only one thread main only. There is only one thread main. Okay, so we should not invoke run directly. We have to create a thread only by using start. That is the importance of start method. Without start, no concept of threads. And start will look for run method. Start will look for which method? To execute the code under that thread, run method. Okay, right? Any questions, anyone? So let us stop here today. And tomorrow we'll go with the next part. So tomorrow the class will be complex. Okay, something not easy to understand. Complex things we discuss. So don't miss the class again. And recap today's class and join. Then only you feel very easy. So tomorrow we'll be learning about sleep method. Then we'll see how to create thread using runnable interface. Then we go with the synchronization and inter-thread communication. Okay. Right. So anyone having any questions before I close?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Right. So thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
So in the last class, we have seen about multithreading. And the main use of doing for threads is to increase the performance of Java applications. Then how to create a thread is just we have to create a class which extends thread. We have to create a class which extends thread, and we have to override run method, and we have to invoke run method only by using start. This is the main thing. And we have seen the methods of thread class. And one more example we have seen where it goes with what? Inter-thread. Sorry, it's going to show how threads are going to work here. How CPU is going to allocate some time for one thread, some time for other thread. So here, when you run this multi-thread demo, let us run 1 second. So what we have done in thread X here, we are displaying from 1 to 10. In thread Y, we are displaying from 10 to 1. See how we are getting output. See, first we are getting thread X, after that thread Y. We are not filling any multi-threading. Let us run the code again. See, first it's giving time to thread Y, after that thread X. So we don't know how CPU is going to allocate time for your thread. See here. See, it's going to threadx 1 to 7. In between, it is coming out from run method of threadx and giving time to thread y. Again, going to threadx means in the case of traditional programming, whenever we invoke a method, until the total method is completed, the control will not come out at all. But in the case of threads, when we go for threads, it is allocating some time for one method and again coming out and even allocating time for other method here. That's the main thing to observe here. Hello, Gaganpreet.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Yeah, me fine, Gagan. Now, today let's go with one more method, sleep method. So the use of sleep method is when sleep method is invoked on a thread, when sleep method is invoked on a thread, the current thread will go to block state for the given interval of time. So what is the use of sleep method? Whenever we invoke sleep method, the current thread will go to block state for the given interval of time. Like example, if you say thread.sleep of 1000 means for 1000 milliseconds, 1000 means here 1000 milliseconds. So the thread will go to block state. 1000 millisecond means 1 second. Let me explain in the program. Same our example only, yesterday's example only I am taking, multi-thread demo. So let us go back to the program here. And once we display our threadx:1, we want to make the thread to go to block state. How to make the thread to go to block state is by calling the method thread.sleep. When we call the method thread.sleep of 1000, for 1000 milliseconds, the thread will go to block state. Now, if you observe here, under sleep method, we are getting compile time error because sleep method throws the interrupted exception. Sleep method throws interrupted exception. It's a checked exception. So whenever we call a method and throwing some exception, call that method in between try and catch block. Checked exception. Then, similar way, once we print threadby:10, once we print threadby:10, we want to make the thread to go to block state. So call the sleep method and pass 1000. And just to keep mouse pointer on this error, surround with the try and catch block. Right? Now, see, now when you run the program, see the output here. Slowly it is going to display because the threads are going to block state and coming out. See here, threadx:1, then threadx goes to block state, then CPU will be free, then it's allocating time to thread y. Again x, again y. So we cannot guarantee that output. We cannot guarantee that output here. Some mistake we have done. Yeah, still it's continuing. Slowly it's going. Okay, we kept 10,000. That's the problem. You can stop here by clicking on this. So let us run the code again. See now. See here, threadx:1, thread y. Again x, again y. Again x, again y. Like that it continues. And slowly it is displaying because the threads are going to block state for the 1000 milliseconds. Right? Now, let us go with the next concept here. Just a second. So let us go with next concept here. Creating threads using runnable interface. How to create thread using runnable interface. What is, when you are able to create a thread using thread class, what is the need of going for runnable interface? Let us understand. Let us suppose if you are having class A with some code and we are creating class B which extends A. Class B extends A. Now we want to make B class as thread. Then can we say here comma thread? Is it possible in Java? Can you say comma thread here? No, right? Because Java does not support multiple inheritance. A class can extend only one class. If you try to extend multiple classes, goes with error because does not support multiple inheritance. Right? Then now, what is the solution to make B class as thread is, let's say like this: class B extends A, and we had say here implements runnable. And when we implement runnable, in runnable it contains only one abstract method that we have to override compulsory here. We have to override this method compulsory. So what are the points here? If a class extends another class, and to make this class as thread, the class should implement runnable interface, as Java does not support multiple inheritance. This word should come compulsory, multiple inheritance, as Java does not support multiple inheritance. And one more advantage is, when you extend thread class, it's optional to override run method. Compiler will not say anything if you are not overriding run. But if I implement runnable, compulsory we have to override run method. So one more advantage is ensures that run method is overridden. Okay. Now, let us see how to create thread using runnable using the program runnable demo. Open Eclipse. We have created a package threads. Right click on threads package and say new class runnable demo with main method. Now in this one, let us create a class thread R implements runnable. Thread R implements runnable. If you observe, under thread R, we are getting C compile time error. See the error? The thread R must implement the inherited abstract method run. So since runnable contains only one abstract method run, compulsory we have to override run method. That's the rule here. So click here, add unimplemented methods. See, the method has been overridden. And what is this @override symbol is? This @override symbol, we call it as annotations, added in Java 5 version. Okay, so even you are writing or not writing, it's going to work. Okay, but by seeing this @override, we can easily know that it's a overridden method. And we'll be using more of annotations when we come to advanced part. Now in this run method, just to go with some logic here. Just to go with some logic. So just we want to display from 1 to 10, anything, some logic here. How to invoke run method is important to understand here. Now, how to invoke run method is, coming to main thread, coming to main method, we create object of thread R T1 equal to new thread R. We are creating object of thread R. Now by using T1, if you call the method start, because we said no, whenever we want to create thread, we have to invoke start method. But by using T1, when you call start, we are getting error, because in thread R there is no start method. In runnable also there is no start method. Both contains only one method, run. But the rule is we have to create a thread only by using start. Then the solution is, since start is a method belongs to thread class, create object of thread class, and invoke start method using thread class object. Invoke start method using what? Thread class object. Now see the output. Here we are not getting any output here, because since you are referring to the object thread class object, when we say t.start, it will go to run method of thread class. And what is the point I mentioned yesterday? The run method of thread class is empty method, no code inside. That's the reason we are not getting any output. But the objective is we want to invoke run method of threadr. We want to invoke what? Run method of threadr. Then the solution is, to the constructor of thread. To the constructor of thread, you have to pass your runnable object. Simple. One line extra when you go for runnable. What is the solution? Create your runnable object here. Threadr t1 equal to new threadr. Create object of thread. To the constructor of thread, pass your runnable object. Now say t.start. Since t is referring to the object t1, when you say t.start, it will go to run method of threadr. See here. When you run, you get 1 to 10 here. This is important. Please remember this. Any questions, anyone? No. Let us move to the next and important topic here. Synchronization. Synchronization. Let us understand what is this synchronization using a diagram. This is very important topic. We will be facing interview questions on this synchronization. Concept is important but very simple. So now let us consider we are having a bank account. We are having a bank account with a balance of 5,000. Now let us suppose X is going to access this account and Y also going to access the same account. Then what type of account we call in banking terminology? When two or more customers access same resource, what type of account we call in banking terminology? Joint. Right? We call it as joint account. Now let us suppose at time t1, X checks balance. The balance is 5,000. At time t2, X withdraws, which is 1,000. At time t2, X withdraws. Then at time t3, Y checks balance. Balance is 4,000. At time t4, Y withdraws. Let me say 1,000. Like that, they are doing the transactions. At time t12, X checks balance. Let us suppose now the balance is 1,000. At time t13, Y also checking balance here, which is 1,000. At time t14, X withdraws, which is 1,000. At time t15, when Y is trying to withdraw, since that money has been withdrawn by X, so it is going to say insufficient balance. So is it a correct output for Y? No. So programmatically it may be correct, but as an end user, we'll get confused here. Just now it has shown to Y that 1,000 is balance and immediately it is saying insufficient balance. So Y will get confused what is happening. So this type of problems, what you are expecting if you are not getting, this type of problems, we call it as concurrency problems. This type of problems we call concurrency problems. So when two or more threads access the same resource, then there is a chance of getting concurrency problems. Means what you are expecting, you may not get. Now let us understand why we are getting this problem here. If you take a method make withdrawal, which takes the amount to withdraw, and in this we are writing some lines of code for check balance and some lines of code for withdraw. Now let us suppose it's a multi-threaded application. Now CP has given time to X thread. Now CP has given time to X thread to enter into this method. When X enters into this method, let us suppose this piece of code has been executed by X thread, means X has checked the balance. Now since it is multi-threaded application, CP has now given time to Y thread to enter into the method. So Y also has entered into the method. Now Y also has executed this piece of code, that is check balance. Y also has executed this check balance. Then now CP has given time to X thread to enter into the remaining piece of code. So when X enters into remaining piece of code, that is withdraw, so X has withdrawn that money. Now CP has given time to Y thread to enter into the remaining piece of code. So withdraw, since already X has withdrawn that money, so we are getting insufficient balance. That's the problem here. Then, so how to avoid this problem is, the solution is very simple. We have to just use a keyword before the method, synchronize it. So before the method, we have to use what keyword? Synchronize it, that's it. So when we use synchronize it keyword, when X enters into the method, Y cannot enter. When Y enters into the method, X cannot enter. Means only one thread will be running inside the method. Only one thread will be running inside the method. Okay. So when X enters, it has to check balance and withdraw. Then only Y can enter and check the latest balance. So when Y is taking balance, X cannot come and do the other transaction. They have to wait for it. That's the use of synchronized keyword. Only one thread will be running inside. So what is the synchronization is? When two or more threads access the same resource, then there is a chance of getting, not every time, there is a chance of getting concurrency problems. Okay. Synchronization is used to avoid concurrency problems. Synchronization is used to avoid concurrency problems. Then synchronized keyword is used for synchronization. Synchronized keyword is used for what? Synchronization. Then synchronized keyword can be used for a method or block of statements only. We can use synchronized keyword at two places only, for a method or block of statements only. Like example, if you take a method xxx and if the complete method is having concurrency problem, make the complete method as synchronized. Now, if you take a method y and the method contains 100 lines of code, let us suppose the method contains 100 lines of code. Then in that 100 lines of code, only 10 lines of code is having concurrency problem. In this 100 lines of code, only 10 lines is having concurrency problem. Then we can make only that 10 lines as synchronized, because whenever we go for synchronization, performance will get degraded. Only one thread will be running. So if you make complete 100 lines as synchronized, performance will totally gets degraded. But if you want to make only some part of code as synchronized, that also possible here. That also possible by going with what concept? Synchronized block. So this we call synchronized block. Okay. In a synchronized context, means method or block, only one statement, that only one thread will be running. Only one thread will be running, which degrades the performance of application. Which degrades what? The performance of application. Now, a small question to you. Whenever we are developing software applications, which is more important, correctness of the application or performance? Out of these two features, correctness and performance, which is more important? Correctness, right? Because if your application is performance wise, it's very good, but if it is giving wrong results, no use of your application. Okay, so that's the reason correctness is more important than performance. So in order to achieve correctness, some places we need to lose performance. That's a place where we go for synchronization. Now, let us understand this with the program. Right click on threads package and say new class synchronization demo. Now, in this one, we are creating class table. We are creating class table with a method print table. To this print table, whatever the number you pass, for that number it's going to print the table here like this. For int I equal to 1, I less than or equal 10, I plus plus. So where it's going to print the table for the given number. So this will take care of printing the table for given number. Now let us create a class thread A which extends thread. Let us take a class thread A which extends thread. In this, here we are referring to table here. In thread A, we are going with a data member table T. And in the constructor, means whenever we create object of thread A class, we'll say this dot T equal to T. So whatever the table argument I'm passing, that we are referring to this T object here. Now, override the run method, we keep the logic in run method. Then in run method, by using this table reference, we call the print table and we want to print the table for 5. See here now. In the main thread, we create object of table class and we create object of thread A. Thread A T1 equal to new thread A. To the constructor, we'll pass thread object. So whenever you say thread A T1 equal to new thread A, to the constructor, we are passing table object that is set to this table object. Now, when we say t1.start, it is going to invoke run method. Then in run method, by using this table object, you are invoking print table and we want to print the table for 5. Similar way. See now, up to now, let us run the program. It's going to display table for 5 here. Now, let us create one more thread class. Thread B extends thread. Then take the table reference and to the constructor of thread B, we'll take table as an argument and we'll say this dot equal to T. Say the override run method And in this run method, by using table reference, we'll call the print table, and we want to print the table of 8. So thread B is taking care of printing table of 8. Now, in the main thread, create object of thread B, T2 equal to new thread B. To this, you pass your T object, that is table object. Now set T2 dot start. Observe the output here. See, T1 is referring to the same resource T. T2 also referring to the same resource T. So both threads are referring to the same resource T. Then see the result, what is going to happen? Here, it's printing 5th table and 8th table, no issues. But let us run the code again. Because we don't know how. See here, first it's going to 8th table, then 5th table, no problem. See here, that's it. First it's going to 5th table up to 3, and in between it is going to 8th table, again 5th table, again 8th table, again 5th table. So is it a proper output here for us? Is it good? No, right? Once we start one table, until it completes, we don't want to start other table. That's the problem here. So since T and T2 are referring to same object T, that's the reason we are getting concurrency problem. Means what you are expecting, you are not getting. So where the problem is? In this method. So once one thread enters into this method, until the thread completes printing the table, I don't want other thread to enter, then make this method as what here? Synchronized. So when you make it as synchronized, how many times you run? It goes to either 5th table or 8th table. But once one table starts, it won't go to other table at all. It won't go to other table in between. So we get the proper result. That's the use of synchronized keyword. Got it, everyone? Any questions? No. Now let us move to the last one. Very important. Inter-thread communication. Now, let us suppose we are having thread 1 which is doing a task. Thread 1 is doing a task. Once the task is complete, we get the result. Once the task is completed, we get the result. Now, this result want to be used by thread 2. This result want to be used by what? Thread 2. Understand again? Thread 1 is doing the task. Once the task is complete, we get result, and that result want to be used by thread 2. Now, let us suppose when thread 1 is doing the task, in between, if thread 2 takes a value of result before the task is complete, we get wrong results. If the task is not complete, but if thread 2 taking value of result, we get wrong results. So they have to communicate now. So they have to communicate. Thread 1 has to inform thread 2 that I am doing the task now. Once the task is complete, we'll let you know. Then you can come back and take the value of result. So this only we call inter-thread communication. How to do is, it is done using wait, notify, and notify all methods. It is done using what methods? Wait, notify, and notify all methods. These methods belongs to object class. So don't think that wait, notify, notify all belongs to thread class. No, these methods belongs to the topmost class in Java, object class. Okay. What is the use of these methods is, when thread 1 is doing the task, thread 2 should not get the result. So we have to make thread 2 to go to block state. How to make the thread 2 to go to block state is using wait method. Okay. When the task is complete, when the result is ready, then we'll inform thread 2 to come back. How to inform? By using notify or notify all. So what is the use of this method is, when wait method is invoked on a thread, when wait method is invoked on a thread, the other threads will go to block state. The other threads will go to block state until notified using notify or notify all methods. Okay. Then what is the difference between notify and notify all? Very simple difference. If there is only one thread in block state, we use notify method. Else, for multiple threads in block state, we use notify all. Right? Then, one more important point here. These methods need to be used in synchronized context only. These methods need to be used where? In synchronized context only. Else it will throw illegal monitor state exception. It will throw what exception? Illegal monitor state exception. Now, let us understand this with the program. Interthread demo. Right click on threads package and say new class interthread demo with main method. Now, in this one, we create class thread sum which extends thread, and we can take a data member sum. Then put the logic in run method, override run method. And the logic what we want to do is we want to find sum of 1 to 100. We want to find what? Sum of 1 to 100. So what is the logic for int I equal to 1, I less than or equal to 100, I plus plus. And we'll say here sum equal to sum plus I. So this will find the sum of 1 to 100, and that result is stored in some variable here. Now, coming to main thread, we create object of thread sum ts equal to new thread sum, and we have to invoke run method only by using start. So when you say ts start, it goes to run method, and using this for loop, it's going to find the sum. And that sum result, we want to use it in main method like this. Sum equal to, call the method ts.sum. Now, understand carefully. See, when you run the program, see the output what we get? 5050, which is a correct output. Let us run the program again. Now see, we got 0, wrong output. Now 5050, correct output. 0, wrong output. 5050. See here. So is the output consistent here? Means are you getting same output every time? No. So, but when we submit application, we should get same result how many times you run. Okay. So we cannot submit the code like this. So why the problem is occurring? Let us understand. So when we run the program, which thread will go to runnable state first? Main thread. When we run the program, which thread goes to runnable state first? Main thread. Then after that, when you say ts.start, ts also goes to runnable state. Now, can you guarantee which thread will get executed first here? No guarantee. Our work is only to make the threads to be pushed to runnable, but for which thread your CPU is going to allocate time, that is not in the hands of programmer. Okay. Now let us suppose if CPU is giving time to main thread, so this line of main thread is present to execute. So before it enters into run method only, your main thread got executed. So it's going to take some value as 0 here. Now the point is, this line of main thread should not get executed until the for loop is completed, because we are doing the task in for loop. So, and main thread is taking the result. So this line of main thread should not get executed until the for loop is completed. Then the solution is we have to make main thread to go to block state. How to do? By calling the method ts.wait. Yeah. Hello, Sai Raghava. Yeah, please follow recording Sai Raghava. We are about to complete. Any questions? Next class you can ask. Okay. So when you say ts.wait, the other thread, who is other thread here? Main thread will go to block state. Means this line of main thread will not get executed now. And wait method throws what exception? Interrupted exception. Wait method throws interrupted exception. So you can add throws declaration. Throws interrupted exception. Then when we should inform main method to come back? After for loop. Once the task is completed, we have to inform to come back by using notify. So when we say notify, then the main thread will come back to runnable state again. So what is the use of wait method? To make other threads to go to block state. And what's the use of notify method? To make the thread come back to again runnable state. So before someone takes the result value, we have to call wait method. Once the task is completed, we have to use notify method. Simple technique to remember. Now, run the program. We get exception. Illegal monitor state exception. So I've mentioned the point, right? This wait and notify need to be used in synchronized context only, like this. Synchronized of the object which is calling wait method. Then notify also synchronize it, the object which is calling wait method. So we don't know which object calls this. So we'll say current object this. This represents current object. Now see when you run, how many times we run, the output will remain same. The output will remain same. So this concept only we call inter-thread communication. So how to do inter-thread communication is simply by using the methods wait, notify and notify all methods. And these methods belongs to object class, not thread class. Then what is the use of these methods is wait method is used to make other threads to go to block state, and notify will make the threads present in block state to come back to a runnable state. Okay, please go through it once again properly, and in next class we'll be starting up with new topic collections. Okay, thank you all.
This conference will now be recorded.
So today let us start off with one more new topic, very important one. That is we go with collections. Sai Raghava. We go with what? Collections. So what is the need of collections? Let us understand. So when we go for arrays, arrays are also used to collect the elements. But when we go for arrays, do we need to give size here compulsory?
Yes, sir.
Yes, right. We have to give size compulsory. If I give size as 50, that means we can store maximum 50 elements only. We cannot decrease the size or even increase the size. Means arrays are what? Fixed size. But in reality, we cannot go for fixed sizes. That's the place where we go for collections. Okay, the main use of going for collections is collections are used to collect the elements of variable size. Means not fixed. Not fixed. Then, now let us understand the main difference between arrays and collections. Very important interview question. Arrays and collections. The differences. In arrays, we can collect the elements of fixed size, whereas in collections, we can collect the elements of variable size. Means not fixed. Okay. One more difference is in arrays, we can collect only similar type of elements. Only similar type of elements. Whereas in collections, we can collect different type of elements. In arrays, in collections, we can go with what? Different type. One more important difference. In arrays, we can collect primitive type as well as reference type of elements. Primitive type as well as reference type of elements. Whereas in collections, we can collect only reference type of elements. Only reference type of elements. Right? This is very, very important. Now let us see more about collections by using a diagram. Collections hierarchy. This is important diagram. Collections hierarchy. Hello, Dhanalakshmi.
Hi, Raj.
Yeah. So we are seeing about collections here today. The main use of going for collections is to collect elements of variable size, unlimited collection of elements. Now we are seeing about the collection hierarchy. So under collections, we are having two topmost interfaces. Under collection, we are having two topmost interfaces. One is collection and one more is map. One is collection and one more is map. So in the diagram, this symbol less than, greater than symbol, this symbol indicates interface. This is what it's an interface. Right? Then now when to think of collection and when to think of map is, collection is used only to collect elements. Collection is only for collecting the elements, whereas map is to collect elements in the form of key value pairs. We can collect elements in which format? In the form of key value pairs. Right? So in collections hierarchy, we are on two topmost interfaces. One is collection and one more is map. Collection is only to collect the elements, whereas map is used to collect elements in the form of key value pairs. The examples of key value pairs are like, we can say roll number, the value of roll number, name, the value of name. So in this one, roll number, name are keys and the values are values here. One more example, like when we open contact list in our mobile, we get contact name, contact number, contact name, contact number. So contact name is the key, contact number is the value. So when you want to manage data in the form of key value pairs, we go for what? Map here. Then under collection, we are having two sub interfaces. Under collection, we are having two sub interfaces. One is list and one more is map. List and map. Then when to think of list and when to, sorry, I've done the mistake. Under collection, we are having list and one more is set. Both are interfaces here. Then when to think of list and when to think of set is, list is ordered. List is what? Ordered. Whereas set is unordered. Then one more difference is, this list allows duplicates. So same element can be added, whereas set does not allow duplicates. Does not allow duplicates. No duplicates in set. Like example, if you take the elements, if you are adding the elements like 5, 8, 6, 4, 7, the meaning of ordered in collections is, the meaning of ordered in collection is the way we add, the way we get. That's the meaning of ordered in collection. The way we add, the way we get. Then unordered. The meaning of unordered is we don't know which order it is going to take the elements for us. Then sorted. The meaning of sorted is like either ascending order or descending order. Either ascending order or descending order. Okay. So at the end, once I draw the diagram, at the end I'll document every word again. Then again, coming to list. Under list, again we are having two subclasses, very important. This only we use more. One is array list and one more is linked list. Array list and linked list. Now, so when to think of array list and when to think of linked list, let us understand. So when we go for array list, the elements are stored in continuous memory location, similar to arrays only. In array list, the elements are stored in continuous memory locations. Like this. So here also it goes with index based only, like arrays. Now, so let us go with the indexes like 0, 1, 2. Now, so in this list, let us go with some elements like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Now, in this list, we want to insert an element 25. In this list, we want to insert an element 25 in between 20 and 30. Means in index 2. In index 2, we want to insert an element 25. So the algorithm, the logic is, what we have to do is, we have to shift the last element to the next location. We have to shift the last element to the next location. Like that, one element we have to shift to the next location until you get space where we want to insert. So in the case of array list, whenever we do insert and delete operations, we have to shift the elements. Like example, if you are having 1000 elements in your list, and if I want to insert an element at first, we have to do near to 1000 shift operations. If I delete first element, again we have to do near to 1000 shift operations. And shift operations are time consuming. It takes more time in order to insert or delete. In the case of array list, if I want to do insert and delete operations, it takes more time for us. That's the part you should remember. Then, so when your application is having a lot of insert and delete operations, then what we have to use is, we have to go with what? Linked list. We have to use linked list. So in the case of linked list, the elements are stored in non-continuous memory locations. In the case of linked list, the elements are stored what? In non-continuous memory locations. Okay. So in the case of array list, the elements are stored in continuous memory locations. In the case of linked list, the elements are stored in non-continuous memory locations in the form of nodes. In the form of nodes. A node is divided into two parts here. A node is divided into two parts. The first part contains the element value. The first part contains the element value. So in our example, I'm going with 10, 20, 30. And let us assume the first node address is 100. Let us assume the first node address is 100. Second node is 200 and third node is 300. I'm just assuming. Now, in the node, the next part contains the address of the next node. The address of the next node. For last, it goes with null, means no other element connected. So I'm repeating once again. What is a linked list? A linked list is a collection of elements stored in non-continuous memory locations in the form of nodes. A node is divided into two parts, the element value and the link. Link contains address of the next node. Now, let us suppose in this linked list we want to insert an element 25 in between 20 and 30. Then the algorithm is, the logic is, we have to just create a new node. Let us go with the value as 25 and let us assume the address is some 250. Then what we have to do is we have to replace this 300 with 250. We have to replace 300 with 250, and this new node next part we have to make it as 300. So the link will come now from 20 to 25 and 25 to 30. And the link between 20 and 30 will break here. So in the case of linked list, whenever we want to do insert and delete operation, we need not go for shifting of elements. No need to move the elements. Only we have to change the addresses. That's the reason when your application is having lot of insert and delete operations, make use of linked list class. That's the final conclusion to remember. I've just explained the internal algorithm. What is going to happen in the case of array list when you are doing insert and delete operation? What is going to happen in the case of linked list when you are doing insert and delete operation? In the case of array list, it is going to shift the elements. In the case of linked list, it's going to change the addresses. That's the internal algorithm. As a programmer, we are not worried about that. Then how to do with the programming? Simple, we use methods here, that's it. Coding is very simple. Collections code is very simple. Just we play with the predefined things. Coding is very simple. Only choosing the right class is important. Choosing the right class based on your requirement, that is important. So if I say here 2, 25, in index 2, it's going to insert the element 25. Same method here. Methods are common. If I use add method with link array list class, it's going to shift the elements. When we use add method with linked list class, it's going to change the addresses. That's the fun to remember. So the final conclusion is, when your application is having lot of insert and delete operations, make use of linked list class over array list. That's the final point to remember. Clear everyone? Any questions? So whatever the words I said from beginning, I'm going to document it. Okay. What is collection? What is map? Everything I'm going to document now after this diagram. Then, coming to set. What I said about set? Set is what? Unordered and no duplicates. Same element cannot be added. Under set, it goes with subclasses like as set, sorted set, it's an interface. Then under this, linked as set, and here reset. As set, it is unordered. It is unordered. Now, let us suppose we are having a requirement where you want to go with orderedness. So when you want to go with orderedness, we think of list. But we don't want to allow duplicates. So we cannot go for list because list does allow duplicates. So what is our objective? We want to maintain orderedness, but we don't want to go with a duplicate. Then the solution is we go with the linked as set. Then tree set. Tree set is what? Sorted. It is sorted. It means arranges the elements in ascending order or descending order. Coming to map. Under map, again we are having subclasses. Map is similar to set only, but the difference key value pair. In map, that we collect elements in the form of key value pair. Under map, it goes with hash map, sorted map. Under this, linked hash map, tree map. Hash map is unordered based on keys. Linked hash map is ordered based on keys, and tree map is sorted based on keys. Okay. Then, and all these collection classes and interfaces belongs to the package java.util package. So whenever we want to use these collection classes and interfaces, we need to import this package. Right. So I'm going to document all the words what I said. Let us document the words. Very important. So whatever the document I'm typing now, it's very, very important during interview times. They'll ask many questions from this document now. So the first one, collection wise map. Both are interfaces. Collection is used to collect only the elements, whereas map is used to collect elements in the form of key value pairs. In the form of key value pairs. The next one, list wise set. List is ordered, whereas set is unordered. List allow duplicate elements, whereas set does not allow duplicate elements. In set, no duplicate elements. Like example, if you take the elements, like 5, 8, 6, 4, 7, the meaning of ordered in the case of collections, the meaning of ordered is the way we accept, the way we get. That's the meaning of ordered in collection. Then unordered. Unordered means we don't know which order it is going to take the elements. Whereas one more, sorted. Sorted means either ascending order or descending order. Right? Next important one, array list wise linked list. Array list wise linked list. In array list, the elements are stored in continuous memory locations. In array list, the elements are stored in continuous memory locations, whereas in linked list, the elements are stored in non-continuous memory locations. Non-continuous memory locations in the form of nodes. What is a node? A node is divided into two parts. That is element value and link to the next node. One more major difference. The cost means the time what it takes. The cost of insert and delete operations are more in array list. It takes more time in order to insert and delete in the case of array list, whereas the cost of these operations are less in linked list. One more point, array list occupies less memory than linked list. So when your application is not having insert and delete, go with array list only. So when your application is having a lot of insert and delete, then only we think of linked list. Else all the cases will go with array list because it occupies less memory. Next one, asset. Asset is unordered and no duplicate elements. Complete set, no duplicates. Linked asset. Linked asset is ordered and no duplicate elements. Tree set. Tree set is sorted and no duplicate elements. Next one, hash map. Hash map is unordered based on keys. It is based on keys and no duplicate keys. Linked hash map. Linked hash map is ordered based on keys and no duplicate keys. Tree map. Tree map is sorted based on keys and no duplicate keys. Right? Yeah. Just a minute, everyone. Just a minute. I'm back here. So this document is very, very important. So today and tomorrow we go with these collections. So today we go with the list, tomorrow we go with set and map. Now, let us start off with the list. So let us go with the methods of list interface. So means some of the methods it has taken from collection interface. So the methods are like boolean add, which takes an argument object. So why object here? So in collections we can add only reference type of elements. Very, very important point. In collections we can add what? Only reference type of elements. And what is the topmost reference type in Java? Object. Object is the topmost class. That's the reason the argument is of type object. Means any type of object we can add. And the use of this method is adds an element at last. And if it is able to add the element, returns true. Unable to add, returns false. That's the return. That is the reason the return type is boolean. Void add int comma object adds element at the given index. So this first argument is index. What is the element you pass, that will get added to the index here. Void set int comma object updates or modifies the element at a given index. The boolean remove object. Remove is like delete. Deletes the given element. And if it is able to delete element, returns true. Unable to delete, returns false. Why it is unable to delete? If the element is not present in the list. Okay. Parent same remove method. Remove with index based. Deletes the element at given index. What are the index you pass? That element will get deleted. That element will be returned for us. Object get method with index based returns the element at given index. Last one, size, returns the number of elements. Now let us understand all these methods, the purpose of these methods using the example program, and that I'll show by using array list. Well, let me show all these methods by using array list class. Open Eclipse. To store collection related programs, let us create a package. collections. Now, in this one, let us create a new class, collections package, array list demo. Now, so all the collection classes and interfaces belongs to which package? Util package. So import here. Import Java package. Now, so whichever the collection class we want to use, just we have to create the object of that class. Just to create object of that class like this. Array list al equal to new array list. Then, after creating object of the class, just we have to use the methods based on our requirement. Now we want to add the elements into list. So call the method add and pass any object value. Like let me go with the 10. al.add 20. al.add xxx. We can add different type of elements. al.add y, some elements. Now if you print the object al, see the output here. So it's going to show the elements separated by comma, enclosed in square brackets. See here, the elements are separated by comma and enclosed in square brackets. And observe one more thing, the way we are adding, the way we are getting 1020 xxxyy, the way we added, the way we are getting. This is the meaning of ordered here. This is the meaning of ordered. Now, let us call the method al.add 2 comma ppp. Means in ppp, sorry, in index 2, we want to insert ppp. Now, if you call the method al, then the output will be, let me write the output here, 1020 xxxyy. Now, so when you, after adding the element ppp in index 2, how the output will be 1020. In index 2, it's going to insert ppp xxxyy. So what it is going to do, it is going to shift these two elements to the next location. Then it will insert in that second index. Now, if you call the method al.set 2 comma qqq. So in index 2, the element will get replaced with qqq now. Now if you print object al, the output will be 1020. Index 2 will be replaced with qqq xxxyy. Set means update. It goes to the respective index what you have given. In that index, the value will get changed. Now, if you call the method al.remove qqq, so qqq will be deleted. 1020 xxxyy. Now, if you call the method al.remove of 2, in index 2, what is the element C? 0, 1, 2. So in index 2, we are having element xxx. So xxx will be deleted. Now the output will be 1020 y. Now the next one. If you write here string s equal to al.get of 2. So what is the element in get of 2 index? Y. 0, 1, 2 to index y. But we are getting C compile time error. The reason is get method returns a object. Get method return type is object, but you are assigning to string. Then, so here, what is the return type here? Object. And you are assigning to what? String. So is object, is it a super class of string? Yes, right? Any class you take in Java, it is a subclass of object class. So string is what? It's a subclass of object class. So here both are same type. Object is reference type, string is also reference type. So when you are converting same types, one type to other type, we have to go with what? Typecasting. Converting one primitive to another primitive or one reference to another reference, typecasting. In the case of primitive, when you are applying typecasting, we use it to the sizes, 2 bytes, 4 bytes like that. But in the case of reference type, when you go with typecasting, we have to see the hierarchies. In the case of reference type, we have to see what hierarchies. Since get method returns object which is higher than string, so we have to apply what? Explicit casting here. Just to keep mouse pointer on this error and say add cast to string. So apply the explicit casting. Then, now the value of s will be y. Then the last one, size equal to al dot size, which is going to print output size equal to 3. Finally, we are having totally 3 elements in the list. Now see, when you run, whatever output I have given in comments, same output you are going to get here. Got it, everyone? Any questions? So collections are very, very important. You have to practice it compulsory. And you should remember the codes also. The methods also we should remember. The basic methods we should remember. Now, one more very, very important point over here is, we said at the beginning, in collections we can add only a reference type of elements here. In collections we can add only reference type of elements. But if you observe, we have added this 1020, which is of what a primitive type. Which is of what type? Primitive. So how it is accepting primitive type? The reason behind that is because of a feature called as auto boxing. Because of what feature? Auto boxing added in Java 5 version. Added in which version? Java 5 version. So what is this auto boxing? Let us understand. Very simple feature. No. If you take a method xxx, where we declare one primitive variable whose value is of 10. This is what a primitive type. This is primitive type. Now, we'll call the method y, and to this we'll pass the primitive type. Now, when we are defining y method, it is taking an argument integer n, which is of what type here? Reference type. Whenever we see classes, they are reference type. So when you are calling y method and passing primitive here, but here it's of type reference type, so this will go with error. This will go with error. Prior Java 5. Prior Java 5, not an error from Java 5. So this automatic conversion, even though you pass primitive, but here the argument is of type reference, this conversion will happen automatically. So this auto conversion only we call auto boxing. Then prior to Java 5, we used to write the code like this: y new integer of n. This is the way we used to write the code prior Java 5. Okay, but not required this type of converts from Java 5. That feature only auto boxing. That's the reason, even though you pass primitive here, internally it converts to reference and adds here. What is the point? Converting respective primitive type into reference type, or vice versa, automatically. This feature is known as auto boxing. This feature is known as what? Auto boxing. Clear, everyone? Any questions? Right? Now, whatever the program we have written, the same program we can convert into linked list also. Same program we can convert into what? Linked list. And see the output? Same output. Whatever the output we are getting for array list, same output for linked list. Then what is the difference? Performance. The performance of add method and remove method is more faster in linked list than array list. Only performance differences. Now in linked list, we are having some more additional methods. Additional methods in linked list. So what are the methods we have listed above? These all methods we can use in linked list class. Along with that, we can use some more additional methods. They are add first, self-explanatory, add the element at first, add last, remove first, and remove last. Right? Now based on this, let me go with an assignment. If you do the assignment, you will be totally clear with these collections, what we have discussed up to today. Write a program to do the following linked list. Write a program to do what? The following linked list operations. The operations are like 1. Add element at last. We should add the element where? At last. Add element at first. Just we have to call the methods. When you say add element at last, we have to call this add last method using linked list class object. We have to create linked list class object and call the respective methods. That's it. Based on the option what we choose. Add element at the given index. Then update element at given index. Delete the first element. Delete the last element. Delete the element at a given index. Delete the given element. Display the elements. Then exit. When should come out of application. Remember the points here. The menu should display. The menu should display repeatedly until the user chooses exit. So when we choose option 10, then only it should come out of the application. Means we have to keep the menu inside the loop. Then one more point. The element value and index need to be accepted during runtime. The element value and index we have to accept during what time? Runtime, using scanner class. Using what? Scanner class. So complete dynamic application. So if you do this code, you are totally clear what you have done up to today. Then tomorrow we go with the remaining part of collection, where we discuss the remaining part like set and map interface. So with that we complete collections tomorrow. Right? So anyone having any questions before we close for today? Right? Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
This conference will now be recorded.
So in the last class, we started with collections, and the main use of doing for collections is to collect the elements of variable size. And we have seen the collections hierarchy, and we even discussed about array list and linked list. So when your application is having lot of insert and delete operations, we go with linked list class. And we have seen the methods of list interface, like add method, reset method, remove method, get method, and size method. Now, what are the program we have written yesterday? When we run this application, the elements are shown in square bracket separated by comma. See here, the elements are shown in what? In square bracket separated by comma. Now the objective is we want to pull out one element and use it. What is the objective? We want to pull out one element and use it. That concept we call it as traversing or iterating. Traversing or iterating. So the meaning of traversing is accessing every element of list or set is called as traversing. Now, one more concept here. What are the elements we are adding to this list? Is it same type or different type here? Different type. Now we want to ensure in our collection, we want to go with only similar type of elements. In our collection, we want to add what? Only similar type of elements. Then in that case, we go with a concept called as generics. Generics in collections. So what are these generics is? These are added in Java 5 version. Generics are added in Java 5 version. And the main use of going for generics is generics are used to manage different data types. Okay. And the main need of going for generics in collection is when generics are used in collections, we can ensure that only similar type of elements are present in collection. We can ensure what? Only similar type of elements are present in collection. One more use is when generics are used in collections, we can traverse the elements using enhanced for loop. Enhanced for loop, even we call for each loop. Now let us understand how to use generics in our collection and how to traverse the elements using enhanced for loop. Let us go with the program. Generic collection dot open Eclipse. So we have created a package collections. Right click on collections package and it's a new class. Generic collection with main method. Import util package. So in this main method, create object of linked list. Linked list LL equal to new linked list. So what are the concept we are discussing? It is applicable for complete set or list also. Both the cases, the concept is applicable. Now we are just creating object of linked list and let us add the elements. LL.add tape. LL.add XXX. So what type of elements we are adding here? Different type. Now in our collection, we want to add only integers. Then how to ensure that we can add only integers is after collection class within angular brackets we have to mention the data type what you want to collect. Just to mention the data type what we want to collect here. Now say we are getting error under add of XXX. We are getting say error under add of XXX. So this is also we have to mention but optional from Java 7 onwards. Right? So now in this list we can add only integers. Now if you want to add strings, just we have to write here instead of integers, we have to go with string here. We have to go with string. Now see, we are getting error under add of 10 because now in this collection we can add only strings here. So just mentioning the type of data what you want to collect along with the collection class name, this concept only we call generics here. So this one goes with error. Let us add some more elements. ll dot add yyyy, ll dot add zz. Now after adding, if you print the object ll, how the output will come? It will show the elements in square bracket separated by comma. Now when we run, so we are getting the elements in square brackets. Now what we want to do? We want to pull out one element and use it. So how to do that one is simply by using enhanced for loop. How to use? Simple. Just set for what type of elements our collection is holding? String. So we have to say a string, some variable name colon ll. That's it. It will pull out one element from ll and stores into s. Then just to print the value of s here. Now see when we run, it's going to pull out one element and displays back to us. This only we call traversing or iterating. Clear everyone? Any questions? Right. Now let us move to the next one, set interface. So what is this set? Set is an unordered collection of elements. Set is what? It's an unordered collection of elements. And set does not allow duplicate elements. In set, no duplicate elements means same element cannot be repeated. The classes under set interface. Classes under set interface. They are asset, which is unordered and no duplicate elements. Linked asset, this is ordered and no duplicate elements. And tree set, this is sorted and no duplicate elements. Complete set, no duplicate. Now let us understand these three classes using the code. Set demo. Right click on collections and say new class set demo with main method. Import the package. Now let us initially go with asset. So just we have to create object of asset, hs equal to new asset. Then add the elements. How to add? Same method. Add. I'm going with the elements like monitor, hs.add keyboard, hs.add mouse, speakers. Now after adding the elements, if once you print the object hs, see the result how we are going to get. So we are getting, see, first keyboard, then mouse. So the way we are adding, we are not getting in that same order. So this only we call unordered. This we call it as what? Unordered. Then now if you add the element like this, hs.add monitor. So is it a duplicate element?
Yes.
That's right, it's a duplicate element. So let us check whether this monitor will get added into your set now. Now when you run, say, is that monitor getting added here? No. So whenever we are going to call add method, and if you pass the value, it will check whether that value already present in your set or not. If already present, then that won't get added here. Now if I call this method in SOP, what is the written type of add method? Boolean. What is the written type of add method? Boolean. So if the element is added into the set, it returns true. Unable to add, returns false. So in our case, it's going to return false as it is a duplicate element. Check it here. It's returning, say, false. That is the meaning called as duplicates are not allowed. Got it, everyone? The meaning of duplicates not allowed?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, let us move to the next one. Linked asset. Linked asset. Just we have to create object linked asset. LHS equal to new linked asset. Then now add the elements. LHS dot add. Now if you print the object LHS, how the output will be? Ordered, means the way we add, the way we get. So initially it will go with monitor, keyboard, mouse, UPS, and speakers. Right? Then next one. Tree set. Tree set. Create object of tree set. Tree set. TS equal to new tree set. Then add the elements. TS dot add. Now if you print the object TS, the output will be sorted. Sorted means which element will come first here? Which element will come first?
The keyboard.
Keyboard, right? Keyboard. Then monitor, mouse, speakers, and UPS, alphabetical order. By default, it is ascending order. If you want to go with the descending order, we have to just call the method ds.ts.descending set. Then we get descending order, that is UPS, speakers, mouse, monitor, and keyboard. Right? Now see when we run. Here, same output what I have given in comments. There. Now, one more important point. To this tree set, if you add the element like 10. So to the tree set, if you are adding the element like 10, see the output what we are going to get. It's going with an exception, class cast exception, because tree set is mainly for what? Sorting. Whenever you want to sort the elements need to get compared each other. If the elements are of same type only, they can get compared each other. And if the elements are of different type, then they are unable to compare. Then we get exception, class cast exception. Right? So what is the point here? In tree set, all the elements should be of same type. Else it will throw class cast exception. Right? Now in this one, asset is what? Unordered. Linked asset is ordered. Tree set is sorted. Right? Okay. And one more shortcut, Eclipse shortcut. Shortcut to format the code in Eclipse is just we have to use Control Shift F. Control Shift F like this. So if the code is not formatted properly, like this, if you are having some lines, and to make it format, Control Shift F, it will format your code automatically. Proper indentation. That's the meaning of formatting. Right? So any questions, anyone up to here? Now, let us go with a real-time scenario where we can use this concept of set. Now, let us suppose we are having a training institute, and to the training institute, we are getting inquiries every day. And whenever the inquiry comes, we'll make a note of name, the course inquired for, and mobile number. Now let us suppose in 6 months we got 5,000 inquiries. In these 5,000 inquiries, is there any chance of having duplicate inquiries?
Yes, of course.
That's right. Because same candidate might have inquired for same course multiple times or different courses. But whenever the inquiry comes, we are not worried about duplicate at that time. We'll just make a note of it. Now we want to send an SMS message to all the inquiries that we are starting Java batch on so and so date. But before we send SMS, we want to remove the duplicate mobile numbers to save the cost. So is it manually easy task to remove duplicates out of 5,000 mobile numbers? Is it an easy task manually? Difficult, right? Comparing 5,000 mobile numbers and the 10-digit mobile number for duplicate is very difficult manually. That's a place where we go for softwares. So what is the task here? Write a program to remove duplicate mobile numbers from the given list of mobile numbers. Let us go with the code. Just a second. Let us go with this code. Right click on collections package and say new class. Remove duplicate. Now, import util package. In this one, create a list of integer mobile numbers equal to new array list or linked list. New array list of integer. Okay. Now add the mobile numbers. How to add mobile numbers? Dot add 1111. Like that, let us add some mobile numbers. I'm going with 4-digit mobile number 2222 333 1111 duplicate 444 555 333 duplicate 666 777 and 555 duplicate. Now if you print the object mobile numbers, the output will be 1111 222 333 444 not 444 1111 now 444 555 333 666 777 and 555 because list allow duplicates. Now from this list of mobile numbers, we want to remove the duplicate mobile numbers. So whenever your thinking says to remove duplicate, your thinking should go to what? Set. You have to think set. So just to say here set integer unique mobile numbers equal to new. You can say asset if you are not worried about ordered. Linked asset if you are worried about ordered. Tree set if you are worried about sorted. So in my case, I'm going with linked asset. Now say here unique mobile numbers dot add all. We are having a method add all. So whenever you want to add just the element, add method. If you want to add a collection object, if you want to add one more collection to other collection, we use which method? Add all. So we are adding these mobile numbers to this unique mobile numbers. Since unique mobile numbers is a set which does not allow duplicates, the duplicates will get removed just by invoking this line of method. Then now if you print unique mobile numbers, then the output will be 1111, 222, 333, 444, 555, 666, and 777. You know, when you run, we get the same output what I have given in comments. Got it, everyone? The need of going for set interface. Right? Then one more point. Instead of going these many lines of adding mobile numbers, we can even do this step just a single line of code. We can add multiple elements to a list using single line of code like list integer mobile numbers equal to, you can say list.off method, list.off method, and here only can pass the values directly. One line of code will do the task for us. Okay, and this off method we call it as collection factory method. We call this one as collection factory method, added in Java 9 version. In which version we got this one? Java 9 version. We can even make use of off method. Right? So instead of going with this many times multiple add methods, we can even use collection factory method off here. Got it, everyone? Any questions? No. Let us move to the next one, map interface. Let us go with map interface. So what is this map is? Map is used to collect the elements in the form of key value pairs. And map does not allow duplicate keys. No duplicate keys in map. Then classes under map interface. The classes under map interface are hashmap, which is unordered, based on keys, and no duplicate keys. Here also no duplicate. Linked hashmap. Linked hashmap is ordered based on keys and no duplicate keys. Tree map. Sorted based on keys and no duplicate keys. Now let us understand this with the program. So map is similar to set only, but only the difference key value pair. Open Eclipse. Now right click on collections package and say new class map demo. Import the title package. Then let us initially go with hashmap. Just we have to create object hashmap, hm equal to new hashmap. Then we have to add the elements. How to add the elements here is we use the method put. Instead, in the case of collection, we go with add to add the elements. In the case of map, we use put method. which takes 2 arguments. Okay. Right. So here we go for what? Put method. So put method takes 2 arguments. First one is the key, where I'll go with monitor, and second one is the value. Like that, you can add some more elements here. hm.put keyboard, the value of keyboard. hm.put mouse, the value of mouse. hm.put UPS, the value of UPS. hm.put speakers, the value of speakers, like this. Now if you print the object hm, see how we get, it is unordered, so we don't know which order it is going to take. So here, initially it is going with keyboard, then mouse, speakers, like this. So this is unordered. Let us go with the next one. Linked hash map. Linked hash map. Just create object linked hash map. LHM equal to new linked hash map. Then put the elements. Right. Then how we get here? In between curly braces, see how key and values are separated. See key equal to value, key equal to value, and every key value pair separated by comma and closed in curly braces here. So here in the case of linked hash map, what we get initially, monitor and the value of monitor, keyboard, the value of keyboard, mouse, the value of mouse, then UPS, the value of UPS, speakers, the value of speakers. Next one, tree map. Tree map, just create object of tree map, tm equal to new tree map, then put the elements. Collections are very easy, just we should know which collection class we have to use based on the requirement. Okay. So we get here, initially it goes with the keyboard, alphabetical order based on keys and the value of keyboard, monitor, the value of monitor, mouse, the value of mouse, speakers, the value of speakers, UPS, the value of UPS. If you want to go with the descending order, we have to call the method tm.descending map. Then we get initially UPS, then speakers, mouse, monitor, and keyboard. That's it. So when we run, same output what I have given in comments. Then this one, hash map is unordered based on keys. Linked hash map is ordered based on keys. Tree map is sorted based on keys. Clear everyone? Any questions? Right? Now, let us move to the next one. Iterating or traversing maps. The last one, iterating maps. Means we want to pull out the key separately, we want to pull out the value separately. So that's the meaning of traversing or iterating. So how to iterate here is, we have to follow some steps here. That is, get the keys of map into a set. get the keys of map into where? Into a set, like this. If you are having hash map, string comma integer, hm equal to new hash map, string comma integer, means the key is of type string, value is of type integer. Key is of type what? String, value is of type integer. Now, once we create the map, from this map we want to pull out the keys. How to pull out keys? We have to go with set. Set string. Why string? Because keys are of type what here? String. Then you can say keys equal to, call the method hm.keyset. When we call the method hm.keyset, returns the keys of map. Okay. Now, once we get the keys of map into set, then iterate the keys present in set. Iterate the keys present in set, like this. For string k colon keys. So why string here? Because this set is what type now? String. So we are traversing this case. So one key it takes and stores into k. Then print here. Print the key. Then our own separator colon and the value. How to get the value? By using get method. To the get method, if you pass key, it's going to return value. So to the hm.get method, if you pass the key, what it's going to do? Returns the value of the given key. Right? Now, let us understand this with the program. Iterate map demo. The last one. Right click on collections package and say new class iterate map. With main method. Then create object of hash map and apply the generic here. String comma integer. So key is of type string, value is of type integer. Then now we are adding some elements into map. Now let us get the keys of map into set, like this. How to do? Set string keys equal to, call the method hm.keyset. When we call the method hm.keyset, it's going to pull out the keys of your map and stores into keys here. Now iterate the keys. How to iterate? For string k colon keys. Why string? Because keys are of what type here? String. Then it will pull out one key from this keys and puts into k. Then while printing, just to print key and our own separator colon. And how to get the value? By calling get method. So the get method you pass your key. That's it. Now see when we run. So we get, see, every key value pair is separated by colon symbol. This is our own way of traversing or iterating. Right? Clear this one? This is very, very important. We use this concept more in future also. So whatever we are discussing related to core Java, we will be keep on using all these concepts in our advanced part. So we will be going with some real-time applications in advanced part. There will be make use of all these concepts. So once we go to frameworks now, like Hibernate and Spring, we use more of collections in that. Okay, practice this properly because very, very important one for us. Okay. So any questions, anyone? Okay. So tomorrow we will be going with a new topic. Let us go with the Java 8 widgets. So we are left out with 4 more classes to complete core Java. Java 8 widgets, where I discuss Lambda expressions, functional interface, and stream API. Day after tomorrow, IVA package, then SQL and JDBC. Okay. So just 4 more days to complete our core Java. Right. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
This conference will now be recorded.
So today let us move to the next topic, that is Java 8 features. So already we discussed some features in interfaces, like we can even define methods in interfaces from Java 8 version. And today let us go with some more important features added in Java 8. And one feature is lambda expressions. Lambda expressions. So what is this lambda expression? Is the expression through which we can represent an anonymous method. An expression through which we can represent an anonymous method. What is this anonymous method? Is anonymous method which does not have any name. Which does not have what? Any name. So no name to the method, only we call anonymous method. And the syntax, how to go with this one is, we go with the parameter. Then expression and body. So the meaning of parameter means like this, parenthesis. So if you are having some method xxx, we won't mention the method name here. We won't mention the method name. Just we go with the parameter, and we go with the expression symbol as arrow symbol, and the body is the content of your method. And SPOP will say some message here. Okay, like this. Hello, Gagan.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Yeah, me fine, Gagan. Right. So today we started with one of the Java 8 feature, that is lambda expression. The main use of going for this lambda expression is to represent anonymous method. What is anonymous method means? Which does not have any name. The syntax how to go is, we go with the parameter and we go with the expression symbol. Whenever we see arrow symbol, remember they are lambda expressions. And we go with the code behind the code behind your method here. So no name to the method, only we call anonymous method. Okay, we'll understand more of this with the example. Okay. The next one, we are having functional interface. Functional interface. So what is this functional interface? Is the interface which contains only one abstract method. An interface which contains only one abstract method, but can have multiple default and static methods. Can have what? Multiple default and static methods. Is called as functional interface. And in Java already we are having some of the predefined functional interfaces. They are runnable interface. In runnable interface, it contains only one abstract method. What is that? Run. Then we are having one more, like comparable. Comparable interface contains only one abstract method, compare to, which is overridden in string class, like this. So a interface which contains only one abstract method, they are what? Functional interfaces. Now let us understand this with the example program, these two concepts. Somewhat confusion will be there, but if you recap one more time, concept is very simple. Lambda demo, open Eclipse. Let us create a package to store Java 8 version feature programs. New package, Java 8. Now, in this package, let us create a new class, lambda demo, with main method. Now, here, let us create one interface phone. Let us create one interface, phone. There. Now, let us go with a method call. So this interface contains only one abstract method. Then we call this one as functional interface. So how to indicate that it is a functional interface? We use the annotation @functional interface. We use the annotation @functional interface. Let me even make a point of this. @functional interface annotation is used to mark an interface as functional interface. Right? There. So which annotation we use? @functional interface. Now once you mark it as functional interface, if you try to add one more abstract method, see it will go with error. It goes with what? Error. Because once we say it as functional interface should contain only one abstract method. We cannot have multiple abstract methods. Now once we create the interface, we have to implement the interface. So what we do to implement, we create a class. Let me say Android phone, which implements phone. There. Now we get error under Android phone because whenever an interface implements, whenever a class implements an interface, we have to override the methods of interface. So let us override this call method. Then we go with some message here, calling. Right? Now what we do? We go with the main method. In this, we create reference of phone, which refers to subclass object. And by using this p reference, we can call the method call, which displays the message when we run. Right, when we run, we get simple message calling. So this is the way how we use it to work. Okay, whatever we have discussed in object-oriented about interface, same thing only we discussed it up here. Okay, there. Now understand carefully the new things what we can do. We are creating this subclass Android phone only to override call method. Right, we are creating subclass this Android phone only to override call method. So instead of creating a subclass only to override this call method, instead of this, we can even make use of one concept called as anonymous inner class. We can make use of what concept here? Anonymous inner class. Let me explain that how to go with anonymous inner class. Anonymous means no name to the class. Anonymous inner class. So how to go with this anonymous inner classes? We have to write the code like this. Here, observe here properly. Phone p equal to, we have to say like this, new phone parenthesis, and here in between curly braces we have to override this call, where we go with the message calling. So in this one, we are overriding this call method, but we did not give any name of the class here. We did not provide any name of the class. So this type of things only we call anonymous inner class. Now, by using this reference, we can call the method. So this also added from Java only. From the beginning of Java only, this anonymous inner class feature is present. So this is one more way of going with implementing interface, but if interface contains only one abstract method. If interface contains only one abstract method, we can make use of what? Anonymous inner class concept. Now, instead of anonymous inner class, the next thing which got added in Java is lambda expression from Java 8. Lambda expressions. How to go with the lambda expression? Understand carefully. Understand carefully. See, this is the way how we go with anonymous inner class, right? So what lambda expression says? What lambda expression says? We won't mention the method name here. We won't mention the method name. So what we have to do, just to write the code like this. Just a parenthesis. Just we go with what? Parenthesis. And we have to just use, we should not write the method name here. Just a parenthesis. Then arrow symbol and the code of this. That's it. What's the code here? This one. The code of your method. That's it. That's it. This is the way how we go with lambda expression. Just what we have to say, reference phone pay equal to. So what is the method to override here? Call. So I need not write that method name, because already when you say it is functional interface, already we know what is the name of the method to override. Then why to mention that method name once again? That's the main thing of lambda expression here. Okay, what is the need of going with the method name? Once again, what's the need of mentioning the method name? We can remove that method name, because already we know what method to override. Then simply we have to use arrow mark, and whatever the code present inside your method, just to keep that code here. That's it. This is the way how lambda expression looks, where it reduces some burden to the developers. Then just to call the method p.calling, where we get the message calling here. Then some more syntax rules under lambda expression. They are, I'm writing all the things here for your reference. Some more syntax rule is like, when your method contains only one statement, then using curly brace is optional. When your method contains only one statement, using curly brace is optional. That is one syntax. Then one more syntax is, if the method is going with some argument, if this method is going with some argument, then how to manage this argument here? How to manage? See, let's say like this. We have to pass the argument here. We have to pass the argument and say calling the number, and pass the number here. To this, when you call the method call, we pass the number which you want to call. So when I say 9999, that will come and store into this argument, which will get displayed over here. That's here. Now, one more syntax rule. If already we have mentioned what is the data type of argument. Already we have mentioned what is the data type of argument. Then you need not even mention the data type over here. When we go with ordinary methods, we have to mention the data type compulsory. But in the case of lambda expression, already we know what is the data type of this argument. Then why to mention data type once again. That is one more syntax rule. And one more, the last syntax rule. If your method contains only one argument, then using parentheses is also optional. Okay, so these are the different syntax rules related to lambda expressions. Got it, everyone? Any questions? Right? Yeah, just a minute. Yeah, I'm back here. So compulsory practice this. Somewhat small confusion will be there, but if you practice one more time, it is very, very simple. Now, let us go with the next concept over here. Is one more very, very important one. Stream API. Java Stream API, very important. So what is this Java Stream API? Java Stream API is used to operate. Java Stream API is used to operate on the source data structure. On the source data structure, it can be a collection or array in the source data structure, and produce pipelined output or pipelined data that we can use and perform specific operations. Such as we can create a stream from the list and filter it based on a condition. Okay. So stream means what? It's a collection of data only. But whenever we use stream, performance of your application will get increased. The main use of going for Java Stream API is mainly used to increase the performance of application. Then present in java.util.stream package. This is present where? In java.util.stream package. Okay. Then, so what is this filtering? What is stream? Everything I'm going to elaborate now. Let us understand this. Refer program. Create stream, or let me say like this. Stream demo1. Right click on package and say new class stream demo1 with main method. Now in this one, let us first of all we have to import util package, and we have to import, to use stream API we have to even import java.util.stream package. Now, so this program is mainly about to create a stream, how to create the streams here. So before we go for creating the streams, let us understand one concept here. Like whenever we create a list of string, something like list1 equal to, you can say list dot of, we can add the elements here like xxx, yyyy, and zzz. So we are having list of elements. So we are creating one list1 with added these three values. Instead of add method, we can use this collection factor method of to add the elements into our list. Now, once we add the elements into the list, we have to traverse it. How to traverse? Using enhanced for loop. Using what? Enhanced for loop. Added in Java 5 version. Then how to use enhanced for loop? We use like this. For what is the data type of list? String, then some variable name colon list1. Then what we do? We'll print the value of s. So it will pull out one element from this list1, stores into s that we are printing over here. Also when we run, it's going to display the elements present in your list here. Okay. Then this already we discussed. Now, we're having one more way of traversing is using for each method. Using what? For each method. And this one got added in Java 8 version. From which version we can use this? Java 8 version. So how to use this for each method is like this. We have said list1 dot for each. We have to write here list1 dot for each. What is list1? This one. List1 dot for each. Then take the variable name. Then use the lambda expression arrow and the content of that system dot out dot println and the value of s. So what is going to happen here? when you say list1 dot for each, it will take one element of your list1, stores into s variable, that is going to get printed here. So by using lambda expression, we can even reduce the code to traverse the elements here. Now see, we get the same result. Then one more concept, using method reference. How to go for method reference is like this. List1 dot for each, just we have to say like this, system dot out 2 colon println. So when you say 2 colon println, that is your method reference. Means what are the elements present in list1, that will get printed automatically. You need not store into any variable. You need not store it into any variable and print it. Just if I use this method reference, then the values present in list1 will get printed automatically. Okay. So these are the different ways of traversing. So whatever I have explained, only about traversing concept here. Clear up here, all of you? How to go with the traversing? Right? Now what are the values present in list1? I want to convert into string. We want to convert into string. How to convert into string is like this. String. We have to use an interface string. Then what type of elements it holds? String. Then say stream1 equal to, we have to call the method like this, list1.stream. So list1.stream. This stream method is used to convert your list1 as string. What is the advantage of converting into streams? We'll discuss that also. Now, what are the values present in list1? Now they are connected to stream1. Then you can print it here. Stream1 dot for each, and you can use the method reference system dot out 2 colon println. Now see, when we run, we get the list of elements here. This one, get the list of elements. So this we are creating the list using, we are creating stream using list here. Now, creating stream using list. Now let us see how to create stream using set. Creating stream using set. How to do is, just you can create a set here, set a string, set1 equal to a new asset. To this asset, you can pass your list. So already we are having list1. This list1 we are converting into set1. So if list1 holds some duplicates, that will get removed here. Now I want to convert this set1 into stream. Then you can say stream string stream2 equal to set1.stream. Same method, same stream method only we use. Then print the values present in stream2. Stream2 dot for each system dot out 2 colon println. So when you run, same output we get here. This one. Because we have referred to asset, we don't know which order it's going to take here. Then next one. Using creating stream using arrays. How to do is, you can say like this. String array, str array equal to, let us go with some values. So we are having an array here now. We are having an array. Now we want to convert this array into stream. How to convert is, you can select this. Stream string stream3 equal to, we have to use the predefined class arrays. Which contains a method stream. To this we have to pass your str array. That's it. Then your str array will get converted into string. Then print the values. Stream3 dot for each system dot out 2 colon println. Now so when we run, we get the list of elements here. Right? So in this program, we have just seen how to create string by using list, by using set, and by using arrays. what is the use of going for streams? Let us discuss now. Let us go with the major thing, that is filtering. This is the major thing here. Filtering using Stream API. Filtering using Stream API. So when you are having some collection of data, from that we want to filter it based on some condition. Now, filter method is an intermediate operation. Filter method is an intermediate operation that reads the data from a stream, and returns a new stream after transforming the data based on the given condition. So just applying conditions on your collection of data, that only we call filtering. Now, let us understand this with the program. Stream demo 2. Right click on Java 8 package and say new class Stream demo 2. Now, in this one, import the packages like java.util package, import java.util.stream package. Now, let us create a class product. We are creating a class product with the properties data members, product ID, product name, and price. Now we want to give value to these properties using constructor. So how to create constructor? Right click and say source. And you can find the option say generate constructor using fields. Just click here. Then say generate. That's it. The constructor is ready in front of you. There. When a class contains parameterized constructor, then create the default constructor. Now, coming to this stream demo 2, in this one, let us create one method. Let us go with a method. List product, get products. We are going to create a method about here, get products. Then, in this get products, we create a list of product list. What we are doing? We are creating a list of what type? Product type, product list equal to new array list or linked list. Okay. So mentioning the data type is optional here. Now to this product list, let us add some products like this. Product list dot add. You can add the object of product here. New product. How to create objects of product class? New product and password data. Invoke the constructor. Pass the product ID 111, product name, and the price. Like that, let us add some products here. So directly I'm passing the object. Of product class to this add method. Now let us add some more products into the product list. Let us change the values. 222, keyboard 500, 333, mouse 300, 444, UPS 2000, 555, speakers 1000. So just what we are doing, we have created the product list where we are adding some products to this product list. After adding, just to say return product list. That means whenever we call this get products, which is going to return this product list. This product list holds 5 products totally. Now, coming to main method, in main method, we'll write the code like this: for product colon get products. So whenever we call the method get products, it will go to this get products. These all products will be returned over here. Then we are using enhancer for loop, so it will take one product from this get products and stores into product. Then print the object product here. Then, so what we are doing, just we are traversing our products. So we did not discuss anything about stream up to now. A simple ordinary program. Now let us run this code. So we are getting the class name along with hash code because whenever we print objects in SOP, it's going to invoke which method? ToString method. So override ToString method. Where we return the product ID space product name space price. Now, run the program. Here we are getting the list of products. So a simple basic application we have done now. Now understand carefully. Now we want to get the products whose price is greater than 1000. We want to get only the products whose price is greater than 1000. Right? Now, so whose price is greater than 1000 means in our case, what products we get? This monitor and UPS. These 2 products we want to store it into some other list. Then for that, what we have to do is like this: create one list product list equal to new array list. Then now we have to apply the condition. What condition here? We want to take only the products whose product price is what? Greater than 1000. Then what you do is check here. If product dot price greater than 1000, if product dot price, what is the product we are getting? If that price is greater than 1000, then add that product to list here. List dot add product. That's it. So if whatever the product we are getting from this product list, if the price is greater than 1000, then add that product to what? To this list. Then now once we come out of for loop, then display the value here. Just you can say list dot for each system dot out to colon println. That's it. Now see, when you run, we get only the products whose product price is greater than 1000. So this applying this condition is only what we call filtering. Applying this condition is only what we call filtering. But did we use any concept of streams here? No. Here we are having only 5 products, no problem. But in reality, when you are working, we may go with 1000 products or 1 lakh products sometimes. Then applying filtering on that 1 lakh products, the performance will get degraded. When you write the code in this format, as usual ordinary program, then the performance will get degraded when the list gets increased. If it goes with 1000 records or 10,000 records or 1 lakh records, then the performance will get degraded. Then to increase the performance of this filtering, we go for Stream API like this. Using, let us see how to go with Stream API. Using Stream API. How to do this one is here. List product list to equal to, we have to call the method like this, get products. So when you call the method get products, what it is going to do? It's going to return the list of products. Once it returns the list of products, convert into stream. So which method is used to convert into stream? Stream method. So now we have converted the list of products into stream. After converting into stream, you apply the filter here. So we have to call the method filter. We have to call the method filter and take one product and apply the condition here. What is the condition? If that product dot price greater than 1000. So we are converting into string, and we are applying the method filter and taking one product and checking whether that price is greater than 1000. So we are using lambda expression. After applying the condition, collect the data. We have to collect the data. After collecting the data, after applying filter, after we are collecting the data using collect method. Since we have to store it into back to list here, we have to use a method here, collectors. We have to use a predefined class collectors dot to list. Collectors dot to list. That's it. Single line of code is doing the task for us. So what I'm repeating, first of all, we are getting the products, convert into stream using stream method. After converting into stream, we want to apply the condition. So we have to call the method filter, take one product from this get products, apply the condition. After applying the condition, we have to collect that products only. We have to collect only those products and convert it as to list, because we are storing into list to here. We are converting into list here. Then to display, say here list2 dot for each system dot out to colon println. That's it. Now when we run, so we get the same results here. This is using stream API. Can even go with the message using stream API. We'll get the result here. Right? So what is the main difference? I can even write the code in this format also to apply filter. I can even use stream API also. But the difference, performance wise, when we go for streams, performance wise, they are very faster. If you are having less number of data, no problem. We can just develop with the ordinary way of writing code. But if your data goes with thousands or 1 lakh data, then performance will get totally degraded. That's the place where we go for stream API. Clear? Any questions? Please practice it one more time. So just listening to the class and attending the class will not be enough for this stream API. You have to recap it one more time today's class. Then you feel very easy to understand what is happening. Okay. In tomorrow's class, we'll go with new topic, IO package. One more very simple topic, IO package. Okay. So any questions, anyone?
No, sir.
Right. Yeah. So thank you all and see you tomorrow with IO package. Thank you all.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
So today let us go with one more a new topic and very simple one, IO package. So this IO stands for input output. IO stands for what? Input output. And the main need of going for this IO package is like, what are the programs we have written up to now? The data what we use during runtime, is it temporary or permanent? It is temporary because it is stored in RAM memory. That's the reason it is temporary. Then where we can store data permanently? In hard disk, either in the form of data files or database tables. This IO package is mainly for data files, and tomorrow we go with the database tables. So we can say IO package is used for the following. IO package is used for the following, like creating new data files, writing data onto the data files, opening existing data files, reading data from the data files, and closing the files, the cleanup operation. Right? Yeah. So these are the operations we do mainly with IO package. Yeah. Here we are having one of the important small definition, stream. The meaning of stream is like flow of data is called as stream. Flow of data is called as what? Stream. Means the data can be flow from memory to or keyboard to memory. Memory means RAM memory. Memory to hard disk to memory, memory to screen. This flow of data we call stream. And we are in two types of streams in Java. We are in two types of streams in Java. They are byte streams and character streams. Means we can make the data flow only in two formats in Java, either in the form of byte or character. Now, let us understand more of this with a diagram, IO hierarchy. So let me open the diagram. So coming to this IO hierarchy, we are in two types of streams. They are byte stream and character stream. Under byte stream, we are in two topmost abstract classes, input stream and output stream. Under character stream, we are in two topmost abstract classes, reader and writer. Under input stream, it goes with some subclasses like file input stream, buffered input stream, data input stream, object input stream. Under output stream, it goes with subclasses like file output stream, buffered output stream, data output stream, and object output stream. Under reader, file reader, buffer reader. Under writer, file writer, buffer reader. So understanding the purpose of these classes completes our IO package here. Now, let us start off with the first class, file output stream class. The use of this file output stream class is, it is used to create a file on your hard disk. What is the purpose? It is used to create a file on your hard disk, and we can even write data onto the file. The buffered output stream class is used to increase the performance of write operations. It is for performance purpose. And all these classes belongs to this IO package, Java Data IO package. And whenever we want to use these classes, we have to import this package. Now, let us understand these two classes with the program. Open Eclipse. To store IO related programs, let me create a package. New package, IO programs. In this package, let us go with the program name as file output stream demo. With main method. Import IO package. Now, in this IO package, most of the methods throws IO exception, which is a checked exception. So just add here throws IO exception. Now, whenever we want to create a file on your hard disk, just we have to create object of class file output stream. Just we have to create object of which class? File output stream. And to the constructor, we have to pass the name of the file which you want to create. We have to pass the name of the file which we want to create. Means when this line of code gets executed, it's going to create a file, file1.txt on your hard disk. Then in which location? Location is my project. Wherever we have created a project, whichever the folder we create project, in that project it's going to create this file1.txt. If you want to create in other location, we have to mention the path where you want to create. So now this file1.txt will be created in C drive of XXX folder. Sorry, XXX folder of C drive. Now, but if I want to create this file1.txt in XXX folder, this path should be existing. This path should be existing, else it throws file not found exception. See, when you run, we get exception here, file not found exception, because this folder is not present. Now, let me not go with the folders now, not go with the path. Let us just create the file directly in my project folder. Now onto this file, we want to write some content. So we'll say something like string is equal to Java is our programming language. So this content we want to write on file. Why we should write on file? Permanent data. So how to write is very simple. By using file output stream class object, we have to call the method write, and see, write method is taking byte array as our argument, but you are having string in hand. Then how to convert string into byte array is by using a method getBytes. What is the use of this getBytes method? Converts string into byte array. That's it. So the content of this string will be written onto this file. I'll just go with the message. File created. Then fos.close, the cleanup operations. Now run the program. We get the message file created, and if you open your folder where we are working, D drive 2022 Java Online 8 Java programs. In this we have created my project. So if you open my project, see, you can see file1.txt, and if you open file 1, see, you can find our content. So to store data permanently, we make use of this files concept, and to manage with files, IO package. Clear, Diya and Gaganpreet?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, to increase performance of this write operations, we make use of the class buffered output string. Buffered output string, BOS equal to new buffered output stream connected to FOS. That's it. Now wherever we use FOS, replace with BOS. So performance wise, this code is more faster than previous program. So what is the need of buffered output stream? Only to increase the performance of write operations. Now let us move to the next one. File input stream. The use of file input stream classes, it is used to open the existing files, and we can read content from the file. To open file and read content from file. And buffered input stream to increase performance of read operations. Let's go with the code. Right click on IO programs and say new class file input stream demo with main method. Import IO package and for main method add here throws declaration. Now here let us open the file. So whenever we want to open a file, then we have to use the class file input stream, create object of file input stream, and pass the name of the file which you want to open, file1.txt. Now to read the content from this file, by using file output string class object, we use the method read, and read method taking byte array as an argument. So let us pass the argument here, buffer. So we are using a buffer array. So we have to allocate memory for buffer array, byte array buffer equal to new byte array. So we are allocating memory for this array buffer, some name anything, XYZ. Now when we go for arrays, we have to give the size. So how to get the size of file? By using the method size. Size equal to FIS.available. What is the use of this method? Returns the size of the file. Now create byte array buffer of size of the file. That's it. Now when you call the method FIS.readBuffer, the content of this file will come and store into this array buffer. And since we cannot print arrays in SOP, convert it to string. How to convert is string s equal to new string to the constructor password byte array. So what is the use of this constructor? Converts byte array into string. Then print the value of s here. That's it. fis.close, the cleanup operation. Now see, when we run, we get the content of this file 1.txt onto your console. We are doing the read operation. Now, to increase the performance of read operation, we go for buffered input stream. Buffered input stream bis equal to new buffered input stream connected to FIS. Then wherever we use FIS, replace with BIS so that performance will get increased. When we run, same output, no change in the output, but performance wise it is more faster. Then. Let us move to the next one, data output stream. The use of this data output stream class is, it is used to write different data type onto your file. When you want to write integers or doubles or floats or strings, when you want to manage different data types, we go for data output stream. And data input stream is used to read different data types. Let me go with the code. Right click on IO programs package. It's a new class. Data output stream demo. Import java.io package and here throws IO exception. Now, so if I want to write data onto the file, first of all we have to create the file. How to create file? File output stream FIS equal to new file output stream. File output stream FIS equal to new file output stream and pass the name of the file which you want to create, file2.txt. Now since we want to write different data type onto this file, we have to go with the data output stream. So we'll see here data output stream DOS equal to new data output stream and connected to FOS. Then in data output stream class, we are having different methods to write different data types. So go with the methods like DOS dot write int. This is for integer values. I mean in writing 10. DOS dot write UTF. UTF is for string. We are writing hello. UTF means unified text format. DOS dot write double. It's for double data type. So like this, we are having different methods to write different data types. Okay. Now once we write, let us go with the message file created and do the cleanup operations. Okay. Now when we run this program, it's going to create a file called as file2.txt with these 3 values inside. Now understand carefully. When we write the data onto the file using data output stream, then the rule is we have to write the data using data input stream class only. When we write with the data output, we have to read with the data input only. So let us go with this data input. Data input stream demo. Import java.io package, add here throws, IO exception. Then say here we have to open the file first. How to open file? File input stream FIS equal to new file input stream and pass the name of the file which we want to open. Since we have written data onto this file to .txt using data output stream, then we should read with the data input stream only, like this. Data input stream dis equal to new data input stream and pass connect FIS. Now observe here. We have written what here first? Integer value 10. Now let us read this. So we'll say here int n equal to, call the method ds.readInt. Now if you print the value of n, what will be the value of n here? 10. Now if you take a string s equal to the next one string das.readUTF. So when you say readUTF, if you print the value of s, see what value we have written here? Hello. So what will be the value of s here? Hello. Next one double d equal to das.read double, and if you print the value of t, so what value we have written here? Double value 3.14, then it's going to read here 3.14. That's it. das.close, fis.close. Now so when we run, we get this output, same output what I have given in comments. Got it up to here? Any questions? Every program looks same, right? So creating file, writing data into the file, opening file, reading data from the file. That's the main thing of IO package. Now, the next one, file writer. The use of file writer class is, it is used to create a file on your hard disk, and we can even write data onto the file. It's used to create a file and we can even write. And buffer writer to increase performance. Same like this one only. Same like these two only. But it comes under character stream. Right click on IO program, sends a new class, file writer demo. Throws IO exception. Now let us create the file. How to create file? File writer fw equal to new file writer. Then give the name of the file, file3.txt. Now onto this file, we want to write some content. So let us go with the content like string is equal to Hibernate is an ORM framework. Hibernate is what? It's an ORM framework. Now we want to write this content onto file. How to write is very simple. fw.write, and see, even write method is taking string as an argument. In the case of byte streams, we have converted into byte array and we have written, but here directly we can write strings here. That's the advantage of character strings. Then say, go with the message file created and fw.close. Now, to increase performance of write operation, we go with buffer writer. Buffer writer bw equal to new buffer writer and connect to fw. And wherever we use fw, replace with bw. That's it. Performance wise, this is more faster. When we run, we get same output, file created. And if you open your folder and open file 3, we can see our content. Now, the next one, file reader. The use of file reader class is to open existing file and read content from the file, and buffer reader to increase performance of read operations. Let us go with this code. Right click on IO program, sends a new class, file reader demo with main method. Now, import IO package. Now, the task what we are going to do here is, when we run the program, understand we are going to write a different code now. When we run this program, the output what it should show in console is your same source code only. Whatever the code we have written here, that same source code should get displayed in console. That's the task. Then the solution is, we have to open the file like this. File reader fr equal to new file reader. And which file we want to open now? Same file, file reader demo.java. So whatever the file we have created now, file reader demo.java, that file you open here. Now, if you are not giving any path, it is going to search for this file in my project folder. But if you open my project folder, there is no file called as file reader demo here. So where it is located? In src IO programs folder. Here you can find this. So if the file is not present in my project folder, we have to go with the path. We have to mention the path here. Okay. Clear why we are going with path?
Yes.
Right. Now once we connect to this file, now say here, let us read the content. I want to read the content character by character. So for that, let us take a variable n and write here, while n equal to fr.read. Read method returns integer. Then until not equal to -1. -1 indicates end of file. Then, now it is going to read one character and stores into n variable. It reads one character and stores into what? N variable. And just to print the value of n here. System.out.print the value of n. Say fr.close. Now see the output. How the output will come? See here. We are getting some integer values here. So what are these integer values? Let us understand. So to understand this, let us take one variable character c. And what is the first character in this program? P. What is the first character in this program? C, P. So I'm storing into C variable. Now let us convert this character P into integer format. So how to convert is by doing the typecasting. Now see, when you run the program, see what output we get. See 112 matching C, 112, 112. So what is this 112 is? This is Unicode of character P. So for every symbol you take, we'll have some codes which we call ASCII code or Unicode. In case of Java, we call Unicode. So whatever the values it is printing here, these are all Unicodes. We don't want to go with Unicodes. We want to represent the character of that Unicode. So don't print integer directly. Convert into character and print it here. Do the typecasting. That's it. We have to apply typecasting and print over there. Now see when we run. So we get our same source code onto your console. Clear everyone? Any questions? Right? So whatever I said, everything I've documented already. You can find in the document. So everything I've documented. Whatever the words I said, I've documented and which programs to refer here. Okay. Yeah. Just to give me 2 minutes. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm back here. Now, let us go with the last one and very, very important one, that is serialization. Serialization. Up to now, we are writing some integers or strings or doubles onto the data file. But we want to write a complete object onto the file, like an employee class object, student class object, customer class object, book class object, like that. We want to write a complete object onto the file. That process of writing objects onto the file is only serialization. You can say the process of writing objects onto the data file is called as serialization. The process of reading objects from the data file is called as deserialization. Okay, there. Now, object output stream class. Object output stream class is used to write an object onto the data file using write object method. Using what? Write object method. Okay. Object input stream class is used to read an object from the data file using read object method. Using what? Read object method. So this only we are discussing. These two classes only we are discussing now. Next, very important point. In order to serialize an object of a class, the class should implement serializable interface. The class should implement which interface? Serializable interface. Else, it will throw not serializable exception. It will throw what exception? Not serializable exception. Now, let me elaborate this with the program. Concept is very simple but very important. Serialization demo. Right click on IO programs and say new class. Serialization demo with main method. Now, here import java.io package and let us create a class here, book. We are going with a class book, any class you can take. Here we go with the data members like book number, string book name, double price. Now we have to give the value to this data member, so we will go with a constructor here. How to go create constructor? Right click and say source, generate constructor using fields. So this price is not coming. Yeah. So generate constructor using fields. Now it has created the constructor. And when a class contains parameterized constructor, suggested to go with the default constructor. Now, coming to main method, you can say throws exception. Now let us initially go with serialization process. Let us go with serialization. So what is serialization? Writing object onto the file. So when we want to write an object onto the file, first of all we have to create the file. How to create file? File output stream. FOS equal to new file output stream connected to, let me say, book.txt. So this line will create a file book.txt. Now onto this file we want to write book object. So whenever we want to write object, we have to go with the class object output stream. OOS equal to new object output stream connected to FOS. Connected to what? FOS. So what we are doing here? We have created the class book and we want to write object of this book class onto the file. So what we are doing, we are creating a file first by using file output stream class, and we are creating what file? Book.txt. Now since we want to write object onto this file, we are creating object of this object output stream class. We are creating object of object output stream class and connected to FOS. Now, hello, Sai Raghava.
Hello, Raj.
Yeah, hi. You are late today?
Yeah, I'm late. I'm sorry, Raj.
Okay, no worries. We are about to close and we are discussing the major important topic, serialization. This is very, very important. So the meaning of serialization is like we have created one book class here. Now we want to write complete object of a class onto the file. So IO package is mainly to create files and write data onto the file, or to open files and read data from the file. Permanent data. To manage permanent data, we go with this IO package concept. So here we want to write an object of a file onto the file. Sorry, object of a class onto the file. That process only we call serialization. That only we are discussing. Whenever we want to create a file on your hard disk, first of all, we have to create a file on your hard disk. In Java, how to create a file on your hard disk is by creating object of class file output stream and pass the name of the file which you want to create. And since we want to write an object onto this file, we have to create object of object output stream. Now, by using this object output stream class object, by using a method write object, we can write object onto the file. But where is the object here? Let us create that. I miswrote. Let us create the object here. Book be equal to new book. To the constructor pass the data 111 Java 500. Okay, now the object is ready. Now pass this object to this write object method. Now what is going to happen? It's going to write the complete object. It's going to write this complete object data onto this file. So this process, writing objects onto the file, this process only we call serialization. Okay. Do the closing operations. Now let us do deserialization. You can do deserialization in the same program or some other program. Let me do it in the same program. Deserialization. What is deserialization? Reading object from the file. So if I want to read object from the file, we have to open the file first. How to open file? File input stream. File input stream. FIS equal to new file input stream. And pass the name of the file which we want to open. Here, book.txt. Now, since we want to read object from this file, we have to use the class object input stream. Object input stream OIS equal to new object input stream and connect to FIS. Now, use here book B1 equal to OIS dot read object. We have to call which method? Read object. So write object to write object, read object to read object. Now we are getting error because read object method return type is object, but you are assigning to book. Go with the typecasting. Now print the object B1. That's it. Print the object B1. Now see OIS dot close, FIS dot close. That's it. Now see when we run, we get an exception that is not serializable exception. So what is the point I've given? Whenever you want to serialize an object of a class, the class should implement serializable interface. If you are not implementing, it is going to throw not serializable exception. Now let us run this code. Here we are getting class name along with hash code because whenever we print objects in SOP, which method will get invoked here implicitly? Invokes toString method. Invokes toString method implicitly. Then So since we are printing book object in book class, override to string method. Let's say here greater book number space book name space price. That's it. Now see, when we run, we get the object data onto our console. Clear all of you the meaning of serialization?
Yes.
Right? Playing with objects only, serialization. Now, understand here carefully. When we are writing an object onto the file, it is writing your book number, book name, and price. But we don't want to write this price onto the file. We don't want to write this price onto the file. Then we have to use a keyword transient. Before price, we have to use a keyword here transient. So when we say transient, then this price will not get included during serializations here. When we say transient, not included during serialization. Okay, now see, when we run, we get see 0.0 because in toString method we are even returning price, so it says 0.0 default value. Clear everyone? Any questions? Right, just to practice this. Okay, and tomorrow we go with the next two concept of our core Java SQL concepts using MySQL database. Okay, right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
So today let us move to the next concept, SQL concepts. Even we call database concepts. SQL stands for Structured Query Language. SQL stands for what? Structured Query Language. And the main use of going for SQL is a set of commands which are used to operate a database. So it comes with what? Set of commands which are mainly used for what? To operate a database. And what is a database? A database is a collection of related tables. What makes a database? It's a collection of related tables. And what is a table? A table is a collection of data in the form of rows and columns. What makes a table? It is a collection of data in which form? Rows and columns. Like example, if you consider a books table, where we go with the columns like book number, the headings, book name, price. So these are your column headings, column names. And under this we go with the data under book number 111, book name, Java, price, 500, 222, XML, 800, 333, HTML, 400, like this. Yeah. Hello, Dinesh.
Hello, Raj.
Yeah, hi. So we just started with SQL. We can even call it as database concepts. SQL stands for Structured Query Language, and it comes with some set of commands mainly used to operate database. What is database? It's a collection of related tables. And what is a table? It's a collection of data in the form of rows and columns. Like example, if you consider books table, it goes with the columns like BNO, BNAME, and price. So this BNO, BNAME, and price, we call it as columns or fields. And this 111 Java 500, we call it as a row or record. Row or record, like this. So we can even say A table is collection of records. Now, once we create the table, to operate this table, like to create the table, to insert a record in table, to update record, to delete record, we make use of SQL commands. So understanding that SQL commands is the major part today. Now, these SQL commands are divided into some categories. SQL command types. The SQL commands are like DDL commands, DML commands, DQL commands, and TCL commands. DDL stands for Data Definition Language. And under this, the commands are like create table command, drop table command, alter table command, like this. DML. DML stands for Data Manipulation Language. It's mainly on the records of the table. It's mainly on the records of the table, like insert record into the table, update the record, delete the record. DQL stands for Data Query Language, where it goes with the command select to retrieve the records of table. TCL stands for Transaction Control Language, where it goes with the command select commit and rollback. So understanding these commands completes our basic idea on SQL. Right? Now, in order to show all these commands, we require a database server. So we have to install database servers. We are having so many database servers. Like we are having MySQL database server, Oracle database server. Like that we are having DB2, SQL server, Sybase, like this. So this MySQL is from Oracle Corporation, and this Oracle is also from Oracle Corporation. DB2 is from IBM, SQL Server, Microsoft, and Sybase is also from Microsoft. So in our course, we'll be learning MySQL database server. If you know one database server, we can easily manage other databases. 80% will be same. Now, let us initially go with this MySQL database. How to download this MySQL? Download and install MySQL database server. And the latest version is 8 version. 8 is the latest version. So for this one, you can refer a document, download and install MySQL database server .pdf. Let me open this. So this is the one which we need to refer document. I've given 7 here. It's by typing mistake, and I'm unable to get the original document. In this one, you can find the version 5, but same document you can use for 8 version also. Same document. So when we open this link, it takes to MySQL website where you can download the latest version 8 directly. So here you can directly see the version 8 version. Okay, and we have to choose the operating system here. We have to choose for which operating system you want to download and install. In our case, Windows. If you want to go with older versions, we have to go with archives. In archives, you can see the older versions. Okay. Now, in this one, so select this 8 version and just click here, go to download page. Then here, in this one, we have to choose a second one. We have to choose what? Second one. We have to click on second download to install. Then we have to just say, no thanks, just to start my download, which is going to download the file for us. Here it's downloading. Let me cancel. Once the download is completed, Once the download is completed, click on the run the downloaded file here. Hello, Raghava.
Hello, Raj.
Yeah, fine. Right. So we are just seeing about MySQL database server. So for this, if you open this link, you can able to download the file like this. If you open this link, see this is the page what I have opened. So just we have to click on this go to download page and click on second button to download. Once the download is complete, install it. That only you can find in the document how to go with this MySQL server. So once we open the page, click on download, go with the second download and just say no thanks, start my download. And once the download is complete, click to install. Then click on run button, accept the license agreement, then click on next button. Just to follow the document as it is. It will take approximately 10 minutes for you to install. Just to follow the document where I asked you to click, just to go with that. Then during installation time, it will ask you the port number. This page is important. It will ask you the port number. See here by default it's showing port number 3306. Port number 3306. So this 3306, it is the port number where MySQL server is running. So we have to remember this port number because when we are connecting from Java to MySQL database, we have to mention this port number in that. So the port number where MySQL server runs is for 3306. It will come automatically. We need not do anything. It will come automatically. Okay. And one more next one. Next one. It will ask you the root password. So in my case, I've given the password as root only. So username is root, password is also root here. Right? There. So just to go as it is, what I have given in the document, wherever I ask you to click, just to go with that. Okay. There. Once the installation is complete, we'll get message installation complete. Then just we have to click on the close button to complete the installation part. So what are the points to make a note here? Port number is 3306. Username root, password root. Okay, these three values are important for us in order to connect to MySQL database from Java program, which we will be seeing how to do in the next class. There. Now, how to, if while installing MySQL server, you may face some problems. It may not install properly. So if you are facing some problem, errors during installation, we have to follow this YouTube link. Just to follow this YouTube link, how to resolve that error. If you face some error. Then. And one more, if you want to install on Mac operating system, if you want to install Mac operating system, I'm sharing this YouTube video how to install on Mac OS. Okay. So any questions, anyone up here? Right. Now, once we install, see in the document you can even find how to open MySQL, the commands, whatever I'm going to show. You can find more number of examples here. Whatever I'm going to show here, you can find in the document and more examples also can find. Okay. How to open this MySQL on your system? How to open is click on search and search here for MySQL command line client. Search here for what? MySQL command line client. Then it will ask you the password. In our case, what is the password? Root. Then it will show the MySQL prompt. Same thing you can find in the document. Once we open MySQL command line client, it will ask you the password, type root, and it will show MySQL prompt. If you are getting MySQL prompt, indicates your installation is successful. Then, once we get this MySQL prompt, the first step here is we have to create a database. We have to create what? The database. Creating a database. How to create a database is the syntax is at MySQL prompt. We have to say here create database, database name. Create database name. Like example, at MySQL prompt you can say create database Java 08. Our batch number only I am giving. Java 08. Any name you wish. XYZ. Then, once we create database, the next step is we have to open the database. Change or open database. How to do is at MySQL prompt you have to say use Java 08. Then next time onwards you need not create database. Only one time process. We create database only one time. So next time onwards, whenever you want to work with SQL commands, we have to choose the database. How to choose database? Use the database name. Yeah. Here, let me show that. How to create database? Create database and the database name. I'm going with our batch number Java 08. So it's saying already existing. Let us delete it. How to delete? Drop. Drop database Java 08. Now create again. Create database Java 08. Now, once we create database, it's only one-time process like folder creation. Then open database. Use Java 08. So next time onwards, we have to say only use command. No need to create database again and again. Only one time process. Now, let us move to the next one here. Data types. So we are in the data types like int, float, char, varchar, and date. Int, float, char, varchar, and date. Integer, we can store only integer values with a numeric value without decimal point. Float, a numeric value with a decimal point. Char and varchar to store any data like alphanumeric data. Alphabets are alphanumeric. The difference is like when we go for char, we use it to store fixed size data. When we go for char, it's for what? Use it to store fixed size data like examples like employee numbers, employee IDs, roll number, customer number, like this, all the number related things, where the size remains same for all records. Varchar, use it to store variable size data. Like example, employee names, student names, item names, like this, where the size differs from a record to record. This point is only suggestion, not the rule. It's only suggestion. So why we have to follow this suggestion? What is the main difference between char and varchar? Let us understand. So when we are writing like this, name, char of 10, that means in name, we can store maximum 10 characters. In name, we can store what? Maximum 10 characters. Okay. Now, once it allocates memory where we can store maximum 10 characters, let us suppose if you are storing some name like RHA. Okay. What about the remaining space? The remaining space will be wasted. We cannot use it for other purpose. This remaining space is what here? Wasted. Now, if I use name, varchar of 10, so here also in name we can store maximum 10 characters. Here also we can store in name maximum 10 characters. But what about the remaining space? Reusable. The remaining space is what here? Reusable. That's the reason we use char for fixed size, varchar for variable sets. The main thing is memory differences. Clear everyone? Any questions? No. Let us start with the comments. Let us start with the first command. Create table command. Use it to create table with the specified columns. And the syntax is create table, table name, parenthesis open, column 1, data type of size, comma, column 2, data type of size. Like that you can say column n, data type of size. Then every command should end with semicolon. Like example, create table books with book number int of 3. In book number we can store integer, book name varchar of 10, then price float of 4. So now it's going to create a table books with 3 columns, BNO, bname and price. Then what is this size 3? In book number we can store what value? Maximum 3-digit numbers. So what is the maximum and minimum 3-digit numbers? Minus 999 to 999. In book number we can store a value between minus 999 to 999, 999. And this varchar of 10 means in book name we can store maximum 10 characters. Now once we create table, we want to see the structure of table. What table column contains, what your table, what columns it holds. So how to do that one is describe command. Use it to display the structure of the table. Like example, you can say describe books. The next command, drop table command. Use it to delete the table. The syntax is drop table, table name. Like example, drop table books. So let me show all these commands practically. So open MySQL. Let us create the table. How to create table? Create table. Books with book number int of 3, comma book name varchar of 10, comma price float of 4. It says query working. There. To see the structure of table, describe command. Describe books. So it's going to show what fields your table contains and what type of data it can hold. There. Drop table command, drop table books. It's going to delete the table. Now, if I want to create the table again, you need not type the command again. You can use keyboard arrow marks. You can use what? Keyboard arrow marks to go to the previous commands. So now the table has been created. Now, once the table is created, if you want to see the structure of table, means what columns what records the table contains, then we use the command select. Select star from books. Select star from table name. It will say empty set as we did not insert any record into the table. Now let us insert the records. For that, insert command. Use it to insert the records into the table. Use it to insert the records. The syntax is insert into table name values value 1 comma value 2 comma like that value n. We are having one more syntax. Insert into table name in parenthesis open column 1 comma column 2 comma like that column n values value 1 comma value 2 comma like that value n. The difference between these two syntaxes is, in the case of first syntax, the number of values should be equal to the number of columns of table. So if the table contains 3 columns, we have to go with 3 values. If table contains 5 columns, we have to go with 5 values. So when you want to give value to all columns of table, first syntax. Then second one. In the case of second one, the number of values should be equal to the number of columns given in the command. Given in the command means if it goes with 2 columns, we have to go with 2 values. If it goes with 4 columns, we have to go with 4 values. Means if we want to give value only to some specific columns of table partial, then we go with second syntax. Like example, insert into books values 111 Java 500. So what is going to happen now? 111 goes to BNO, Java goes to bname, and 500 goes to price. And when you are giving value to char, varchar or date, the value should go in single quotes. One more. Insert into books book number comma book name values 222 comma XML. So 222 goes to BNO, XML goes to bname. But what about price? None. No value means none here. So this is the example of first syntax when you want to give value to all columns of table. Second syntax when you want to give value only to some specific columns of table. Let me show this. Insert into books one more example. Insert into books BNO comma bname values 222 XML. Now if you use select command, select start from books, you can find totally 2 records. And the price value for book number 222 is none here. Now, let us insert some more records into table. Like this. Insert into books, values 333, HTML 400. Then, if I want to add one more record, just say comma. Just say comma, again add one more record here. 444. JSP 700. Then you can even press enter key in between the comment. 555 CSS 550. Like this, end with semicolon. Now if I use select command, we can find totally 5 records here. Clear how to use insert command, all of you? No. Now we want to give value to this price value for book number 222, that is XML. We want to give price value. Since it is already existing record, to modify existing record, we go for update command. We go for what? Update command. Yeah. Just a minute. Everything. Just a minute. So I'm back here. Sorry to make you wait. Now let us go with update command. The use of update command is used to modify the existing records. Use it to modify what? The existing records. The syntax is update table name, set column equal to new value. Then say comma, column equal to new value. Like that, column equal to new value. Where condition. Square brackets indicates optional. Optional to use. Square brackets means optional. Now, like example, update books, set price equal to 600. When we are not using where condition, for all records, price will be updated to 600. It will affect all the records. If we write like this, update books, set price equal to 800, where book number equal to 222. Now only for book number 222, the price will become what? 800. Let me show the second one. Here, update books, set price equal to 800, where book number equal to 222. Now only for book number 222, see the price, it has become 800. Now the next one, delete command. But before we go with the delete command, let us understand about TCL commands. TCL commands. Wherein the commands like commit and rollback. Commit and rollback. So commit is like use it to save the transactions. So whatever the work we are doing, whatever we are inserting, updating or deleting, it will be in temporary memory. To make it permanent on your hard disk, we go for commit. Like we press Ctrl S in between while typing documents, same thing here. So like example, at your prompt, let's say commit, like this. Whatever the work we have done, we are saving it, making it permanent. Okay. Rollback. Use it to undo the uncommitted transactions. Use it to undo the uncommitted transactions. Undo means what? Getting it back. And what is the meaning of transactions? Remember, only 3 commands: insert, update and delete. Only these 3 commands comes under transactions. And what is this undo? Getting it back. Like example, by mistake, if you delete some records and if you want to get the records back again, we use rollback. Pairing one very important point here. In MySQL, the transactions are auto-committed. In MySQL, the transactions are auto-committed. Means I cannot use rollback directly in MySQL because rollback is only on uncommitted transactions. Then how to use rollback? How to set this auto-commit mode to false here? Setting auto commit mode to false. At MySQL prompt, we have to say set auto commit equal to 0. If I want to make it true again, on again, we have to just say here 1. Let me show this. Set auto commit equal to 0. Once we call this command, then only we can use rollback. Now let us go with the next command, delete. Use it to delete the records of the table. Syntax is delete from table name, where condition. Example, delete from books. If you are not using where condition, what will happen? All records will be deleted. If you write here, delete from books where book number equal to 222, it's going to delete only the records with book number 222. Then, if you write here, delete from books where price greater than or equal to 500 and price less than or equal to 700. It's going to delete the records whose price is between 500 and 700. Let me show this. See here. When I use select command, we are in totally 5 records. Now we want to delete all the records. How to delete? So here, delete from books. Here all records are deleted. So here, there are no records. So how to get my records back now? Roll back. So once we say roll back, the previous delete command will come back. Now see, all the records are back here. Complete. Now, if you write the command delete from books where book number equal to 222. Now it will delete only the book number 222. See here. There is no book number 222. Now to get that record back, roll back. Now see, all the records are back here. Now, if you write now, commit it again. Now, if you write the command delete from books where price greater than or equal to 500 and price less than or equal to 700. Now see, we are having 2 records. To get the records back, roll back. Here, all our records are back here. Got it, everyone? What is the meaning of delete command, commit and roll back practically? Now, let us move to the next one. Already we are seeing this select command. Use it to retrieve the records of the table. Like example, select a star from books. Star indicates all columns of table. If you write select BNO comma BName from books, it's going to display only book number and book name. If you write select star from books where book number equal to 222, it's going to display only with the book number 222. Select star from books where price greater than or equal to 500 and price less than or equal to 700. It's going to display the records whose price is between 500 and 700. Let me show. First one already we know. Second one, select BNO comma BName from books. It's going to display only book number and book name. If you write select star from books where book number equal to 222, it's going to display only the record with book number 222. If you write select star from books where price greater than or equal to 500 and price less than or equal to 700. Right? Let us move to the next one, the last one, alter table command. All this I'm going to use in our applications, okay? Please practice it compulsory. Alter table command. The use is use it to modify the structure of the table. Use it to modify the structure of the table like the following. That is, rename the table. You want to change the name of the table. Add new columns. Add new columns. Modify existing columns. Rename columns. Then drop columns. Drop means delete. Let me show this. So we are having the table books, right? We are having the table describe books. Now we want to rename the table here. We want to change the name of the table. How to change this? Alter table books, rename to temp books. rename to temp books. Now see, if I say describe temp books, we'll get the same structure. Now the table name has changed to temp books. Now let us come back to books table only. Alter table temp books, rename to books. Now we are back to books only. Now we want to add a new column author. How to add a new column is alter table books. We have to use a class add, the name of the new column and the data type and size. That's it. If you want to add more columns, separate by column. Now see, you can see one more column got added here. Now we want to modify the existing column like B name. For this, the data type is varchar size 10. But we want to increase the size to 15. We want to increase the size. Then we'll say alter table books, modify. Which one you want to modify? B name. Go with the data type and the new size. One small point here. Here the size has become 15. One small point here. If the column already holds data, we can change only size. If column does not hold data, we can even change data type also. Now we want to rename the column. Means this B name, we want to make it as book name. Then write here, alter table books, change B name to book name. Then provide the data type again. You know, if I say describe books, the column name B name has now updated to book name. Now we want to delete the column author. How to delete? Alter table books, drop column author. Let's see if I say describe books, there are only 3 columns. Let me document. Alter table books, rename to temp books. Alter table temp books. Let us come back to books only. Rename to books. To add new column, alter table books, add the new column author and the data type. To modify existing columns, alter table books, modify B name with varchar of 15. Alter table books, change column, change B name to book name, provide the data type again. Then to drop the columns, alter table books, drop column, author. That's it. Right? So that's about the basic idea on SQL. And in the document, you can find so many other examples also. Practice those also. Okay. Then next class, Monday, we'll go with the last part of Core Java, where we discuss JDBC. Then after that, we'll start with the next part of our course, Web Technologies, continued with Advanced Java. Right? Any questions, anyone? Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
So today let us go with the last topic of Core Java, that is JDBC. Very, very important and simple. JDBC stands for Java Database Connectivity. Means from our Java program, we can connect to databases. So what is this JDBC? JDBC is an API, means it's a library, which is used to connect to a database from a Java program. So from a Java program, whenever we want to connect to database, we make use of JDBC. That is, we write a Java program. In that, we make use of JDBC API in order to connect to a database. here. So to go with JDBC, just we have to know the steps. We have to just remember the steps here. If you understood the steps, that completes our JDBC. So that is steps in JDBC. The first step is the JDBC API is present in a package, java.sql package. So we need to import java.sql package. The second step is whichever the database we are connecting, like MySQL or Oracle or DB2, whichever the database we are connecting, respect to the database, we need to load the driver class. The second step is load the driver class. So in order to connect to MySQL database, the driver class, what we have to load here is that is class.forName. Class is a predefined class, belongs to LAN package with a static method for name. And the argument what we pass here is like this, com.mysql.cj.jdbc.driver. So in this, driver is a doc class file present in com.mysql.cj.jdbc package. In this one, com.mysql.cj.jdbc is the package name where driver is a doc class file. So we have to load the respective driver class. Means since we are connecting to MySQL, this is the driver class we have to load for MySQL. Once we load the driver class, the next step is establish the connection. Establish the connection. So in order to establish the connection, we have to use a interface connection belongs to java.sql package con equal to driver manager. Driver manager is a class belongs to SQL package with a static method get connection. And the argument what we have to pass over here is JDBC :mysql //localhost 3306 /java08 comma double quotes close comma root and root. So this is the way to connect to MySQL database. In this one, from JDBC we are going to MySQL localhost. Why we are writing localhost? Because we have installed MySQL database server in the local machine. As we have installed MySQL database server in the local machine, so here this is your IP address or host name, means computer name of MySQL server. So we are providing the